If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you way I live life. Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it.
Kills. The turtle is taken from free. Should know what is diving in. Another arrow lands. Oh, the AOT straight to the front as Ramisi capitalizes.
Broadcasting live from sunny Saudi Arabia, from the heart of Riyadh. You're tuned in to the MLBB Women's Invitational 2025. This is the B Stream at your service. My name is Leo, and we'll be bringing you today's matches, 4 best of 3s, half of which are going to be the last chance qualifiers for a couple of groups, and then the other half, the quarterfinals. We're finally in the playoffs, baby. I'm joined here by Churros and Trex, and they will be calling the very first matchup. We got Virtus Pro from Mekong in Vietnam versus Terror Queens from Myanmar. This is a rematch. Gentlemen, how are we doing? It's been a rough 72 hours.
Honestly though, after seeing some of the teams goes and seeing a lot of emotions from a lot of the players, man, it just shows the reality of esports and a high-stakes competition like this.
Yeah, I mean, we had day 1, which seemed just kind of fun, lighthearted in general. Day 2, we get all of the elimination matches from cheers to tears. Here we are now, though, in day 3, and we're coming closer and closer to that knockout stage.
Today, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It's another all-day deathmatch fiesta here. Every single match played, one team will be going home, and that is just the nature of the beast. That is how competition works, and more than just these individual contests of excellence in the realm of MLBB, there's also a bigger competition happening that is for the club championship. We have here the STC Club Championship rankings. So far, there's top 16 teams that have all already garnered club points, and on top is Genji Esports.
Man, okay, so after today, the top 8 teams will have club points going into the club championships, except for Terror Queens, which is not exactly a club, and so to speak.
But I mean, so many teams that we're looking at here are very close behind. EWC has just started. You have Team Falcons sitting there at the top of what we see, at least in this event. Virtus Pro right behind them, and more teams to follow, like Vitality, and just, I mean, it's a little too early to call right now in terms of EWC.
Is it though? For those of y'all who tuned in to the streams that featured Vitality, which I think, luckily we will be seeing them here on Stream B later on today, you'll know that these Indonesian queens, once powerhouses, undefeatable, immortal, limitless, some might say, owned the scene for quite a while, and now it looks like they want to get back on that throne and reclaim what is rightfully theirs, the MWI Championship. Now, with that said, we are also looking back at yesterday's events alongside a few things to help us prep for the next matches. Again, 4 best-of-3s each, an elimination, so to speak. Some of them in the quarterfinals. But again, when you do get to the quarterfinals, that's already half the battle won. You got points for your club.
Yeah, it's just top 8. All you gotta do is try to stay alive, try to survive in the next round. But man, it's not a lot of time for adjustments going into that. And a lot of teams, honestly, when you talk to them, I want to be top 4. I want to be top 3. They have that expectations already set up.
And that expectation, that desire is what starts your journey, your road to the EWC. To learn more about that, let's watch this.
So tell us about your qualifiers. How did you guys get here?
We win in Myanmar qualifier and we get champion and we beat 4-0 and then we win, go to Riyadh. Na classificatória para o MWI do Latam, a gente começou já perdendo logo no primeiro jogo. Então, se a gente fosse usar uma palavra, seria Fênix. Porque basicamente todo mundo não acreditava na gente, a gente começou perdendo e depois disso a gente ganhou tudo e agora estamos aqui.
Well, it's been hot since it was at the time when we were having our midterms exams and finals. So yeah, it was hard to focus on those both. And I was just finishing my finals and then the next day was my qualification. So yeah, I needed to stay strict on those both. But otherwise it was seamlessly easy.
Türkiye elemelerinden 1. olarak çıktık. Rakibimiz Kara Espor'du. Onları da 4-1 yendik. Türkiye elemeleri kolay olsa da EWC yeterince çok zor bizim için.
Türkiye elemelerini çok kolay bir şekilde geçtik. Türkiye elemelerinde çok zorlanmadık ama burada çok güçlü rakipler olduğunu ve bizi çok zorlayacağını düşünüyoruz. Ama biz de hazırız. Biz de iyi bir hazırlık süreci geçirdik buraya gelirken. Güzel bir bootcamp yaptık. O yüzden biz de buraya hazırız. Rakiplerimiz dikkat etmeli bu konuda.
我们是从中国赛区的选拔赛来打上这个 MWI 的名额的，对，就是先从小组赛晋级到线下的一个决赛，然后和 CETA 对阵，然后我们2-0赢下 CETA 之后就是拿到了这个席位。
So yes, guys, that was TLG. So we're so excited to see them on the battlefield, and let's all support our ladies here for MWI 2025.
What a shame that we have already bid goodbye and adieu to some of those teams that we just heard their journey about, making their way to the MWI. Of the 4 teams we already said goodbye to, Churros, who you gonna miss the most?
Don't put me in a spot. Don't put me in a spot.
It's okay.
Man.
You can say Rising Rage.
I'm gonna say... honestly though, I was gonna say Rising Rage, but after yesterday's emotions and really talking to Sa and having saying goodbye to a friend, that really hit me in that spot. And I was there interviewing them when she was showing her emotions right in front of me. CFU, yeah, man.
Trex.
I'm not going to give you a long drawn-out answer like Churro here. TLG.
TLG, again, last year, their star we could have sworn was going to shine brighter. And in that interview, you spoke to... You did their exit interview, and they said they were at least looking at top 3.
They were looking at top 3.
Or even the whole damn thing. They were looking at the championship.
They were looking at championships. Unfortunately, though, I think a lot of it wasn't a dominant game from GG when they were facing off. And honestly, though, I think they would have made it. It was just adjusting to that meta and trying to adapt to a lot of situations. But it's not a lot of time. It's day-to-day, back-to-back competitions every single time.
Let's see exactly what the hot competition brought us from yesterday's matches. Let's check out the Bravia reactions.
Good.
Satu lagi. Lu mati nggak, Pi? Satu lagi. Lu mati nggak, Pi?
Yesterday we had eliminations. We also had qualifications for the knockouts. And I'm glad to say some of those key moments happened right on the stage behind us.
I mean, we got to see a couple here. They got to see a couple on the other side. Overall, no, all the teams we saw yesterday were teams still working to make it, at least on B Stream. And now we get to really see, I mean, the two teams that we're about to see now, someone's going to move forward. This is where it's really tooth and nail on the line.
Yep. The gap grows ever larger because today it's all in or nothing. You make it to the knockouts or you go home with your bags a packing. Let's check out exactly what kind of plays happened to make those reactions warranted. These are the Qiddiya top plays. I like that our ladies are actually showing us all sorts of MLBB, and I'm glad that here in the MWI, within 3 days of competition, we've already seen a more diverse metagame than we ever have in all of the Esports World Cup. Again, I'm not saying I'm disappointed in the wildcards, I'm just saying MWI has impressed me even more.
Honestly, what impressed me yesterday was, I mean, the replays just showed something that we didn't see in the other side. But like yesterday, in B Stream in particular, a lot of new heroes coming out, like the Minotaurs are in, the Melissas, the Ixiers are coming back. So I like that all these countries are bringing their own country flavors into the international stage.
Not to mention the wanton presence of Yuzhong. We're seeing a lot of Yuzhong, and I'm sad that one team that played a lot of Yuzhong, TLG, has bid us adieu. But for now, let's check out the schedule for the day. What exactly are we covering here on Stream B? Again, 4 best of 3s coming your way. The first 2 matches are last chance qualifiers, deciders on who's going to make it to the knockouts. This is a rematch. Terra Queens versus Virtus Pro.
And it's an exciting rematch at that. I mean, there's a lot to focus on in this game. We got to see Virtus Pro play yesterday, and they were in motion. They were stomping those games against their own friends at that.
And we're following up with one for the Foot fans and all the dreamers out there. Foot Esports going up against DreamHack Girls, and then we're closing the day off with a couple of playoffs matches. Onyx Pertiwi from Indonesia waiting for whoever wins in that first match, and then Team Vitality, the returning and the rebuilding queens from Indonesia, waiting for whoever comes through between Foot Esports and DreamHack Girls.
Man, after seeing what DreamHack Girls did yesterday and finding their groove and being comfortable with their draft and just playing their own game, playing their own meta, throwing their own flavor into the mix, I think this shows a lot of growth over a very quick succession of days. This is the 3rd day. This is the final time that they can make it count. So just throw whatever you have, and yeah.
Of all of these, we have, of course, one highlight match. This is the S&B match of the day. We have to put a spotlight and put a podium up to this rematch. The Terra Queens from Myanmar versus the Vietnamese Virtus Pro. This is the 2nd time in the MWI we're seeing this match. And quick reminder, the first time this happened, the Burmese stood tall.
Very tall at that. But they have taken their losses. Virtus Pro has been able to hit the reset button, as many teams that we're going to be watching today have. So I think the question on all of our minds is it going to go exactly how it went the other day, or is something going to change up here?
I hate to say it, it's just been 48 hours. What kind of reset, what kind of studying, intel could you have gotten on your opponents to get the 1-up Before we start the match, let's go ahead and check out the Aramco Power Rankings. Once again, we started on day one by tiering these 16 teams. Gentlemen, do we stand our ground? Has anything changed here, or should any of these teams be moved up or down?
You know, yesterday when you guys say like, hey, there should be an in-between. There should be an A+ or S-. There should be a B+ or A-. Man, Terra Queens taking one game off of the powerhouses, the favorites, Navi, PH. This really shows that statistically they have what it takes to dominate in this game. But man, showing how Virtus.pro had that comfortability coming into yesterday's game against CFU, that shows a lot of growth and difference as well.
I agree, and that's what makes this rematch all the more a must-watch. Once again, the SNB match of the day coming your way. One of these teams might just push themselves into the S tier if they do prove that they can evolve and perform on a high level, and of course, through such short periods of time, given the rest between broadcast days. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to know these teams now by first introducing the team that took Navi PH all the way. Let's introduce Myanmar's very own Terror Queens. They were once known as the Net Angels, playing in last year's MWI 2024. Of course, you have here Lainrina, Rui, Lunalin, Ku, and Sikoshi. My eyes are on Lunalin. Lunalin played in Indonesia. She showed us amazing mechanics. She was the first one to actually bring out a Selena and tell us, hey, this hero is not out of the meta just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, she played like a monster. Not only have we seen the Selena, we've seen her play more passive mid laners. We've seen her play the more kiting style. So I think there's a lot that she can bring to the table.
And she's going off against the merciless Sa. Hey, she felled her friend. She loves Tegami, but she did what she needed to do. What makes you think she will give mercy here?
Yeah, very emotional player. Honestly, the entire Virtus.pro has got her back, and I think this is where Virtus.pro really shines. They throw their emotions into the mix. They are playing together as a unit now. We can see Starsoy being so comfortable on those assassins. No more time for experimenting. No more time for trying things out. It's time to get comfortable. It's time to play what we know best.
They're relying on their two Indonesian imports, of course, to make the big picture work. Ladies and gentlemen, game number one has begun. Coach MSK at the lead, picking the play, while Destined One, the coach for Virtus.pro, going ahead and going for the double. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Churros and Trex taking care of business. Gentlemen, all you.
Starting off with the draft, kind of looks a little bit similar, but man, Terra Queens identified the R-Lot onto Daisy. You don't want to deal with that anymore. Kalea, Baksha also taken out from the hands of Virtus.pro. And Terra Queens, they identified that they want to win that EXP lane. They want to go for the heavy rotations. On the other side of the table, though, Virtus.pro doesn't want to give any hard engages, taking out the Hilda, taking out the Khalid, taking out the Uranus. So Starsoy has an easier time. Look at them high-fiving, get into the groove. They are positive. They're feeling good about this.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be overall pretty... You know, it never surprises me how different so many teams draft and how many little niche drafts and bans we see here and there, such as the Khalid ban on the side of Virtus.pro here, the R-Lot ban on the side of Terror Queens. Things are still, since we're still kind of in this group stage, it feels like things are still very wide in terms of meta, but ENG has become a popular upfront pick for a lot of teams, and that's what Terror Queens are going to start this off with.
From what I know about Terra Queens' aggression and rotation in early parts of the map, you can see how Helena and Rui always gets into Starsoy's jungle. Remember the Uranus game that Starsoy picked up? That was where Starsoy couldn't get any resource at all in her own jungle, in her own home, and that is a huge problem. Virtus.pro identifies that, and Destin 1 has definitely done his homework. And taking out all of these aggressors, I think what's only left for Terra Queens, if they want to play in this kind of situation or this strategy, is maybe go for the Jawhead, maybe go for something like the Cho. That's super annoying and just really in your face. Virtus.pro will pick up the Hayabusa and juice in for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, immediately locking in something aggressive for Starsoy. We know that's a play that they want to go. They're a team that wants to be able to try to snowball, get some aggression early on. Also, with the Hayabusa, it's not an easy catch for the Badong. It's not that utility jungler that's going to get hit by that fist crack, so I think it's a well play by the side of Virtus.pro. On the side of Terror Queens now, Farza still open. Think it could be a solid pick, especially against the Jushin. They go for the ZTN instead, along with the Lapu Lapu.
Very good draft strategy coming in for Virtus.pro, though. They know their star players, Sa and Starsoy. So they want to lock in immediately their heroes, make them as comfortable as possible. They want to lock in the Gacha to just to try to have that zonal potential, just to let Sa do her thing like we seen yesterday. On the other hand, though, I think Terra Queens, they have something set in motion. Very divey, very high committal. You have vision play coming in from the Zetian as well. And this is how Star Soy likes to play. Using Hayabusa, finding the right flanks, and going for that back line. So Sakoshi really needs to watch her 6.
Yeah, definitely needs to watch her 6. I mean, not only that, but Luna Lin as well. The Zetian is... I mean, it's against the Hayabusa. We've seen it against any assassin in general. It can be a problem, right? I mean, it doesn't have the flicker. Yes, it has the passive, but it's a very long-timed passive to defend yourself, and that could end up being a major issue. More bans coming in into the second phase. Ling gonna get taken out. Terra Queen's still gonna need a jungle here. Lancelot still open if we're thinking of damage-type heroes. Other than that, we're just forcing the utility section.
Just denying the cross-map plays. I think for Virtus.pro, a lot of adjustments for their draft from the previous time they met in first day. So that might be a Lancelot, or if they want to go the other route, go ban out a marksman. I was going to say the Moscow, but the Irithel actually works out well here. Terra Queens looks like a very ballistic missile kind of team so far. On the other hand, yep, that's the Moscow going out. They don't want to leave anything to chance. They don't want to deal with any of those cross-map plays that Moscow might bring, that Liv might be able to just come back in the mid to late stage of the game.
So what we're looking for is a gold laner still for both sides. Virtus.pro could pick something up now. The Granger is open. Could make that a right up front pick with the Arethel gone, the Moskov gone.
You know, Granger hasn't really gotten a good win rate so far. Hasn't gotten a...
I think it's kind of turned over. But with the Arethel gone, I mean, yesterday we saw GG win both games with it. We've seen a few teams do very well. Wanwan is still open. So what does that leave left for Terra Queens on their side? 2 more picks. Still need a still need a jungler and a gold laner. Pretty much all their damage.
Right. I think right now, okay, Granger kind of looks good right here. If they want to just go ham, do a traditional front to back, you have some heavy sort of like Navy divers going into the back line, try to disrupt that 1-1, and it's very difficult for 1-1 to pop that weakness points on fighters instead. So they go for the Granger, try to get a winning early game, and then just snowball through to that late game, try to buy that time. They do have that rotational speed coming in from the Lapu and the Badang themselves.
All right, so EXP lane for the side of Virtus.pro here, along with, I mean, unless they flex Kata into EXP lane and pick up a roam, thinking we still go EXP lane. They have been enjoying the Hilda a lot. It's been a pick that's been very popular for them. They played it twice yesterday. It's not something we can completely... Oh, no, it's banned, though, on the side of Virtus.pro, so never mind.
Maybe the Yuzhong?
Yuzhong?
We're going to go very traditional, back to M3, back to M4, kind of a EXP matchup. Because Lapu's being brought back. I think the Yuzhong kind of is a non-committal hero just to pop the Zetian shield.
Definitely could pop the shield. Also can harass the Granger very well. Open up space for Liv.
Ooh.
Bring in the Esmeralda, though. Something a little bit different, but something that has slowly got more popular. Does okay against the Lapu Lapu in the XP lane as well. Can at least kind of, you know, stalemate with it. Might not win out completely, but can make rotations after clearing waves.
With the Esmeralda, you play something along the lines of a really proxy-heavy Uranus kind of strategy. You'll be able to see a lot of Daisy going into the long lanes and the side lanes and trying to cut that waves and joining in the jungle team fight. So Virtus.pro, on paper, kind of looks like they want to bring the aggression to Terra Queens instead.
Yeah, I mean, final thoughts on the draft real quick. I think both have brought something. I like the Wanwan pick. It kind of flew under the radar. It's something that's been banned out a lot. And from what we saw yesterday, a lot of teams have been shredding through with this pick. It has been a game changer. But once again, let's jump into the first game of the day. This is Terra Queens up against Virtus.pro.
Biggest question in my mind is, will Virtus.pro learn from their mistakes in day number 1? And right off the bat, I think for Virtus.pro, it's more passive. The way they want to play the jungle, leash heavy, try to get the early rotations, get Star Soy in position as fast as possible, try to deny that farm, and try to stop Terra Queens from invading into their own jungle. But hold on a second here, Sa.
Oh, already a little bit of damage, a little bit of a trade-off. The range on the Zetian is decent in that mid lane. And, you know, even the little bit of doubts, what it lacks in mobility, it does have some decent wave clear overall and can at least get some of that poke damage off.
Yeah, big resources already spent for that mid side. They're ramping up their aggression. Starsoy in enemy territory though.
Starsoy coming in. Doesn't have level 4 just yet, won't be able to secure the kill, but will at least be able to push that mid lane back to the base.
And even Stevens jungle speed for both junglers. The rotations are actually coming through much faster for Starsoy this time. She's in a very comfortable spot. What she wants to do is try to push that weight away from that gold lane so that Liv is able to just slowly free farm up. She needs a lot of space, she needs a lot of time. Let's bring that clashes away from that gold lane.
My main focus right now is the fact that both mid laners have not really rotated too much. It's been a slow pace in the beginning. Starsoy has come in along with Rui. Look at the damage.
Ooh.
Saw goes down. KO falls as well. Starsoy forced to back off. And this is right before the turtle's going to pop up in about 10 seconds. Starsoy might fall as well. The retry does pop, and Ku able to get the kill. Now Daisy just forced to go under the tower. Turtle up. Should be an easy take for Terror Queens.
Virtus Pro overthinking, right? Like, they wanted to stop Terror Queens from invading their jungles, but they're pushing the aggression onto the mid lane instead. Doesn't look like Terror Queens will have any issues with that turtle. We'll blitz that down as Virtus Pro starting to play on that back foot. It's only 2 minutes on the clock. 1,500 gold behind, and Virtus Pro really has to slowly climb back up. You can't give up any of these easy kills over the Terror Queens. They have to watch Ku though. But Dong is constantly hammering onto that mid lane.
And not only that, but Luna Lin, the moment she gets level 4, she immediately pops that Fury of the Phoenix just to get vision. And I got a feeling she's not going to be stingy with it, at least in the early phase of the game, when she might not need it as much in team fights. It's going to be about every single time she has it, get some vision, get intel. And that's going to be so important in this early first, 7 minutes of the game or so to make sure they're securing these rotations well. A little bit of damage on Ku though. Cow still unable to hit that level 4. Finally locked in. Maybe this will make a difference.
A little bit of a touch and go, but yeah, to add on to your vision point, I think the way that Virtus Pro wants to play around the vision play is using Esmeralda to hold down a lot of crucial resources away from that mid lane. No more AOG for Cal though. How will Virtus Pro play this?
I mean, I think at this point, it's 1.5k gold lead. Nothing too major. Ku does take a bit of damage. Fist crack does come in. Ku goes down, a lot of damage on a cow. Can he get away though? No, Sakoshi able to secure the final shot, 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
You see, it's a 5-on-3 down the mid side. Virtus Pro struggling to keep up with the rotation speed. You have the Lapu Lapu coming out from that bottom side, from top lane down to the mid. You have the Granger just walking all fine and dandy, uninterrupted into the mid lane. And it's basically a full-on team fight onto a numbers advantage against Virtus Pro. You have the Esmeralda. Just use the Esmeralda for that vision play. Again, Ku.
Another fist crack. Timed up with the bravest fighter. The damage on Assault drops down. The sword falls. And Starsoy trying to dash in, does pick up Helene Grina. It's a little bit of safety in the moment of chaos. Daisy now forced to back off as well. Terror Queen's just looking for the next turtle.
Saving grace, Daisy won out on the EXP lane early. I think Helene Grina just wasted the full wave. So now Daisy has free roam off that jungle. Make use of that early game advantage and try to open up that map. Virtus Pro is lacking that intel game. Wherever Rui is, it doesn't seem like Cal is giving that intelligence over to Starsoy. That's why she's guessing a lot of the hits. She's guessing where the clashes are coming from. Turtle at health.
Watch for Helene Grina in the backside, trying to get the stun. Does get flared away. AOG does not connect on anyone. Luna Lin forced to dash back.
Ooh.
Daisy taking a lot of damage, trying to get away. But Helene Grina finds another target. Cow next on the list. Chopped down. Saw just under the tower as Luna Lin picks up the kill. Terror Queens now gonna move on to this turtle. Wait, no, a little bit of a switch up over to the mid lane. Looking for the next target. Starsoy trying to dash in. Does not have the shadow kill. This turtle should fall in the hands of Terror Queens.
Liv trading out that bottom T1. Terror Queens picks up that turtle for herself, but look at where Sakoshi is. She's just free rotating, walking fine and dandy all over that map. Whenever there's a team fight, they wait for Sakoshi to come in, feed the farm over to this Granger. She's already got that Sky Piercer, so this is gonna get scary real fast.
Yeah, Terror Queens, after the first turtle, it wasn't looking too bad. Now second turtle, another 1,000 added on to their original 1,000. They're looking at about a 2.8k gold lead. and now it could be getting out of control. We're 6 minutes in, still another turtle. The question is, Virtus Pro even want to try to contest the next one, or do they want to start trying to find ground elsewhere on the map?
They identified that Saw is basically playmaking this entire game. Now Cal split away from Saw. They're using conceal play, going up on the top. They're seeking out Liv though.
Cal gonna back off. Liv looking for some weakness points, unable to find any. Saw also keeping the distance. Does come in with a Lantern Flare, able to catch on to Luna Lin. Can this be the kill they need? No, but Helene always shows up in the nick of time. Saw forcing to flicker back. Helene gonna have to try to save herself. Crossbow tank does go off, but it just doesn't do the damage to connect. Helene Greena finally does fall as Virtus Pro puts a kill on the board.
This is where Virtus Pro comes alive, right? They're waiting for a lot of the members to come in and try to fight an even battle. Terror Queens are bringing all 5 members right from the early game, but now Virtus Pro has it all in them to try to fight back into it. Liv is starting to come online. It's a quick and easy weakness points popped as well. And they need to be able to save their resource. Just because you have it doesn't mean you need to use it. And now Terror Queens on a little bit of a defensive play. Right now they know that they're coagulating over that 1-1. They need to be able to take that 1-1 down now.
You know, one good thing about the 1-1, right, is, and as you're saying, they need to be able to take it down, because even though other members of Virtus Pro have fallen, and even though Terror Queens are sitting at about a 2.5k gold lead, Liv is deathless. Liv has been able to farm a decent amount. She's not too far behind, and another item or two, and Liv's going to start really packing a punch. Not to mention the inability to really lock a 1-1 down is what makes her so much of a threat. The fast movements, the dashing back and forth. It is a target that is hard to catch.
Yeah. Fear the Phoenix though. Sog is taken down.
AOG does not connect on anyone. Helene Greena still hanging out. Rui able to get the electrifying, beats Cal, goes down. Sakoshi picks up the kill, but the crossbow tank pops up, trying to find one. She finds it, she dashes back, but Liv eventually falls to Rui. Starsoy with a shadow kill on a Sakoshi, but still unable to secure anything for the team of Virtus Pro. Now Luna Lin gonna move on to this tower. It's 3 members down for the side of VP. Terror Queens walk away with another win in the book.
Terror Queens catching Virtus Pro off guard. Saw was just not having it. Walked a little bit too close with the Lantern Flare. Ku comes in with a fist crack, and now she's locked down. Cal, a little bit of a counter re-engage, but a little bit of a prediction error right there down the mid-side. Just missing all of that AOGs. She's not having a good game.
I feel like there's been a lot more missed AOGs than landed AOGs. And the problem is I don't know if they're being rushed. I don't know if they're panicked. But you really got to think about how you land those down, whether it's you're using them as they're trying to run away. I think it's always better to be used a little after the team fight starts.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest engage AOG person. It's very easily readable. You need to try to use it when everyone's already kind of caught up with other things.
Yeah, Virtus Pro just seems very counter-reactive. Terror Queens brings a team fight, and Virtus Pro are forced to go in for that team fight, knowing very well that they can't win. Now, 5,000 gold lead behind, and Terror Queens have the Lord marching up on that top side. Daisy giving a little bit more intelligence play as they need to try to protect Liv. She's already got 1 death, not many more, and Virtus Pro might be able to have a shot.
Oh, the damage from those Death Sonatas is starting to stack up. Luna Lin, Helene Greena, Ku, all looking for the next target right now. Just playing the distance. Lord creeping in. Oh, a little bit of damage on Sakoshi. Liv able to get the kill. Helene Greena trying to come in, trying to help save the day, but the AOG fault drops down. Helene Greena now on the run. Starsoy bounces back and forth with shadows. Liv trying to dance around, looking for the weakness point. Unable to connect, but still getting the kills, still locking them down, but now Liv is all on her own. Can she get away? Not today.
Man, that was a really good play from Liv, outplaying, jumping around, but unfortunately though, she was split way too far away from Virtus Pro, and Terror Queens have their revenge onto that kill onto Sakoshi. And look at the items real quick. The Granger already has that 3-item build. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of physical penetration just from this Granger. So 1 hit might take out half health, but Liv needs a little bit more time. That's the problem with a lot of these attack speed heroes, where Virtus Pro needs to buy time for Liv to come online. 10 minutes on the clock, 50 seconds till the Lord spawns up. Virtus Pro doesn't have control of this game.
Helene Greena once again comes in with the bravest fighter and a big stun. Liv taken out, KO'd off the map. But Helene Greena goes down as well. Starsoy trying to pick up the pieces, does take down 1 and forces Terror Queens away.
Terror Queen's always fighting as 5. Virtus Pro, Starsoy is always not ready. I think they need to be able to hold back just a little bit more if Terror Queens wants to bring the fight to them. Virtus Pro should just back off just a little bit more. Play a bit more defensively. Save your resources for when you can get a proper pickup, a proper ambush. You have Starsoy in question. That's the vision play. Look at that back line, starting things off with Helena just jumping in with the bravest fighter. And this is where things really go south. The damage is just not enough for Virtus Pro yet. I'd say give it a little bit more time, 5 minutes or so. If this goes on to 15 minutes, Virtus Pro might have an even game.
Cool with conceal play. Looking for a target. Sakoshi also with snipe shots from the back line. Lord up, second Lord of the game. Terror Queens with a strong lead right now of about 5,000 gold. Rui deathless, 4-0-5. Compared to her counterpart, Starsoy on the jungle of Virtus Pro, 2-1-0. We're looking at a 2-level gap as well. That's a big retry difference.
It's all about vision play. It's also about macro. Look at the long lane. Look at the short lane. It's already pushing in towards Virtus Pro. They have to send someone to contest for that, or maybe keep that at bay. But at the top side, though, I think Virtus Pro can send a loose member. But if they do, Terror Queens will overwhelm them with the numbers play.
Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, I don't know, Virtus Pro, they do have the kit. They have the arsenal to be able to get a big wombo combo, a big play. Ku comes in. Barrier of the Phoenix comes down, and look at the damage on the Liv. Taken out almost immediately. Starsoy forced to shadow away. Rui looking for another one. Daisy gonna be the next to drop. There's no escape from the Terror Queens.
Some might see Ku with that flicker play miss as a huge mistake, but it's all a bait. With the Zetian giving that vision, they know exactly where Starsoy is, and that's why Virtus Pro can't comprehend, can't counter-engage back onto Terror Queens, and they're fighting together as 5. They have very strong target prioritization, taking Liv down, and then before taking down Saw, and the rest, as they say, is history. Daisy doesn't have that defense to negate some of that damage as Terror Queens starting their terror rampage.
Man, it is a tough spot for Virtus Pro. Backed into the corner right now, back against the ropes. Can they rope it their way out of this? It's definitely going to be a test of stamina if they can make it out of game 1. Let's take a look at the items, though.
Also has the win of nature, though. Sakoshi is 1 item away from that full build. 2,000 gold lead on top of Liv, and Liv still needs a bit more time. From the early game, they had a little bit of a shot, but right now, Liv is a huge, big target for Terror Queens, and they're always taking Liv down now. And the problem with that 1-1 is that it's too paper, it's too glass.
Cool, looking for the back end. Langrina also comes in, gets a stun onto Liv once again. Cal trying to defend, but will drop to the team of Terror Queens. Daisy, Liv, Saw, nothing can defend the advance right now. And comes Starsoy. Locking in with the shadow
minions.
kill, able to find 2 members. Immortality does pop onto Ku. Unable to end this. Virtus Pro survive another day.
Okay, good call by Starsoy just to use the shadow kill, take down the cannon minions before they take down that Lord. And I think for right now, Virtus Pro, they're playing on that back foot. Starsoy's always not ready. Finding the right shadows is not enough as Rui just jumping straight in, taking down Cal first. And then they're really re-engaging in that coagulation spot, or in that spot where they want Cal to be in, and it's very high committal. Once Cal goes in, she can't come out. Oh, hold on a second.
Starsoy taking a lot of damage. Cal as well. Rui might be going down here. Able to just get away. The damage is starting to stack up on the side of Virtus Pro. We're at a 7K goal lead, closing in onto end game standards.
They don't have high ground as well, or Virtus Pro can't really play this defense. They need to be able to, I don't know, let me see how they can play this, man. Terror Queens are just not leaving anything to chance. Once Daisy comes back a little bit too close, they are going to convert her into that kill as they're pushing her in the wrong position. Daisy might be able to get out now, but if they use crucial resources, Terror Queens might just wreak havoc into Virtus Pro's base. And now both side lanes are actually pushing in. It's barren now. Virtus Pro can't just step out their base so easily.
Let's take a look at the mid laner, since that was a thing we wanted to focus on. Luna Lin right now
3-0-16.
on a mage that has 0 dashes, does have a passive that protects herself a little bit, but overall I mean, Luna Lin has just played an amazing game, especially at the odds against Starsaur and a Hayabusa, against the Wanwan, against an AOG that could be targeting her down. She is deathless with a 19 KDA.
Ooh.
Daisy taking the damage, taking out Sakoshi, able to lock that in. Rui tries to get the electrifying beats, but Liv is on the trail, trying to chase them away. Saw there as well, looking for the pullback. Pellegrina able to get the bravest fighter, able to get the stun, able to get away. They're gonna move on to this Lord now for Terra Queens.
Ku, good initiation, empowered Luna Lin to use that Fury of the Phoenix, because a lot of teams use that Zetian's Fury of the Phoenix or ulti just to give that vision, but Terra Queens are using it to that aggression. Once Ku sets things up in motion, Luna Lin pops that Fury of the Phoenix and they get that vision play. They know exactly where Starsoy is. They know where to protect and how to protect Sakoshi so that Sakoshi can just gun everyone down.
Pellegrina once again looks for the raised fighter, completely whiffs this time though. Sakoshi does go on to this mid-base tower. Virtus.pro continues to defend, continues to sidestep, continues to find a play to save the day.
Lord marching up on that top side, Virtus.pro, Baron on the top and bottom. The only saving grace is that mid lane, but there's the empowered minions that they have to fight as well. They can't risk it, they can't step out of that base. It's okay to just turtle up, play that defense. As long as Liv is alive, as long as Saw is able to dish out that crowd control, then we might have something going on.
Ooh, Pellegrina with the bravest fighter once again. Unable to connect the stun. Liv trying to dance around. Fury of the Phoenix does come down, but nobody gets stunned as well. Davey, look at the stun in the back line! Ku able to turn things around, but Liv able to get the shots down, able to try to save this, but the base is already connected on. Liv can't do it alone. Virtus.pro will not survive. Terra Queens take game number 1.
A big play from Ku, finding 4 trapped under the wall and nowhere to run, sealing their fate. This is game number 1. The revenge match isn't over though. Virtus.pro has a little bit of time to adjust, but man, it's so hard. 24-9 KDA or kill score.
24-9. Virtus.pro though, in all reality, probably shouldn't have lasted that long in that game. They were able to hang on though. But Terra Queens, man, they were a monster. Every one of them had a star shining moment, from Ku to Luna to Rui. All of them were at Pellegrina. Everyone was just able to do some insane plays that game.
We're talking about a mid lane matchup right here. Luna Lin versus Sa, but at the end of the day, Luna Lin empowered the rest of the team. They know exactly where Virtus.pro is. They know exactly how they want to play. They know exactly what their next steps are. And Terra Queens really giving and seeping that fear over on the Virtus.pro. Man, Leo, were you scared at all?
No, why would I be? Luna Lin, as my Terra Queen, no errors queen. She was deathless. She was shot calling the whole time.
She was clean.
She was clean. She was taking care of business. And that's why it was, all right, just to slap some reality in this situation. It was a beautiful performance by Terra Queens, but sometimes Sakoshi and Rui would be opposition by like 2 or 3 seconds, right? And it was punishing more for Sakoshi because she died like 2 times more than she should have. But the truth of the matter is, draft-wise and gameplay-wise, Virtus.pro are catching up. Like, they are playing at a different pace. And I hate to say, I hate to jump to conclusions. We didn't even get to talk about predictions, right?
Yep.
But this might be a sweep. This might be a worse outcome for Virtus.pro than their first meeting.
I think it's definitely possible. Terra Queens just continues to get better. Don't get me wrong, Virtus.pro have learned a lot, and the switch could always happen, but it does feel very much like it is at odds against them.
Yeah, to be honest though, I would say Virtus.pro, very reactive playstyle. And you see, every time Terra Queens are fighting, they fight as 5. The whole squad is there. The whole Goon squad is just hammering down on the Polar Bears. And I think for Virtus.pro, they struggle to find the momentum. They struggle to keep up with the pace the Terra Queens are bringing. Terra Queens are a very, very aggressive team, and I think they need to be able to play that defense in order to counteract this, the Queens.
Let's take a look at how exactly these emblems were set. confirmed that this is still the support emblem Esmeralda to get extra shielding. If you're looking at the mid lane, you still have the mage emblem on that Zetian, and she's just always on top of things.
Yeah, I just want to say that the value of the Esmeralda actually didn't shine through at all the entirety of this game. What you want to do with the Esmeralda, and especially with the lineup against Lapu Lapu, is clear that lane, try to proxy the wave, try to draw the attention to you, and get out safe. You also got the sprint, Leo.
Yep, also check out battle spells. Again, nothing seems out of the ordinary here. Save for, well, there's really no reason to purify either side. It's just when Ku finds you, it's so difficult to get out of there. Also do note, Sa chooses to use the common emblem, which I think is more common these days, given that you want to spam your skills and you don't want to have to re-top up your mana the old-fashioned way, so extra regen goes the long way. Damage profile, I think, is also a problem for Virtus Pro. Even if they do have good combat control, like they know how to close up range, they know how to CC and zone you. It's just, what do you do with all of that zoning?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the major issues for me overall is the fact that Ku was able to handle the front line and Helene Green was constantly getting those harassing the backside, and it was just giving Lunawin, Rui, and Sakoshi full freedom. Liv did end up getting almost maxed item there, at least damage-wise, was going to have a little bit of defense at the end, and still it just didn't feel like Liv could ever connect. Sakoshi, on the other hand, early on, within the first several minutes, was bursting down, and this is why, even though the Granger has taken some nerfs, it still feels pretty good at a lot of points of a lot of games.
I think, especially since Terra Queens are enabling Sakoshi to come online much faster. She's got a full item build, maybe at the 10th, 11th minute mark, and that's pretty fast in my books. And also, the mid trio, Ku gave the aggression play. Every single time there's a loose target, Ku goes in with a wall, Luna Lin and Rui follows up suit just like that with a snap.
And I think that's impressive that Lunalin and Sa aren't far apart when it comes to gold net. That was what, like 300 to just 500 in between? Never rarely 1,000. So looking at the XP lane, this is where I think the difference comes in huge. You mentioned that Daisy didn't really put up much of a fight. Like, there was very little impact from Miss Esmeralda. And already in the matchup alone, you see that all she's doing really is taking away the shields of the Lapu Lapu and the Badang. What else?
Yeah, there's not much, in the macro sense, it's not much that the Esmeralda did in terms of the high value macro plays. What you want to do is draw attention, but basically attention is still drawn over to Liv and drawn over to Wanwan in the end of the game. We talked about this earlier on, Trex, where the Wanwan is free farming, Wanwan is untouched, but basically once we said that, I think Helen Arena just made me eat my words.
Yeah, and I mean, Wanwan, even we look at here at the damage right now, Wanwan wasn't even able to put out as much as the Esmeralda, wasn't even able to put out as much as Saw, was never really able to freely move around, and I think that definitely became a problem. Luna Lin leading the damage, though, on the side of the Terror Queens. I feel like, for me, that's unexpected in the hands of a ZTN.
Yeah, no, she's just literally nuking, spamming Virtus Pro's front lines alongside Sakoshi. It's just, Lunalin really used her passive to the maximum potential. I didn't even really see anyone from Virtus Pro close the gap and trigger it. It might have only triggered once or twice in the span of how long was the game?
Like maybe 15 minutes.
Just so that thing is on a 2-minute cooldown.
Yeah.
She only triggered it maybe once or twice max. So that means she was really using her kit to the maximum, just literally just spamming skill. Ult is up. I need vision. I get to see everyone is. So with that, already I think Virtus Pro were climbing uphill. They were swimming upstream. They were going up against a lineup or a team specifically that didn't really need to overextend. That's why I was a little question mark on Sakoshi, because she would be way too forward for a Granger, or is it just because, look, see?
Yeah, she goes in first.
I don't know if it is because she goes in first, or she was waiting for Langrina and Ku, but then, you know, again, zoning and range control is on the side of Virtus Pro. Maybe that was the difference.
I love how Liv gets caught on the other side. And Saw and the rest are like, all right, see, Rui showed up, and the rest of them were like, you're on your own,
she
girl.
went too deep.
You're on your own.
Yeah, they're just diving straight onto Liv. There's nothing that she could do. There's no defense, backline defense, especially from the rest of the team. Daisy wants to jump in. Starsoy wants to try to find flanks, but it's so hard when you get the vision play from that TNN. I like how every single time that the Fear Phoenix comes down, they start the aggression. They start things rolling. A lot of teams use use the TN's ultimate as a form of a vision play, and they use it very passively, but I like how Terra Queens are using it to start all these engages, especially since they know Starsoy is going to win that brush. So when the Fear of the Phoenix actually goes down, she gets a mini stun, and basically their plan's thwarted.
I gotta give it up for Helene Green. I know that there's not a whole lot of kills, she takes a lot of deaths, but her job was done to a T. She was always the one to kind of split up Virtus Pro. Maybe at least a little over 50% of the time she was landing the stun on to Liv. But the real thing was she goes under the tower, she does what she needs to do, and this gives space to Rui to just enter any way she wants into this fight. And Helene Green was never missing with that bravest fighter.
Okay, so with the impressive showing of the Terra Queens here, with Virtus Pro up against the wall, 1 game loss away from saying goodbye to the top 8 of MWI 2025. What do they gotta do? Because again, it's not like the draft was difficult to circumvent. They did win from blue, so it was very honest. Like, you knew what was coming up. Does Virtus Pro switch up? Because they relied heavily on Saz Zushin, and then the 1-1. They put so many eggs in that basket. Is it now time to bring out the trap card of Belleric?
Oh.
Is that it? Do we do that? Because the joy on Starsoy, or rather the joy on Rui, that was a thing. Belleric stops that cold.
To be honest, I don't think it's a Sa issue. Sa was playing defensively, but Cal was always trying to bait out the aggression, bait out the ultimates, but she went a little bit too close to the sun always. And I think for Ku, she counter re-engaged on that one. So yeah, that was basically the mid-duel, giving up kills very easily early on, very easily on, especially to the jungle. So I think that, yeah, that's their Achilles heel.
You can't afford to give over kills, man. Check this out. Lunalin, a multiple of Sa's stats right now. KDA,
24.
damage
I think
per
that's just
minute
from the last game.
on the average. But again, that's the reality situation. That's why you got to switch it up. That's why this can't stand. That's why there has to be drastic changes in the draft. Coach MSK finds himself in the driver's seat once more, leading his ladies to possibly a sweep. Match point for the Terra Queens on the play. Coach Destined One answering back once more. Can react from red. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever moves on fourth does secure a top 8. I'll leave it in the very capable hands of Trex and Churros.
Yeah, we're starting things off pretty similar to the first game. I think, honestly, though, there was nothing wrong with Virtus Pro's draft. I think they only got found out by Luna Lin, and they have to find ways to shut her down before they get more vision plays. So going off with the same bands, starting off the Hilda as well as the Khalid, and then you want to try to deny some of that aggression into the jungle so that Starsoy is able to freely farm. And then Terra Queens banning out the same thing, taking out the Kalea, the Boxia, and the Arlot.
Something important to point out, Virtus Pro decides to take the red side once, or decides to take second pick side once again. They weren't able to do too well on it. I think I'm starting to wonder, is the Badang one of the problems? Is that worth maybe putting it in the ban slot? It causes such a problem in that mid lane. It was the main thing that caused that first 2 deaths in the first couple minutes. Is that something that Virtus Pro might want to worry about here?
I would have to agree with you. Yes, Badang is one of the change makers, the play makers for Terra Queens, especially for the mid lane duel, where Jusin is not really a long-range heavy hero, not really artillery-based, and so you have to get close to your opponents, and when you do, the Fist Crack comes through, and basically you have to pop your valuable resources, pop away your Flicker, pop away your Crimson Beacon, and then you're left defenseless in the hands of Rui coming in with the Joy. So I think in this case, if Rui picks up a dive-heavy assassin like the Lancelot or Joy, I think, man, the mid lane duo for the side of Virtus Pro might be in shambles.
Yeah, and there comes the Badang once again. And at this point, they can take the ZTN, they can get the Jushin. It's literally a same draft so far as last time. Maybe Virtus Pro feels like they just played it a little wrong. Terra Queens now, they can literally just go for the Zitian again. They feel confident with it. They had good wave clear. They're starting to make me a believer of the Zitian. Yeah, I mean, and then they can also pick up, they could take the Hayabusa this time. They can save it if they want. There's a lot of options for them.
Yeah, I don't think they need the Hayabusa because it kind of has a certain play style that's different from Joy. It's easier to execute the Joy if you want to go apply pressure on the side waves and the side lanes. And I think for Terra Queens, just pick up that Zetian as sort of like a counterplay. So they go for the Zetian, and that is the Joy coming up. So pretty much the same draft so far, Trex. Kind of seems deja vu.
I do feel like this could call, you know, I think Leo was right. I think this could call for Belleric. Yeah, I mean, they could pick up the Hayabusa now, but I think down the line, the Belleric is something that could fit. They go for the Moskov instead, lock in a gold laner. And now, this is the switch up from last game. Terra Queens, on the other hand, don't have their gold laner in. Virtus.pro can just hone down into that, take out the Granger, take out the Wan, and leave not a whole lot left for the side of Terra Queens.
I think for the previous game, Terra Queens really wanted to get their hands on the Irithel. Virtus.pro banned that out. That might be the same strategy going into this draft, but I like the adjustment here with the Moskov instead of the Wan pick. The Wan really wasn't working well. Really Glass Cannon couldn't do a lot much, especially in the form of like coming into the team fights and joining in all those team fights. And you talked about the Belleric coming through for Virtus.pro. Won't see the light of day. Terra Queens bans that out.
Oh man, they future sight is on right now. They had an idea, yeah, game 2, especially when it comes down to match point. This is something that could definitely pop out. They know it could be a problem, and they ban it out, and that leaves, I mean, Virtus.pro, what else do they go for here to deal with this Joy? They need something frontline that can hold. They could pick up something like the Fredrin, honestly, but then they're lacking in damage in that mid lane. I think the Fredrin works when you have real bursty damage behind you. But notably, the Fredrin does do well against the Joy in the Turtle Pit, in certain tight positions. It's able to get that stun, lock her up for just a second, and she's practically useless against it.
Yeah, it's the fourth quarter, 2 minutes down. You have one play to make it count, and this might be potentially the last game for Virtus.pro. What do you do? Do you want to pull out something that's really interesting, really smart, or you want to play something that's signature? They don't have a jungler yet. They don't have an EXP yet. And I think this could be something interesting coming up from Virtus.pro instead of, you know, going with the same old meta stuff.
I mean, yeah, it could be the last game of MWI for them right here. Do you risk it all with a risky pick? Or do you, you know, keep it to the basics, maybe get a little spicy, but overall it's definitely a tough call. They could go back to the Hayabusa. It's something that we saw Starsoy play twice yesterday. For the past 3 games that we've seen her, that's all we've seen in her hands.
Unless you want to go for the Lancelot or the Ling. I feel like that might be a better option in cross-map plays, paired up with the Moskov.
Paired up with the Moskov. You mentioned the Yuzong last game as well. Something that could maybe fit here, at least to harass Luna Lin a little bit. Won't be as easy as a target for the side of Joy and things of that nature. Has a way to kind of deal with the Belleric. So definitely a couple options. Lapu Lapu, Granger, same exact draft from Terra Queens. Virtus.pro forced for the switch up.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Terra Queens knows that. They want to have a cleaner game this time around with the dominant performance coming out from the first game. And now Virtus.pro has a little bit of an adjustment. If this goes over, this might not be the Esmeralda anymore. I think we might go back to the classic Lapu versus Yuzhong kind of EXP lane. I think it might be easier for Daisy to use the Yuzhong since the Granger can't really do a lot of damage to the Flying Dragon.
I think the Yuzong is a very solid pick overall. They're gonna hold it down to the last minute though. Whatever you do, don't. It's tough, man. You're in a bad spot. Virtus.pro, at this point, they go for the Tigreal. So this is something similar to the Belleric. They're going to swap Gata over to the EXP lane. They do still get that crowd control. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, I do like the Tigreal adjustment. Alongside of Moskov, you have some form of cross-map plays. If they want to come counter re-engage, you want to play aggressive, come on, baby. Come into the mix, and then you have the implosion just to tidy things up and try to get a counter re-engage. The only issue is, will the Gato be able to hold himself well up against the Lapu Lapu in the early parts of the game. We want to see more rotations and more momentum pacing coming in from the EXP side instead for this game number 2.
All right, we're going to be jumping into possible last game for the side of Virtus Pro. We've really grown to love a lot of the girls here, but let's jump in. This is match point for Terror Queens. Can Virtus Pro shake things up and bring us to a game number 3, or will things end here for their journey in MWI?
We started off with the aggression. No more flicker for Saw already. Terror Queens, same old playstyle, same execution. They're stopping Saw from getting any farm whatsoever. Cal is still level 1, getting pushed back by Lunar Lin right from the start. It all comes down to how Saw and Cal played the early game in the mid side.
All right, I like the aggression this time from Terror Queens. Very similar to last time, just playing the same exact game. I mean, it looks like a back-to-back mirror.
Yep. Taking a look at the emblems right now, Saw actually went for the magic emblem instead of the common emblem, so she doesn't really care about the mana. She cares about dishing out that damage. And for now, Terror Queens, they are ramping up the aggression, ramping up the momentum, and starting off that early rotation up towards that gold side. We see how Ku, once we know Luna Lin gets back into that reset, back into the base, she immediately goes up onto the top side, try to apply pressure onto Liv, try to get Sakoshi a little bit more farm ahead of Liv and try to get that advantage.
All right, Virtus Pro. What do they do differently this game, right? At least they haven't, nobody's died yet. Which is a good start compared to last time. Don't get cut off. I like the fact, look at the mid duo. They're a little bit split up right now. Tigreal sitting in the middle. We have Saw coming down to the boss side. A couple more rotations. Last game I pointed it out. In the mid lane, it seemed like they were kind of glued like towers on that mid lane. So I like the fact that Virtus Pro is actually moving around this time, and it makes it harder to get caught. But look at the damage onto Helgarina. They got to watch out for Ku. That's the one who started things off last time. Virtus Pro, though, gonna probably give over this turtle, possibly.
Yeah, 4 members here. I don't think Virtus Pro wants to be able to fight for this one. They don't see where Ku is. Now we see that Luna Lin.
Starsoy as well. Look at the damage on Luna Lin, but the SOD connects. Cal forced to flicker back. Daisy now also forced to go away. Turtle does go into the hands of Terror Queen, but not a single member drops from both teams.
Saw was just a little bit too slow on that level 4. She just got it right after the turtle was taken. And even though she went on to the EXP side, the early push by Luna Lin away from the mid side caused Saw to play on that back foot right from minute 1. Now Ku, starting off with aggression.
This is tough for Liv in that gold lane. The range from the Granger. Liv is just kind of having trouble finding those angles, and it's very similar to what we saw last game. Sakoshi's so good at using that Death Sonata to just zone you back, get chip damage down, and look at Cal. Bravest Fighter does come in. Cal might go down. Boom from Helgarina. Starsoy is going to try to start a fight here. Virtus Pro take the first death.
Unfortunate for Cal, always finding herself in tricky situations that she can't get away from. Already popping that flicker, so no surprise play with the implosion on hand. Daisy taking a lot of damage in the mid side, but she's slowly trying to push their way down to the EXP side. So a little bit of a switcheroo with the lanes and trying to give over some of the farm over to Starsoy.
Saw push back once again. This continues to be harder and harder for Virtus Pro. I think at this point they just kind of slow play it. They need to wait till Starsoy gets an item or two down, because even Starsoy will do a lot of damage. Liv finally gets a Corrosion Scythe in. They don't need to rush things, and I think they are playing this correctly. But if they let that gold get too far ahead, we're going to see something similar to last time.
Dude, it's all about a vision play at this point. Ku is always giving intel to the rest of the team. They're always moving as 5. And speaking of which, bottom.
Daisy does get stunned up. Should be able to get away from this, get some life back. Helgarina, maybe in a bad spot, brought down to about half health. Ku as well. Watch out for the fist crack. Watch out for the fist crack. Saw forced to flicker back. Starsoy comes in, decides not to use the shadow kill. Virtus Pro still hanging on.
The whole squad was there. Terror Queens, this is how fast they're moving. Virtus Pro, every single time they get caught, they find themselves hit by all 5 members. Starsoy are able to get out safe.
Daisy does help out with the AOG. Starsoy does go to safety. KO
Oh, do you think she knows?
I don't know. She put up the finger like. No,
she was right there. She was right there.
Did she let her go? Did she let her go?
It's a truce for now. It's a truce for now on a cow.
That was sussy.
That was
sussy.
Just play werewolf in the middle of MLBB.
All right, Ku once again gets a fist crack. Damage on a cow. Elaine Green decides not to do it. They want this tower. They want the tower. They're like, listen, if you guys back up, we'll let you go back to base safely. Saw also trying to get into the midst of things. Virtus Pro, I have to say, I think this is the right way they're playing this. Yes, they're cutting off the arm to save the body.
Just give it. Just
you
leave
lose the tower, exactly. And sometimes that's the best thing you could do. Sometimes you got to lose a finger to save the hand, you know?
Man, it's a really sacrifice. I think Virtus Pro just needs to play on the back foot. I don't care if they give up all T2 towers, but hold on a second. Ku finds Daisy. I think they want to push the situation.
Daisy should be okay. Daisy has not died yet. I mean, nobody or only Cow has died, which is great for the side of Virtus Pro. It means they're all getting some gold. Ku into the backside. Starsoy in a bad spot, does get stunned and dunked on once again. Helene Grina never seems to not connect. Cow now in a little bit of trouble. Sakoshi just getting off as many free shots as she wants. Ku with another one. Saw against the wall. Daisy against the wall. Luna Lin keeping them at bay. Terror Queens continues to be relentless.
They're moving together as a whole unit. Rui has a lot of rotation, a lot of dashes to get into the clash whenever Terror Queen wants, and the aggression comes in strong. If you look at a minimap, it's a huge blue ball just moving together. They're not moving as units. They're not moving like headless chickens. They're moving like a big mama chicken.
Okay, so wins the turnaround though. Virtus Pro has been trying to hang on. Helene Green is going to be so hard to catch. You can nullify the CC with the Bravest Fighter. The flicker, the stun, Saw able to just get away. Don't pull him to you. Don't pull her to you. Just let her go. Cow now in a bad
see the bottom
spot.
side. Liv
should be safe. Everyone's okay. Mid lane is pushing in onto the tower. Virtus Pro still hanging on. Is there a turnaround point though, right? Like it's 4.6K, almost 5K gold lead to Terror Queen.
It's still 7 minutes.
When can Virtus Pro actually fight this out?
It's still 7 minutes. First Lord of the game hasn't spawned up just as of now. I hope we see the itemization soon because Liv needs to start getting online soon, but Starsoy getting a few shots off of Sakoshi. We get to see the items right now. Liv is so far behind though. 1K gold lead, but that's why the Trinity is just so expensive. You need to buy time, maybe 12 to 14 minutes, and then Moskov comes a little bit more viable. Ku finds herself a little bit in too deep.
Oh, SOD does miss. AOG comes down, everyone flickers away. Rui into the backside, Saw in a little bit of trouble. Electrifying Beats able to get the execute, able to get the kill. Starsoy coming in with the Shadow Killer herself, but unable to connect, unable to destroy. Virtus Pro continues to be back down. Liv finally gets in the golden staff, gonna look for this tower. Helene Green is there, wants the fight, wants the 1v1.
Liv, they stopped the Bravest Fighter.
Helene Green said, no, you're good, bro.
It's all good.
Girl. You're a good girl.
Liv knocks her on the wall and just disrupted the Bravest Fighter just before she gets that CC immunity. It gets the iframes. And now Virtus Pro though, this is a cleaner game from Virtus Pro. Yes, maybe, I gotta agree with you, lose a finger to save the hand. And this is what exactly they're doing. Oh,
have they lost
Liv.
too many fingers?
She's actually walking in.
Knocks Helene Green against the wall. Cow with the implosion. Ku though showing up. Watch out for the fist crack, as I say every time. Stunned up, taken out, done, done, done. Virtus Pro can't seem to get a win right now. Can't even seem to get a kill.
They can't seem to get it together. Liv was just walking straight into that brush where Helene Grina was at. You don't want to do that. You want to be able to, at this point of the game, get some vision with your tank first. Cow should go in, try to suss out some information from where everything is, but Sakoshi's way too far ahead. Look at one of those shots. There's a quarter of the health gone from Liv, and you need that Moskov to come online fast. The Lord spawned up. Terror Queen's in a very good position to take and blitz this one down. Virtus Pro still killless and 7,000 gold behind.
I'm wondering where Liv is at on the items right now, along with Starsoy, along with Saw, along with the whole gang, because that's what really matters. Spear Destruction does come in, but it connects onto Helene Grina. Not exactly the right target. Cow with the conceal play just to reposition. Virtus Pro give it over willingly.
Terror Queens need to split their body right now. Virtus Pro is playing it the best they can. They got the Fury of Phoenix to stop Liv from getting that recall.
Oh, Liv in a bad spot, cornered. I don't think there's a way out of this one. Liv taking out the saving grace, the last egg in the basket, cracked.
Smart play from Luna Lin. They know that Liv was on their way home. You can take down a T1, but we will have your head.
All right, Lord marching down the bottom lane. Let me remind you all, this is match point for Terror Queens. Tournament life for Virtus Pro. It's all on the line here. Only one can prevail. Only one can be limitless. Let's take a look at these items.
You got 2/3 of the Holy Trinity already built up, but I think it's a little bit too late. It's a little bit too late. Terror Queens 8,000 gold ahead.
2/3 too late. Ku once again with the fist crack. Rui into the backside, causing destruction. The Lord continues to be relentless against the base. Sakoshi poking away, bravest fighter. Daisy down. Saw forced to flicker back. The Lord marches onwards as Sakoshi just unloads the shots. Starsoy able to get the shadow kill onto the Lord. They survive for another second, another minute, any amount of time.
Cal doesn't have the implosion, doesn't have the flicker. There's no surprise plays from Terror Queens. A clean game so far. 6-0. Starsoy wants to find something, but nothing. Terror Queens will hand them over nothing. Virtus Pro still playing on that defense. Yes, you lose a finger, but you might lose your hand as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost
a
lot of fingers. Fingers from
now.
both hands. We're talking toes, arms, ankles. They're sitting there like the guy from Monty Python. It's only a flesh wound, you know?
Yeah.
It's looking troublesome at this point.
Silver lining, maybe they have that high ground. So you have the implosion from the Tigreal, but you have to hold on to that. The Purify coming in from Sakoshi's already gotten that reset. So you can't just implode one person. You have to find 5 members, try to disrupt their gameplay, but Ku's always finding them before they do.
Rui into the backside once again. Kyle looks for the pushback. AOG does connect, but it's still not enough. Rui finally goes down. Liv able to get the kill. Can Virtus Pro find something on this? 1 for 1, and when you're behind like this, a 1 for 1 is good.
The Polar Bears are turning into Hydras. You're splitting their heads. You have Starsoy coming in from the T3s down the bottom side. They need to be able to take down that waves and try to maintain those wave pressures. But Terror Queens, they lose one. It's not a perfect game for them, but it's still a really, really strong front for them. Good fight, high commitment, but Virtus Pro, they want to be able to snatch up that turtle. They don't know where Starsoy is, but they have the Fury of the Phoenix, though. They have that vision play going strong.
Vision play on the map. Virtus Pro, 1 kill, finally on the board. We gotta let the tension build right now. Virtus Pro finally puts a win into the book. Could this be the last Lord? I always say the most important one is the last one. Is this the one that Virtus Pro needs to go for? Starsoy in trouble. For the Phoenix comes down, and Greener once again clocks them down. There's just no escape from this girl.
SOD goes in, but they won't come in though. Liv takes down the T2, but no problem at all. They're making a beeline straight to the throne in 20 seconds. Starsoy still left in the graveyard.
Liv. Liv gets stopped. Gotta get the outplay here. It's all or nothing. It's all or nothing. But Greena's unstoppable. Nobody escapes that sword. Terror Queens closing in onto this base. Ku able to get the fist crack. Daisy with the falling star moon, but it's still unable to do anything in the face of the Terror Queens.
Waves are pushing up strong from top side. The Lord marching down bottom. They need to lose all their resources. Starsoy already back in the picture. Terror Queens taking out that top T3.
10 seconds for Liv. 10 seconds for life. Helene Greener once again locking on to Daisy. Rui into the backside, Saw taking a bit of damage. Look at the damage on a Starsoy as well. Liv finally up. Can Liv turn the tables? Change fate. The Lord continues to close in. Helene Greener does not connect with the bravest fighter. No stun for them. Lord down to about 10%. They take it out. Virtus Pro defend again.
They don't have Luna Lin. They don't have that mass stun. And Arena will get out safe with the greatest fighter, but Sakoshi Oh, Spear of Destruction goes
Elaine
wide.
Green gets a stun on Assault once again. Fear the Phoenix comes down. Everyone is stunned. Rui pushed against the wall. Rui caught in the implosion. Daisy picks up the kill. Virtus Pro with 3 on the books.
Rui flew too close to the sun. Luna Lim to set things up in motion. They thought that was it, but Virtus Pro manages to defend. What is this game so far?
I don't know.
They might just come back. They might just come back.
It is a possibility. We're closing in on to endgame status. 6K gold lead, but soon that's not going to matter. It's 70 seconds on the clock for the Lord. By then, we're even closer to that 18-20 minute mark. I mean, Liv maxed out on gold.
Oh, they don't see that Cooper back.
Saw goes down. There's not going to be an escape from this one. That could be the game changer. Sakoshi able to get the hit onto Cow. Cow might be able to get away. The stun does land down. Ku with a fist crack. Cow is a tanky girl, but I don't think she's going to be able to wait. She gets away from this one. Virtus Pro, that's 25 seconds on the clock for Saw. I'm forgetting that we're only 15 and a half minutes in. The death counters aren't too high just yet.
Ku is definitely, man, she's been in the red room. She's a Black Widow. She's finding the nice little flanks, the nice angles, nice positionings from that back. And they don't see her coming. Virtus Pro played a little bit safer, wait for Saw to come back. Terror Queens, though.
A little bit of an ambush down in the purple buff.
15 seconds till Lord spawns up.
I like it. Let's see if Virtus Pro can finally try to fight for this one.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, man, they're still on that defense. Liv trying to get onto that long lane top. Trying to apply that pressure, but they know Luna Lin already has Fury of the Phoenix on hand.
Cow gets another item in. Make her a little bit tankier here. Luna Lin.
They see where Liv
Here
is.
comes the play. Daisy takes a little bit of damage. Shots are fired. Daisy finally drops. Immortality does come up. A Saw is free for the taking. Luna Lin finds Daisy as well. It's 2 members down, and Liv is uptown on the long lane, unable to help.
As soon as they saw Liv, they pulled the trigger. Terror Queens, the Ripping Havoc. Cool. Immortality
actually goes down. That's huge. A shutdown for Starsoy, and minions are still closing in on the base. Liv might get her 1v1 once again against Helene Green, but Rui able to take the Lord. It's all hands on deck, back to the base to Virtus Pro.
Liv off the map with the SOD to keep herself safe for now, but Virtus Pro unable again to find any objectives as Terror Queens. This might be that last push, waiting for Ku to come back online. You still got a couple of seconds until Lord spawns back up. 3 waves already pushing in. They're singing up top and bottom side. Mid side though, a little bit in shambles. Singular itemizations, it does not matter. Everyone is in late game status now.
I mean, it's true. It's true at this point. We are there. I got to ask you, Churro, did you expect the game to go this long? After the first few minutes, I think we all thought Terror Queens had this in the bag, but Virtus Pro is showing that they're willing to get in the ring.
Man, the Polar Bears versus their worst nightmare. It's Terror Queens, it's 1v1 down the bottom side, but in the base though.
Liv trying to defend Helene Green. It comes in once again with the shots on to Liv, but Liv still into safety. Daisy able to get the AOG. Helene Green immortality pops, but the fist crack unleashes the damage. Sakoshi, Rui, they're all getting dropped down on the side of Virtus Pro, but Liv still defends. Liv hangs on.
You got the next minion waves coming through into mid side. It's 2 against the world.
Ku comes in with a fist crack once again. Liv still into safety. Helene Green drop down. Saw just trying to do everything she can to keep them off the base, but it's not enough. Terror Queens, they do not care how long you defend. Eventually, they take you down.
Terror Queens denied Virtus Pro from getting their revenge, sitting on top of their shiny throne, and they're still on top of the Vietnamese. Myanmar still reigns supreme.
A very well fought effort from Virtus Pro. I got to give it to the girls over there. They did an amazing job through so much of that game, about 5,000 gold behind, and we're still able to defend non-stop, but Terror Queens just showed that they were relentless. Ku and Helene Greena.
Man.
By golly.
You're putting
I cannot get over some of those plays.
Yeah, call them sacrificial heroes, but whenever they go
Helene
in,
Greena was deathless until the end there.
Deathless.
She was, the first game, she was a sacrificial hero. Game 2, she was a monster.
Monster is an understatement.
She was a terror queen.
She is her. She is the terror. Take a look at the highlights right now. Like I said, the early game, it's all about that mid lane duo, and Hungrina has been constantly pummeling down and bringing them down to shambles.
Oh man, just so many times. People are going to double think about giving her this Lapu after this series. We got an interview down on the floor though. Let's throw it over to our boy, Sadafa.
Thank you guys, and hello once again everyone. Sadafa here alongside Kao from the side of Virtus Pro, who have unfortunately just ended their journey here in MWI, but they put up an amazing fight. You guys played super duper well. Kao, I'd like to ask you, like, how are you feeling right now?
Right now, a little bit sad because we lose, and but also like happy to be here, but sad because we need to go home now.
I see. I think that's a very realistic way of looking at things. I'd like to ask, right? Obviously, this is not the result that you guys wanted, to go home this early. But considering that we can all agree this year's competition has gotten a lot more difficult compared to before, would you say that you're satisfied with how well you guys did, or do you think there was more you wanted to achieve?
Honestly, then I do feel like this year the competition has become a lot more harder than last one, but like I also feel like we can do better and we can achieve more. Not just at this space we can do better, but I think we did not perform good today. Did not perform our best today, but yeah, Riti is still Riti. We still lose, so yeah, that's all.
Unfortunately, in the end, there's always going to be a winner and there's always going to be a loser. But I do agree that you guys have played super well. You guys have improved a lot ever since day one of MWI. What would you say is the most important lesson that you've learned? What do you think is the most valuable experience that you've gained here that will help you guys in the future?
I think the most valuable lesson that we have learned is that there will always be like a second chance, even though now we did not make it, but I still believe in next year. Like I believe that every lose is a lesson, and I believe that after this hard lose, we will come back stronger.
I fully believe that as well. I believe that Virtus Pro has the potential to become a powerful team in the future, and this is only just the first step in you guys' journey. One last question for you. Would you like to say anything to all your fans watching, all the people who have supported you and your team? Any final messages before you leave MWI?
Here, then I just want to say thank you to all my Virtus Pro friends and all the Vietnam friends that have supported us to this way, and we will try harder. We will do it better. Thank you guys for supporting us.
Thank you all for continuing to support Virtus Pro and all the teams here at MWI. I believe that they'll get stronger, and with you guys' support at home as well, they will undoubtedly become a better team next year. Thank you very much, Kao. Once again, well played to you and Virtus Pro, and we'll go ahead and throw it back over to the desk. Boys, take it away.
You either win or you learn, and it's never easy to say goodbye, especially with a team with so much emotions and seeing their journey firsthand from coming out from the Mekong qualifiers and now in MWI. It's unfortunate that they can't go any further than this. Virtus Pro's journey ends right here.
Virtus Pro's journey ends, but another journey gets to continue into the top 8. Terror Queens have done an amazing job, and I'm excited to hear for them down on the stage. Sadafa with another amazing interview.
Once again, Sadafa here. Thank you very much once again to the boys on the desk, and I am here with Luna Lin from our winning team, Terror Queens, the self-proclaimed dark horses of MWI, who have now successfully qualified to the knockout stages. Luna, I'm sure that this is an incredible result, right? And this is actually not the first time that you guys have faced Virtus Pro. You guys already swept them during day one of the tournament, actually. So knowing that you would face them again, did you feel like you have to do any additional preparation, or were you confident that you could achieve this?
Actually, yesterday games, we already versus with MWI champion Navi, and we already beat the one game. So we think like, Virtus Pro is so easy, bro, because we already beat the one game. So we just play a game in the player lounge. We don't even practice at all. We just, hey, bro, they already met the ass like that.
Wow. A lot of confidence, and we can see exactly why this team, self-proclaimed as dark horses. We can hear the clapping from the casters. We all agree. You guys played amazing. You guys are so aggressive. It is so fun to watch you guys. And I think a lot of that aggression actually comes from your shot calling as well, right? Because we're up there on the caster desk. We can literally hear you from up there because your shot calling is very aggressive, very loud, but also very precise. So when you're making those shot calls, right, I have to ask, what is the objective, right? What is the goal when you're telling your teammates to do this, to do that?
Actually, my team is really disciplined. They already know what I want, and I already know what they want. So I just shot go, and they just like, I can do it, I can do it. Go blue bat, go red bat, like we can do it. Because we have an Indo player also. So we missing 3 languages, Indo, English, and Myanmar. And all people can speak 3 languages. So we just having fun, making connection with that, and they really trust my shot go also. So I'm really comfortable with that also.
Oh, that's amazing, actually. And we can see the synergy, right? All of the players seem to trust each other very much. All of you guys play together hard. You guys practice together hard. And you can really see the results of that on this stage. That's why they've been able to qualify to the knockouts. And speaking of that, now that you guys have qualified to the knockouts, your next opponent is going to be Onik Pertiwi from Indonesia. What are your thoughts about this team? Do you think it's going to be difficult, or what are your thoughts?
I think in here, all the girls is like same energy and same gameplay. We just need to be confident and we can fight it. So we were trying the hard, and the Onit, the Roma is my former teammate also. So it's really very good gameplay. Yes.
I agree. I think it's going to be an amazing game, especially after hearing from you yourself here. We can see your confidence. You're got a great personality, and we can see how well you work with your team. One last thing before we let you go and celebrate and prepare for your next match. Any message you have for your fans watching out there?
May I speak with Myanmar language? So Nyamaro bono mania shaware poema maybe Nyamaro messenger ne biro bono di blow plaka ma amyai bono adimi so tha bo la pyo ja lu long cheu tin mare aku poema la chi pi de bono paritat de alo mi ba de alo tanga chin alo cheu tin mare na poe de ma le akaung song phyaw lo chota tawa ma shin. Thank you for supporting us guys. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and continue supporting Terror Queens. They are one of the first teams here in MWI 2025 to qualify to the knockout stages. Once again, thank you, Luna Lin. And boys, on the caster desk, we'll throw it back to you.
Thanks, Adafa. Once again, that is the Terror Queen, no error queen, Luna Lin. Check it out, 17-5. It went the distance, and there were more than a couple of times we thought Virtus Pro was going to clap back. But alas, the lead was too huge, and everyone from Terror Queens was just firing off on all cylinders.
Yeah, it was a problem overall. Terror Queens, look at the KDAs across the board, Sakoshi and Helene.
Yeah, perfect game for all of them. Honestly, though, this is the exact same lineup in game number 1. They played it exactly the same way. Virtus Pro made some adjustments, but I don't think it's the draft issue. I think it's down to execution. I've always been saying it's the mid lane duo who are victims to the aggression coming in from Ku and Luna Lin, and it just happened again.
I don't think that's 100% correct. Part of it is the draft, but the execution really is still where maybe Virtus Pro this time got some tabs on Terror Queens. That's why it seemed like even in the base, right? They were able to defend twice and push them back out, but at the end of the day, it's eminent. The result was the same. Luna Lin mentioned it. We already beat them game 1. It's the same draft. Just play it again.
And I do have to point out as well, Liv went for the tenacity on that emblem. And I get it. A lot of times when you're on that marksman, you pick up a little bit of tankiness in that emblem set. But maybe that was the reason why it took a little bit longer to really come online for, you know, sometimes you got to go for that more all-in build, a little more damage. Taking a look at the items, though.
Yeah. Like I said, in the game, I think that Liv was free farming on the side in long lanes, and whenever she shows vision of herself, Luna Lin stops her in her tracks and just basically pulls sounds the alarm onto the rest of Virtus Pro. It's the vision play that Terra Queens has on top of Virtus Pro, and it's a bit more expensive when you want a Holy Trinity build that it just takes a little bit more time for Liv to come online. Cal couldn't do a lot much as well, and I don't know if it's an error here, but the Tigro actually has more gold than the Jusin. I think there's a little bit of a graphical error right there, but at the end of the day, just holding on to the implosion or using it in a more panic way that caused a lot of issues in the skirmishes.
Something else that I really have been noticing with the Joy, you know, the Starlium Scythe takes that huge nerf, and everyone was like, this is a dead item now. All the heroes that need it are dead. And so far, we have still been seeing it pop up. The pacing of the fights for the Joy might be a little bit differently, but it still seems to be working on certain heroes.
Yeah, we're looking back at EXP to EXP lane, but right now with the Gata Kacha in hand, it's a little bit better for Daisy, but Helen Arena is still strong in her front.
The gold allotted for Daisy was totally nerfed by Langrina's much tighter execution. This is a better game for Langrina. She was playing okay or well in game one, but this was possibly the best we've seen her all MWI long. And not to mention, if you look back at the full lineup of Terra Queens, what made this even worse or more difficult for Virtus Pro was the fact that there's now 2 Purifies. You see that? Ku, or rather Cow, oh no, that's right, I was right. Ku and Sikoshi are now purified. So that makes Daisy and Cow's job even harder. So that's why this seemed like the only real defense was inside the base. That's where the only place they had an advantage.
Something else interesting to point out, last game when we looked at this graphic, on the side of Daisy, she had a lot more minions taken out. And Helene was just a lot more involved in a lot of the fights. This time Daisy, less minions, tried to be a bit more involved in the fights, but still unable to really do anything too much with that change of pace.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for how Arena likes to play it around. And she seldom gets punished. That's the issue. Like if you're in a sacrificial role, diving into the back line, Cal is too far away from Liv. Liv goes down, Cal implodes, but there's no follow-up whatsoever. And so I think the execution from Virtus Pro needs some tightening up to, but very, very clean from the Terra Queens. Taking a look at the damage, and yeah, Luna Lin just still on top of the board with a lot of damage, and especially the Fear of the Phoenix.
Yep, she played the same game as game number 1. Virtus Pro, though, again, there's always that possibility of Liv coming online. Sa is a known factor. Like, you know, she will control the amount of forward momentum Terra Queens has. But given maybe 2 or 3 more minutes, another possible Lord, maybe Virtus Pro could have baited Terra Queens into a super punishable position. Now, to put a cap on this, a bookend to this rivalry. Again, it started and ended on this very matchup here on Stream B. And it's a repeat of game 1 stats. Gentlemen, you're going to tell me it's a small sample size. Now it's across a best of 3.
Cross of best of 3. I don't think we had to see this graphic, guys. I think at this point we're just rubbing salt in the wounds.
It's just a clear message put in numbers of how comfortable Terra Queens were.
Yeah. Honestly, though, it's the mid lane duo that every single team out there honestly has to watch out for when they face against Terra Queens. The Luna Lin and Ku combo is just
Helengrina Ku combo. The Rui Helengrina.
You're talking about everyone. We're just saying everyone at this point, but like right from the early game into the mid game into the late game, they know their objective. They know how they want to play it. They know their opponents to the T, and that's what makes Terra Queen so scary.
And they know who they're facing next. It is the one and only Onyx Pertiwi from Indonesia. Onyx Pertiwi has been unstoppable so far here in the MWI, but now, given that Terra Queens have taken the defending champions Navi PH the distance, who's to say they can't do the same against Onyx? That is happening later on today. That is our 3rd best of 3. But first up, we have another elimination match, another last chance qualifier, this time coming out of Group D. This one goes out to all the Foot fans. Foot Esports facing off against Latam's Last Hope, Dream Max Girls. That's coming up in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're watching the MWI 2025 live from the Esports World Cup here in Saudi Arabia. Stay with us.
If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do it, way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do it. Way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control when dark against the sky. It's not so black and white. It's like I told him there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the skies. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really feel my place. I wish he'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going, I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the skies, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers game. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers game. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tans. Just a little pieces of data. Just a This is the numbers game.
Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are.
making their way to the arena. You see here, Foot Esports from Turkey, ready to face off against DreamHack girls from Latam. Fighting for tournament life, only one of them makes it to the knockout stage. At your service, my name is Leo. This right here is Churros, and Trex will be taking care of business here as we take a look at Group D and see who's making it through. You're watching the MWI 2025 B stream live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia here at the Esports World Cup.
I'm really excited. This is the first time these two teams are actually meeting up, and it calls for a very interesting story. It's Latam, Latin America versus Turkey, some part of the Middle East, and I think a lot of these two teams, especially DMX, I'm looking out for incredible, interesting picks, like we seen yesterday in their sort of like their last chance effort to stay afloat.
I think I'm always just hyped up when you see two non-C regions going against each other, right? You see two Western regions or Midwest, whatever you want to call Turkey, either a central, either way, they're not Southeast Asia, and you always know there's going to be some punches swung when you see teams like this go against each other.
I'll tell you now, not just punches. After seeing Foot Esports and DreamHack girls in action, there have been Kimura locks, there have been takedowns, there have been roundhouse kicks employed, and short to say, these teams like to fight. So with a new mid laner in Pick Me High taking the reins for DreamHack girls, can they use this aggression and can they harness it properly up against Foot Esports, who I would like to argue, gentlemen, just plays a little cleaner. That's what made me a Foot fan.
Of course. I mean, statistically, they came down from the other not really upper bracket, from the other matches and down towards this elimination round. And I think even so, Foot Esports does have a little bit more methodical approach. They have more experience in the international scene from smaller competitions and all of that, especially since, you know, most of their players are new, but they are a little bit more well-oiled than DMX. DMX still struggling to find things out with their new, you know, mid laner and seeing how the chemistry kind of works out.
Let's talk about these teams playing, but first, how about you guys playing? Check out this year's All-Star. It just got wild. From June 27th to August 5th, we're smack dab in the middle of this. Join the limited time Dino patch in MLBB. It should be in your app in case you've opened it recently. Face off against Roar, the Pterosaur Lord. Beat him and win exclusive rewards like a limited avatar border. Join themed events to unlock a free skin. That's the Popoling Koopa Proto Hunter skin. And if you're a creator, submit your clips to grab special battle emotes. Are you all ready to roar? Check out this year's All-Star event. Trax, you were saying.
You know, I think when it comes to Foot Esports up against DreamHack girls, you said that Foot Esports seemed cleaner. But I don't know, their battle against Rising Rage seemed very brawly. I think in terms of micro mechanics, in terms of really like pushing out a fight and stretching out a fight, they do have that there. But DreamHack for me seemed, I mean, obviously their game wasn't extremely a disciplined game either, but maybe just slightly more disciplined than what we saw Foot do against Rising Rage.
So you're more of a dreamer now than a Foot fan, huh?
Definitely a dreamer.
When did this happen?
That
Last
interview
night.
with Lucy.
I like how there's an actual timestamp as to when this
Yesterday,
occurred.
it was about 5:54 p.m. It's in my diary right now.
Thereabouts in that corner of the room.
Right over in that corner. You guys remember it?
We were there. We were all here. And now that, once again, these ladies are here, ready for grand combat, they're going to put it all out on the line. Might we see another substitution in case the Pick Me High Gambit doesn't work? Will Camis see play today? We're about to find out. Real quick, another peek at their drafting style. Foot Esports, in their opener, they did play a very, very July 2025 metagame draft, but they did win with the Harith. That is one thing that Foot Esports has going for them. Let's talk about that matchup right now. Mieko and Blaz Kitty. Last night, Blaz Kitty blasted the competition with a Beatrix. Pa, pa, pa.
She's got a 1-1 as well. I think 1-1 had a perfect game in that first round against Rising Rage, and I think we shouldn't underestimate the power of DreamHack girls. Yes, they're a little bit sloppy. Yes, they're a little bit scrappy, but, you know, having a new mid laner in the mix, this is what to expect. You're still adjusting to how your team likes to operate. And I think Pick Me High, and I do have to second Leo's opinion, if she doesn't work out in the first game, should Camis actually come back, or you want to gamble it again with Pick Me High's artillery mages? And she's done very well. Better in positioning, better in this shout calling, better in the controls.
Leo, you got anything for us? I don't have any words for this man right now. He called the DreamHack girls sloppy, and I do not
I'm
approve.
still a Foot fan. I'm still a Foot fan.
I'm still trying to comprehend exactly what the idea was behind the monologue that we just heard.
You lost me halfway through.
You don't say that about these ladies. But we are moving on. Let's get to know these teams right now. This is once again Foot Esports. You have Unohana, Mireya, Zendaya, Nora, and Mieko.
I want to point out the fact that Unohana's Uranus was 1v5-ing, and that's what made you a Foot fan, Trex.
Unohana was a monster. I will give her that. She was untouchable for a while there, and but I got a feeling the Uranus will not be falling into her hands this series. Yesterday, I will say though, I think DreamHack's girls let the Uranus through, maybe in game 1, I can't remember exactly, but I know the Uranus was let through in a few games.
Game 1 and 2.
Game 1 and 2.
Game 1 and 3 against
Game
Rising
1 and
Rage.
3, they let it through and were able to beat it, so it is true. Maybe they do kind of let that through, and maybe they feel confident against it, especially with something like a Beatrix in their hands. They can shred, but we're talking about Foot Esports, and yes, they do deserve to be where they are at. Now, you were mentioning Miko and Blast Kitty. Miko also got a Maniac of her own on the first day against Rising Rage, on a Harith at that.
They'll be facing off against a team that I'd argue is a little bit more experimental. DreamHack's girls, let's talk about their draft as we get to know them here in just a bit. Plays the likes of a Akai jungle.
Minotaurs coming out as well.
And 2 Yu jungles. And get this, an Ixia.
I like the Ixia as a sort of like a versatile pick, very situational, but they know how to play it. You jump in straight with the Minotaur, jump in straight with the Yuzhong, and set up for the full barrage coming in from the Ixia. And I think it works out really, really well for DreamHack's girls, and I like this. It brings out for a more interesting gameplay. And, you know, it's a lot of coaches back in my region, MPLSG, were saying, like, hey, we bring out these wildcard picks. We bring out these interesting picks because of the fact that a lot of teams are hyper-focusing on the meta, that they forget all the smaller kinds of heroes that don't really see the light of day.
And how small can DreamHack get? I'll tell you now, they picked a Leslie. They put a Leslie in the hands of Blaz Kitty, their gold laner as well. Let's meet the rest of them. Day, Angelus, Pick Me High, Lucy, and Camise. Mind you, this team was built around Camise. She was, rather, Angelis. She was here last year in MWI 2024, and the team just got a whole revamp. And it was a rough year, she mentioned, but here we are now. I think this team is better than last.
Yeah, I think this is, if they make it a top 8, one of the best Latam teams that we've seen in a while at that. Right now, these girls are representing a region on their shoulders, and Angelis has been that center platform, but all of the players have been seeming to show up. Yesterday, Lucy played an amazing game. Blaze Kitty played an amazing game, and even with some of those maybe off-brand picks, they continued to make it work.
Yeah, that 1 year, honestly, isn't a long time, but within that short amount of time, DMX is more than just a team. It feels more like a family, built on hard work, trust, and success, especially dominating in their own regions around Angelis and having that mama of the team, having that big role. All of them just falls naturally into place. Yesterday, after a disastrous first game against Rising Rage, they came back strong, and they came back so much more stronger. And I think this is the true roster. Won't get to see Pick Me High. Will be Camise in the mid lane instead.
Nope, I'm looking at them on stage. That looks like it is Pick Me High.
Okay.
So Camise has been the opener in their previous outings, but after yesterday's success against Rising Rage, they fell. The ESA's representatives, it looks like the Pick Me High opener might be what works for Latam's finest here. DreamHack's girls, glad to see that they have found their footing. They found their groove here in the later stages of the group stage of MWI 2025. What else might they show us here once again at the cusp of elimination? With that said, we've talked about a lot of roles, but we haven't really honed in on the jungle. So I got a video here playing for y'all. Something about clearing jungles blind. I would like to watch. I'm a jungle main myself. Let's watch this.
Yo, what's up everybody? Welcome to Blind Jungle Camp Clear. What we're going to be doing is literally in the name. They're going to be clearing the jungle the entire camp. One of them will be blindfolded. The other one will be giving instructions. So it's a battle of speed. Zendaya, Nora, are you guys ready?
Yes.
How ready are you? 1 to 10.
10.
Okay. Perfect synergy. Okay. They're doing it. First camp, they're taking a different route this time, guys. Usually you start on orange, he's gonna go for the top green camp first, all right? Is it gonna be close? She's panicking.
She's going to be jungler.
She wants to be the jungler. Hey, Team FUT, if you need a new jungler, Nora is ready.
you got it.
And there you go. Purple buff done. Let's stop the timer. That is the time, officially, for FUT Esports. Almost 6 minutes, but she was blindfolded.
Yeah. And we can't open our Q skill. This is so hard.
Are you guys ready?
Ready?
Ready? All right. You guys can go and get straight into the game. You can start.
你要往中路走，往下走，往下走，往下。
It is very difficult.
No， 我要再往右边，往右边走。
She levels up skill to 1.
哇，太牛逼！这点2，真的 ，Oh my God， No， 回复！哎，往左走，
3, 2, and now. Timer stop. There you go. That's a time. What time do we have? 7 minutes and 2 seconds. Yinhuai, are you happy with the results?
有点刺激。
All right, Sini Chell, are you ready?
Of course, very much.
Okay, how confident are you guys that you can beat the fastest time?
We'll beat everyone.
Oh,
Itu mau mati mau beli item nggak sih?
that's a red tree.
Beli item bro.
Are they gonna get it though? She's very low.
Itu mau mati, buff merah. What? Apa sih? Udah itu buff merah. Ini buff merah kan? Iya, belum selesai.
Timer stop, and now. There you go. 4 minutes and 1 second. They're officially the best team to do it so far, Team Vitality.
It's frustrating. It's worse than I thought. Like her finger keeps on missing the skills.
Yep. Are you guys ready? Levi, Seth, ready?
Yeah, ready. Lurus lagi. Lurus. Atas dikit, atas. Oke, ini udah merah. Jangan lupa retri. Oke, kena. up skill.
Skill 2 ini.
Oke, udah. Bawa.
Amazing
Retri
attack.
nggak
We
sih?
should cost
Harusnya
them
udah retri
time.
nih. Ya.
Oh, there you go. Stop the time. 3:15. Onyx Pertiwi have done it. Oh my God, Seth, believe me. Congratulations.
Yeah. Because you have a good chemistry.
There you go. Okay, what's the secret to good chemistry? How did you guys build this chemistry?
A lot of communication.
Yeah.
We do a lot of communication each other.
And
Okay.
we often play together and we often go to the mall together.
Thank you, Onyx Pertiwi. Thank you, Leaf.
Thank you.
I could have sworn Vitality was going to top the charts, but hey, could this be a sign that maybe new powerhouses in the women's scene are coming up? Onyx Pertiwi topping the charts when it comes to blind jungle clearing.
Yeah, we're foreshadowing, we're manifesting. Maybe it's different. You know, it's a new season, a new challenge, a new championship. Anything can happen.
Anything could happen. I heard that Churro actually used to be a professional blind jungle clearer. He won the, the Collegiate Cup back in the day for that.
Yes,
in
I
Singapore?
Did.
Yeah,
yes,
Singapore
I did.
Collegiate Cup blind jungle clearer. He
69
does it
seconds.
69 seconds. Why
Yeah.
don't you
You
say
mean a minute and 9?
A minute and 9 seconds.
But it's nicer to say,
No.
you know,
no.
seconds. We go
It's a
4
minute and 9
seconds.
seconds. Leo, what are we doing next?
We are setting up for the draft. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are going into the Group D last chance qualifier out of the lower bracket. It's FUT Esports from Turkey facing off against Dream Max Girls in Latam. We did cover a little bit of the jungle earlier in the discussions prior to that little activity. But for now, we no longer have to speculate. We can actually just jump into the match. Dream Max Girls on the play with Coach Secretaria at the lead facing off against FUT Esports. Asmo taking charge. Gentlemen, all you.
All right, already a bit of a switch up, something we have not seen in the ban or the pick phase thus far, at least on Stream B. The Lu Yi banned out on the side of DMX. Now, there are some things I want to point out, Churros. On the side of Dream Max Girls, we have seen nothing but utility junglers. Not a single damage jungler have they picked just yet. The damage has fallen into the hands of Pick Me Heal and Blaze Kitty. On the side of FUT Esports, we've seen the switch up. We've seen things like YSS. We've seen things like Fredrin. We've seen plenty of options on their side. Do we think that DMX just kind of keeps things the same, or do they finally change it up?
To be honest, I think, to your point though, Maybe they're using utility jungles because Angelise is just more comfortable with the utilities. We've seen things like the export coming up as well, even though it didn't perform as well. But maybe they have a sort of like a strategy. But I do like how yesterday, where DMX actually drafted to their own strengths instead of counter drafting Rising Rage. So this time around, banning out the Loyi, maybe they have something up their sleeves. Maybe they don't want to they don't want to deal with the Loyi's diversions, and they just want to play a classic front to back play. They want to avoid all these cross map situations that come through. On the other side of the table, Foot Esports banning out the Uranus and the Matilda. So pretty traditional bans so far for Foot Esports. To be honest though, I think looking at the drafts, I would say one of the highly contested ones would be Farsa for either side. So that means the Zetian and the Jusin would definitely be in question. It's sort of like a, I'll trade this, I'll pick up this, and we'll trade you with the other.
Yeah, I think overall, DMX insider information, right, for the Luyi, maybe some scrims they've seen to pop up. Here goes the Yuzong ban, though. Ooh. A target ban for them as well to make sure DreamHack can't get a hold of that. First pick on the gun for DMX right now. A lot open. Farza's open. ZTN's open. Kimmy is gone. In the terms of EXP, that Badang that has been so popular for so many teams is also still on the field. But they go for the ZTN, locking in Pick Me High right away.
That's what I like about a lot of these teams. Like, ever since day one, we don't see a lot of ZTNs. After day two, they see the prowess going through, especially when they face up against bigger teams like Onyx Pertiwi and Vitality. And they all use Zetian as an aggressive mid laner. So when you open up that map, when you have some sort of vision on the long lane, you can go all ham with the Fury, the Phoenix. On the other side of the table, though, I think that 1-1 pick is sort of like a denial over the hands of Blast Kitty. And then, of course, the Gata Gata gets selected. That's pretty much a classic pick for the first phase of the red side. Got
Gata and the Wan. I mean, the Wan we've seen do wonderful things. We saw
a Maniac yesterday.
We saw Blaze Kitty use it wonderfully as well. So not only that, I think this is the time that maybe DreamHack might want to lock in their marksman a little bit earlier. But at the same time, with how deep Blaze Kitty's pool went yesterday, being able to even pick up things like the Beatrix and do amazing with it, maybe they're not really stressed about it. Maybe that's kind of one of their key points, that they can hold that gold lane until some final picks.
Yeah, I think a surprise pick would definitely work out well for DMX this time around. It's the Eastern Shin as well as the Hilda. I think they want to play aggressive, especially for Lucy, where she just sits in the enemy jungle and then afterwards just rotate towards the gold lane, try to apply that pressure so that Mieko doesn't have an easy time.
So that's our first damaged jungler from the side of DreamHack Sports, which is pretty huge, and it completely maybe throws a wrench into the plans of Food Esports. If you've been studying DreamHack girls for the past couple days, if maybe your scrims haven't been as deep, I don't know what DMX has been choosing in their scrims, but what we've been seeing is utility junglers, and this is going to be a completely different play style for the DreamHack girls.
Not only a damage burst jungler, right, for DMX, but also a lot of vision play coming in from DMX. You got the Fear of the Phoenix, you got the Mountain Shocker from the Eastern Shin, so nowhere is safe for Foot Esports. You walk into a brush, you get a Mountain Shocker in your face. You walk into the river, and then you get a Fear of the Phoenix chasing at you. And I think for Foot Esports, they understand that. And I think it's more of the objective plays, the more of the calculated rotations coming in from DreamHack girls that you want to achieve. Now, going on to the second phase of the ban, starting things off, Foot Esports will ban out that Irithel. Don't want to deal with a traditional front to back and sort of like get a winning lane for Mieko. On the other side of the table, that's DreamHack girls banning out the Phobias.
I mean, and with the Irithel being banned out as well from Food Esports, now do they just hone down more into that gold lane, get rid of things that maybe they think could be a problem, maybe take out the Granger here, someone that could snipe down onto the Farza? Moskov has also been a popular pick for a lot of teams. They go for the Basha, which could have been a roam pickup, I guess, for DreamHack girls.
Yeah.
Last ban for the side of DMX, going to be the Fredrin. So limiting down onto the jungle as well for Foot.
I think that's a smart move. Banning out the Fredrin means that Mieko doesn't have an easy time getting that weakness points, because you do need sort of like a rock-solid wall in front of you, and throw out all your skills. Make sure that you hit all 3 points, and then pop that crossbow tank, chase down your opponents. On the other hand, on the other side, though, Foot Esports banning out heroes that are a threat to the Farsa. You want to be able to get Zendaya positioned in such a way that it creates that space, create that zone where you want to engage. And right now for DreamHack girls, they don't really have a lot of flank potential, Foot Esports responds with a Suyo, very, very sneaky play, very sneaky hero, if you ask me.
I mean, Suyo's been something that we have seen them play before. They actually picked it up against Onyx Pertiwi. They lost with it, but still, this is something that is comfortable. It's in their book, very much so. So it's going to be damage versus damage. The Suyos kind of have had 50-50 numbers with us, I feel like. Overall, some teams have been able to pull it off. Some teams have been not and have lost with it pretty bad. I feel like it's a very high-risk, high-reward hero, because if you fall off in the beginning, it doesn't really feel like there's much coming back with it.
Yeah, really high risk, high reward, like you say. Down to the mid lane, to the late game, I don't think Suyo has a lot of potential. I think has a little bit more escapability, so in the macro sense of things, maybe a split push might be the answer for Foot Esports. Now, DreamHack Girls will solidify their draft. Like you said, the Granger will come out, as well as Lapu Lapu. We've seen that in the previous game today. And going up against the Esmeralda, man, this draft, if Esmeralda plays like how Uranus is, I feel like Foot Esports might have a better grasp on the rotations and the momentum building that they want from the early game. Try to snowball Mireia, and then mid-game, just play the zone potentials, play the objective plays, and the vision won't be an issue for Foot Esports.
Yeah, Foot Esports has a very much more simple, I think, front-to-back lineup here, whereas DreamHack, it is all in. It is aggressive. Everyone wants to find targets. Everyone wants to attack. You have the Lapu, you have the Hilda, you have this Granger. I mean, literally all of them are just, I mean, a lot of times we've seen comps like that in the current meta not always work out. Yes, if they can get some snowball early on, if we can see some early game rotations from Day on this Lapu Lapu, it could be the game changer. We've seen the EXP laner be so important in so many of these matches. But let's jump in to the land of Dawn. This is DreamHack Esports up against Foot Esports in game number 1.
Right off the bat, very aggressive, but also very greedy. Oh, top side, Blast Kitty might not be able to run away.
Already the 1v1. A little bit of damage. Nobody goes down, but still the aggression is already there. What less would you expect from these two teams?
Mieko already pushing Granger all the way back so that they win that lane. Unohana doing the Lord's work, just pushing and pulling the focus over to herself, and I see, like, okay, you got the Uranus, you get a 1v5, now it's Unohana's Esmeralda that comes into question. Lucy
in a little bit of trouble, should be able to get back to safety. Needs to go back to base, it seems. Day also on the bot side. Look at the damage on him. Miko there. Down in the jungle, Pick Me High in a little bit of trouble as well. Mireia, Nora lock in. Pick Me High able to use the flicker back over to safety. Not a kill on the board just yet, but look at the health bars of several DreamHack girls.
Yeah, not having a good time. The aggression coming up from Foot Esports, where DreamHack Girls' draft should be more aggressive. It should be able to deal that damage for Foot Esports and prevent them from that aggression into their own jungles. They're just walking in, but
the damage on Nora. Lucy able to lock down. Angela trying to get the back and forth, trying to get the hits. Mireia is on her. First blood, make it second blood as well. Over the side of Foot Esports.
Now, Foot Esports ramping up the tempo, ramping up the aggression. That's what you want to see when you have a Suyo in your hand. Falling Star Moon.
Falling Star Moon from Unohana. Down comes the blast. Zendaya, Pick Me High, pick her off. Foot Esports with the kill.
Huge impact from Zendaya's Farsa with a fair strike, already zoning everything out for the turtle. First objective falls in the hands of Foot Esports as DreamHack Girls playing on the defense on the top side.
Mieko goes down. Blaze Kitty able to get a kill. That's huge from the side of DreamHack Girls. A kill into the right hands as well, into the pocket of Blaze Kitty.
Now on the bottom side, look at how DreamHack Girls are pathing. They're just playing into the hands of Unohana, and she's just so annoying. It's a 1v2.
The damage on Unohana, but in comes the AOG to stop the attack, stop the aggression. A nice Fury of the Phoenix to stun Mireia before she engages. DreamHack Girls still hanging on.
Yeah, on the top side, it's aggression after aggression. It's scrappy at best. It's a brawl match once again, but Foot Esports, they're calculative. They want to take down heroes. They want to convert those into objectives. As DreamHack Girls, as much as they need to play passively, they need to watch the rotations. They need to watch how they path, because it's way too aggressive. It's way too tricky. When you walk through that bush, Foot Esports is right there, and they do have that speed to catch up and close the gap.
Ooh, Miko coming down. Miko goes down. Blaze Kitty able to get the kill once again. Feathered Airstrike does come down on Lucy. Lucy able to lock on to Nora. Nora now in a little bit of trouble. Pick Me High, Angelus, everyone there as Foodie Sports is forced back under the tower. DreamHack girls on the aggressive side this time.
Good counter on the bottom side. Unohana will keep herself busy with Day, but nice rotations coming up from DreamHack girls. One person falls, the rest will follow, and Goon Squad comes in. Maria just shooting arrows to stop DreamHack girls from their approach, trying to save that T1 up top side.
Maria able to lock on, and comes the AOG trying to block him off. Nora gets behind Blaze Kitty. Blaze Kitty does get taunted up. Miko looking for the weakness points, but Maria let's not get the kill. Angelus taking out Zendaya. Foodie Sports picking him off left and right. Breathe the Phoenix does come down, but there's no escape for Pick Me High. 3 members down on the side of the DreamHack girls. Foodie Sports is on a roll.
Nice consolation prize. Mieko falls 2 times, but they counter re-engage. 6 kills to 2. Foot Esports on the upper hand. They can't seem to master rotation of Unohana. Nora.
Lucy is able to take out Nora, but Lucy might just pay the price for that. Crossbow tank does go off, then locks on to Day. Day now in a little bit of trouble as well. Bravest fighter able to flicker back, but the Feathered Airstrike comes down, and it's a killing spree over to Zendaya. 2 more members down for DreamHack girls.
DMX are just forcing every single team fights, but for esports, they have their eyes on the prize. The map is theirs. DMX, they're losing control of the map. Look at how far Unohana is rotating, and look at how fast she's pushing that tempo. The Lapu Lapu doesn't even know that Esmeralda is still up there. She's moving down the bottom side, and they already have that early game lane swap. Food Esports might have an advantage over the funneling effect onto the 1-1. So 1-1 definitely will get the power spike much faster.
Yeah, nice lane swap for the side of Foot Esports. Turtle's gonna be up in about 78 seconds. It's almost a 4K gold lead over to the team from Turkey A. What does DreamHack girls do at this point?
Yeah, this is not what you want to do when you're Zetian. You have to fear the Phoenix. Just to give some information, Unohana will prance out of that save. It's a 1v2, but it's Unohana, baby. She comes in back in with the Far Star Moon.
Unohana should be okay. When we saw that goal, oh wait a second, down in the mid, Pick Me High taken out. Zendaya, the unstoppable right now, just 5-0-2.
It's not over yet,
blasts from all around. Lucy trying to keep vision, trying to get away, trying to do something. Blaze Kitty, a bit of a bad spot right now.
Trying to look for a wraparound.
5 members sit on the top side, pushing DreamHack girls away.
T1 bot decimated. T1 mid demolished. Foot Esports is just pummeling over, walking over DMX. DMX trying to look for a wraparound once again. Feathered Airstrike will start things off.
And I mean, Blaze Kitty and Pick Me High can't do anything about that right now. The distancing from the Farza is just too much. Pick Me High does take a shot to the face, tries to force the flicker back, gonna go down here. Day does come in with a Bravest Fighter, able to get stunned on Miko. Blaze Kitty comes in, fires a Destinata, but still unable to get the kill. Lucy goes down. Blaze Kitty forces a dash back, forces to use a flicker, and now Day's in trouble as well. Dashes away, takes a shot to the face, but survives with a sliver of health, but at the price of a tower, at the price of the mid tier 2.
6 minutes in, 7,000 gold lead for Foot Esports. This is looking like to be one of the fastest games. Look at how things go. The Inspire already popped by Mieko, taking down Pick Me High, but look at the back line. Lucy just wondering whether she should go for Mieko. She doesn't know if there's backup. This is the miscommunication we're talking about for DMX.
Man, it was so close. They wanted Miko so bad. And this is what Lucy keeps on doing, going in, but ends up getting caught off. And I think DreamHack girls just have to be a little bit more careful in choosing these battles.
Turtle re-slaned up. Foot Esports pushing it through. The map looks kind of red at this point. It's bleeding. DMX. It's DMX, nothing to do but play it safe, play it very defensive. Turtle up. If they can push this game till maybe the 12, maybe the 13-minute mark, maybe they have a shot and trying to overturn and counter re-engage within their base, but it might be too late.
Pick Me High does catch a stalling Star Moon to the face. Day now caught up in the midst. Oh, a nice flicker to the side from Zendaya. Able to get away from Day and still keep that Feathered Airstrike coming down. Foodie Sports, 10.5K gold lead. At a moment like this, there's barely anything you can do to defend.
Unohana just dancing circles around DMX. Foot Esports, they're showing what Turkey is made of. As DMX playing on the back foot, T3 mid already dropped.
FUT Esports not giving them any space to breathe right now. Towers are dropping.
No Lord, no problem. Unohana jumps in.
Falling Star Moon, able to connect. A little bit of damage on Amiko there. Unohana in a bad spot, able to dash back. Angelus trying to close in.
And she's back to full health.
That's going to be a close call. DreamHack's girls still able to defend.
Yeah, this Esmeralda is just so annoying. Just jumps in whenever she wants. And Pick Me High's ultimate, there's no problem at all. Just talk about vision play. It doesn't matter where FUT Esports is. DMX just can't leave their home.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, FUT Esports has just got them in the chokehold. Leo mentioned it earlier. We got triangles. We got all kinds of stuff going on right now.
We got different shapes. Just flying through. And speaking of flying, Zendaya 5-0-3 on this Farsa. Basically, 3 members of FUT Esports having a perfect game. It's all the crucial members of FUT Esports. If you're a FUT fan out there, you should be happy. First Lord going in the hands of FUT Esports. Doesn't look like DMX will try to even touch it unless Mountain Shocker or a Fear of the Phoenix would land the last hit. But it's really tight.
I mean, they do have both of them, right? They just drop them both at the same exact time. That's the plan.
They're just waiting. They know. They're waiting.
Man, that's a throwback. BDL. VDL
Yep.
logo. That's it. Good Lord for the side of FUT Esports. It's looking like trouble for the side of DreamHack's girls.
Smart move, smart move. They know if they blitz that Lord down, if a Fear of the Phoenix comes down onto all of them, it will wreak havoc. DreamHack's girls can come back and steal that Lord. So really, really smart call by FUT Esports.
All right, so where does DreamHack's girls go from here? We stay in the base, we turtle up, we pray for defense, we do whatever we can to try to survive the onslaught.
Now, on the back foot once again, not a lot of wave clear, vision play doesn't matter. Angelise down low, just playing so far back, 0-4-0, that killing spree doesn't even matter. Unohana just freely dancing circles, dancing squares, dancing triangles, whatever shape it is around DMX, and the damage is just way too much for DMX to bear.
All right, Lord marching down the mid side. Feathered Airstrike does come down, letting FUT Esports into the base to take down this bottom base tower. Unohana looking for a target. Miko dancing around, and it comes in. AOG! A huge knock-up and a huge takeout. The foot has been dropped on DreamHack's girls. Game number 1 going over.
Nora dropping the atomic down onto the wrath of DMX. Man, Turkey showing up strong, showing that dominance over the Latam girls.
Very well done. On the side of FUT Esports, 19-3. We haven't seen a game get into the 11,000 gold lead.
How long was that game?
Not very long. It doesn't even matter. I was looking at the gold. At that point, I mean, I don't think we've seen a 10K gold lead at all on Stream B just yet.
But man, it's back to the drawing board for the DMX. I know, Trex, you're a big fan right now, but what just happened right there?
A lot happened, and not a lot all at the same time. At this point, DreamHack's girls has to go to the drawing board. They have to look at the way they approach this. I do want to say, remember what I was talking about? This is the first time we saw DreamHack's girls pick up a damage jungle. And that might have been the switch up they didn't need to do. They've been able to win a lot of games putting their faith in the damage of Blaze Kitty and Pick Me High, and using Angelus as that kind of frontline engager, and this time being a little too easy to burst down, especially when there's an enemy Farza on the field. That's tough when you have that many squishies on the field. It's hard to deal with all that.
At the end of the day, though, it's still game number 1, but it just goes to show that DMX has so much work to do in adapting back into this game, but so much aggression, so much prowess coming in from FUT Esports is playing the damage jungle for Angelise the right answer.
No matter how sloppy you call FUT, at some point, all of that slob will devour you. You will drown. And I think that's what happened here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The resident FUT fan has joined the conversation. FUT Esports, I think this is the most aggressive they've ever played while finishing the job just as quickly. This was a huge issue they had in the opening stages of MWI 2025, wherein they went the distance 1940 being their fastest game in the opener against Rising Rage, and they went 21.5 before that. Here, what was it? I lost count. As soon as I saw them take
First Lord, and they were waiting for
That's
the right
it.
call, and they were so smart, they're so methodical. They know what their opponents are gonna do, and I think Pick Me High was just waiting for the ultimate to come online. It was on cooldown,
Yep.
and once it came online, it just started to show,
Yep.
and they were just timing every single second. I think Foot Esports really showed us another level of gameplay.
timing is relevant, is relative for Foot Esports and Dream Mask Girls. I don't even want to blame Pick Me High anymore. I don't even want to think, what if this was Camis playing? Because Foot Esports, every single role was firing off on all cylinders. They have been the most in sync now than they have ever been. Something about their matchup against Onyx Pertiwi woke him up.
I think definitely. They were already kind of awake before that. Maybe got a reality check against Onyx Pertiwi, realizing, okay, maybe we're not as bad as we thought we were. Yeah, we gave the business to Rising Rage, but there's still a lot more to work on, and they came into this game very strong. Unohana once again goes deathless overall on the map.
Unohana, Mireia, Zendaya, these are the playmakers. And the way that they played this, again, I'd hate to draw odd conclusions from out of nowhere, but this reminds me of the Carl TZ San duo combination. You know what I mean? How lane to lane, there's nothing you can do that they cannot see. Because
That's right.
you have Mireia farming out of her mind on the Suyo, which I'm happy about. I'm a Suyo main. I've been a Suyo main for like 6 months up until Moonton just decided to nerf into the ground. And then you have the Feathered Airstrike coming in, artillery on demand, and Unohana, I think she really bullied the hell out of Day so that
The entire team of DMX.
That too, but in the laning phase, I'm looking at Day, she couldn't catch a break.
True, she was just free farming down, proxying that wave, and whenever that's done, she just joins in all the team fights. It's a 5 against whatever number that DreamX can throw into that. Let's take a look at a lane to lane. You talked about Unohana versus Day. It kind of looks red all the way from Unohana.
And this is a good kind of red. Usually when they say you're in the red, it's bad, but for her, that means she's just farming out of her mind. I like how she picked up Sprint. By picking Sprint, you are telegraphing that you are going to be living in your opponent's personal space. And here she followed through. Her MO was honest and clear. She put her heart on her sleeve, and she hit Dream Mask Girls with a huge clothesline.
Yeah, I mean, a 3-level lead for Unohana by the end of that game. We've seen the Esmeralda kind of be hit or miss, but for Unohana, it is definitely a hit.
Yeah. Thinking of what else Dream Mask Girls could have done different, lane to lane, I think the only lane that maybe they could have caught a break out of was gold. I think Mieko died like 2 or 3 times
Twice.
off timing, so that must have been some good work from Blazkitty, but to be honest, Blazkitty almost got first blood drawn on her solo, right? We were watching it, and she needed a few rotations on her, a few tactical retreats, and looking at the damage dealt here, Pick Me High, she's first, but second would be Blazkitty. So Blazkitty was getting there. Blazkitty was working towards a palpable win, but Foot Esports, I think the fact that Zendaya, as soon as she had a Feather Airstrike, she always used it. You always saw it get popped off. That just outranged Blazkitty.
I think the strategy was just is kind of solid for DreamX Girls. They want to kind of shift the attention away from EXP lane, hoping that they could have a solid winning lane against this Esmeralda, and then shift their attention towards that gold lane. But it just didn't work. You see a lot of the aggression coming in from Lucy, from Pick Me High, and Angelise, just targeting onto Mieko. They did it twice, but it wasn't enough. Unohana just walked all over Day.
Yeah, I mean, and taking a look at Blazkitty and Mieko, Blazkitty, I mean, even in the beginning of that game, like you said, didn't die as much. Actually had a gold lead for a while. Everyone else on her team was behind in gold, but she was ahead a few hundred gold. And I think the strategy was right. Yeah, have faith in Blazkitty. The problem is their whole mid trio was getting demolished, and eventually you're gonna lose out. And this is why, once again, I think that DMX should have stuck with the tankier jungle. Should have stuck with something that could buy Blazkitty the time.
Which is, again, woulda, coulda, shoulda. You put the Yusun Shin into the hands of Angelis, and Yusun Shin has been quite the breakout star in this current metagame. 1.9.90 hotfix. Whenever a team could draft the Yusun Shin, there's about a 70-80% chance that they would pick it. So now the question, if they do move over to utility jungler, put it in the hands of Angelus, does that automatically open up the rest of the map, or does suddenly this allow Foot to, weirdly enough, put the foot on the gas down so much harder? Because the thing is, there was a small chance that maybe Angelus came online if they were able to force it through. But if, let's say, Angelus had like a Fredrin or a Baksha, or again, those are really the only options, isn't that slightly more passive, especially if you're losing the side lanes anyways?
Well, I see it in two ways. Yes, if you want to pick up a utility jungler, you're a little bit more passive. You can negate the aggression coming into your jungle, but you can also be aggressive into your opponent's jungle. But now knowing that Foot Esports is super highly aggressive, especially onto the side lanes, and even if your jungle is being targeted on, if your side lane's in shambles, it really doesn't matter at this point.
All right, let's take a breath here, slow it down.
I don't think they were losing the side lanes. Blaze Kitty was winning her side lanes, right? I think Blaze Kitty had the side lanes. The only reason why they started losing that lane was because the mid was crumbling. So yeah, I think the idea is definitely go back. I think you guys had a formula that was working. It's match point. I guess you could risk it all. If you're gonna do that though, you know, it's a big risk.
Yeah, I think this play in particular, Day was just, you know that she wants to go for Mieko, but it was like a, do I go now, or are you coming? Is there any backup?
I see it. So the side lane situation is a byproduct of the mid trio missing the beats. So maybe if you do some way, somehow find a way to put a Fredrin, a Baksha, these are our best picks. An Akai, they've won with an Akai already up against Rising Rage. Or even an X-Borg, if some way, somehow, Foot Esports decides to play an utility jungler as well, then maybe. Because again, at least you'd be winning in major objective team fights. You would be trying to invade. You would be a good frontliner. Because this is a difficult game for Angelus. That is an understatement. She's defending inside her base at 0-4-0. That's not enough farm on a Yusun Shin.
I think it's not a lot of farm at all. There's no farm onto this Yusun Shin.
They got so much vision too. So it's a lot of what I can do, but not being able to do it. So now, I'd say 60% of the game is on DreamMax's draft. Let's see what Coach Secretaria has to fix things up as she goes head-to-head against Coach Asmo, M3 alumni playing for Bedell. Now the coach of Foot Esports going into game number 2. Match point for the Turkish. Churros and Trex tell you.
Now, right off the bat, Coach Secretaria just fixing things off by just taking all the previous heroes out. No more Farsa, no more 1-1. We don't want to deal with that. On the other side of the table, Foot Esports just playing it safe. We want to play the meta game, which ban out the Uranus and ban out the Matilda. It's pretty much standard, but for DreamHack Heroes, don't you think it's a little bit too reactive at this point?
I mean, when you're on that side and you get that first power pick, you do have the opportunity to target ban. I feel like you're in the best position to throw some target bans out there and leave some things open for yourself. Now, then it comes up to Foot Esports on how much more they want to leave open so that they have a nice backswing on the second 2 picks. Zitian also gets banned out here. It's what we saw from their first pick last game. I'm not that big of a fan of that up front. I think we could have gone a different way, so let's see them go a different way this time.
I think they want to secure that Kimmy. I think Pick Me High will definitely want to have that mid lane advantage in the Kimmy, or even the Jusin for that matter. They go for the Kimmy instead, so they're trading over, but Esports might be able to pick up that Jusin. If it's a Jusin and Gato combo, it is sort of like a very nasty gold lane. You have fast clears, fast rotations, but they go for the Baksha instead. They want even more rotation speed.
And this time they're going to take the utility jungler most likely, unless this does get flexed. We have seen this hero actually get flexed last minute with a few teams yesterday. Don't know, can't remember exactly if it completely worked out. I think it did end up losing. Phoveus also locked in for Foot, but here's the thing, Foot regularly does this, man. They like to lock in that front line pretty early on, and DreamHack Girls, on the other hand, keep on locking in their mid laner and giving over so many of these power picks.
Yeah, Phoveus already taken out by Foot. I think for DreamHack Girls, if they want a lane advantage, they might just have to go with CC at this point. On the other side, though, do DreamX Girl roll the dice on a damage jungler or a utility? Angeli seems more comfortable on the utility. They can snap pick the Fredrin up. I think it kind of works well against the Baxia on a head-to-head. But then it's sort of like you fight fire with fire, and they're actually picking up someone with real fire. It's the X-Borg for Angelis in the jungle.
I mean, I like the fact that they're maybe going to a utility jungler, but the X-Borg hasn't been sold to me just yet. They do pick up the Minotaur as well, so they get some front line down, and the X-Borg might be a little bit better against the Fredrin, but the Basha, this is a guy that can just jump onto you, you know, stop you for the second. And that's the other problem with it against the Fredrin is you get stunned up, and if X-Borg gets hit by CC, now we have a little bit more as well. I'm wondering how he's going to pair up against these three heroes alone.
I think, you know, the first game, DreamX Girls actually banned out the Luoyi. Maybe Foot Esports really teasing the cross-map plays from the Luoyi as well as the Moskov as they pick that up. And they might just play split push. They might not even want to go for fights because they have a lot of sort of like speed, momentum advantage in the early to late game. But for DreamX Girls, it kind of seems like they want to kind of go for that team fight, skirmish, clash composition. So I'm not surprised if they pick up the Ixia right here and here. So for Foot Esports, they understand that CC has to go. They want to give Unohana an easy lane with the Fovias. The Luoyi has been sussed out by DreamX Girls.
All right, and they continue to ban out that Luoyi. There really must have been something happening in Scrim, something behind the scenes. Carry ban does come in from the side of Foot Esports with no mage locked in for Foot. They take out the Valentina as well, leaves nothing but the Jushin left, essentially. Right? Zitian's gone, Farza's gone. Jushin still on the field. Is that something that they want to put into the hands of Zendaya?
It's tough, right? I mean, you can, because if you look at the macro picture, only X-Borg would be the only hero that would be negated with the Lantern Flare. But at the end of the day, I think in the early game, you want to get that kind of range. You want to get that kind of zone out. And I think it's a good matchup against the Kimi. On the other side, though, the Novaria provides the additional range, and you want to get that vision play with Foot Esports. Not too sure about this Novaria. I'm not sure if they picked it up before, but it is interesting.
I think it's a solid pick against the X-Borg. I think it's a solid pick against the short-range Kimi. It's something that can just hang out in the back line. It's never really under threat of the Minotaur. It's never really under the threat of getting hit by a big Last Insanity unless you get some crazy range or find some crazy angle. The Novaria, yes, it's not a super popular pick right now, but it could be just what Foot Esports need to take advantage in this draft. But there is that Beatrix pick that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, back to basics with the Beatrix. And I think, honestly though, this X-Borg could be flexed into the EXP lane, and then DreamX Girls could pick something. Okay, so they're going for the Terizla instead, so going more team fight heavy, and it's all situated down in a particular location. Get a penalty zone, the Last Insanity, the No One's Fury, all down into one ground. But then this is no insurance for like that split map play or cross map plays, but Foot Esports has a lot of movement, has a lot of mobility. That is something that DMX really needs to watch out for. Last thoughts before we get started. I think Foot Esports definitely, this split push mechanic, this high mobility might be able to win out DMX. And looking at how aggressive they were, I think in the early game they're able to create the same kind of pressure onto DreamX Girls.
Yeah,
it's all over.
Last pick Joy with the flex of the Basha into the roam position. So in the beginning, it's we're going to steal this Basha away from you, not let you have it. We know what you want to try to go for here. They called it right, forced DreamX Girls into an X-Borg pick instead of getting a better utility pick. I don't know. I think the even though Novaria pick is very niche, I can't see how they're going to get to it. You know, how are DreamX Girls going to close that distance? Even with the Terizla, it doesn't have a long enough range with that penalty zone to really lock down on that. I mean, the only real way is to take out everyone and then find Novaria at the end. It's going to take a bit of time for that to come online, but you have the Joy to make up for that. You have other heroes on the map to make up for that. I like Foot Esports draft here.
Yeah, I actually do like Foot Esports draft a little bit better. At least they have some form of insurance in the lane pressures, but for DreamX Girls, they're taking the fight over to them. It's a full-on clash composition. You want to fight? Here we are. Let's take that fight and let's pummel on. Foot Esports, I think they're starting things off a little bit more defensively, but just because of that Kimmy, just because of that early game damage, it makes it a little bit harder for Zendaya to get that wave clear.
All right, DMX should be able to clear these waves a bit faster on the mid side. Look for the rotations early on. Roamer and mid lane are both kind of splitting it up as Pick Me High goes down to the bot side to maybe help Blaze Kitty out.
So far, slow rotations from Foot Esports as Remax Girls starting to ramp up the aggression, taking all the jungle creeps away from Foot Esports as Maria slowly but surely seeping in. And again, I think the strategy is pretty much similar. Instead of the gold lane, they want to push all the resources onto the EXP side, make sure that they win out, and make sure Day has an easier time so that the objective takes, especially first turtle, would be in DMX's hands.
Those meteors will start to add up. Pick Me High is going to have to watch out for him. Zendaya, she's as good of a shot as she is with that feathered airstrike. It could be dangerous the farther this game goes on.
Yeah. A little bit of a tricky situation as the turtle spawns up in 5 seconds. Maria already in position. And DreamHack Girls, there are 4 members within that turtle pit. I think Foot Esports has to play it slower. Try to test the waters a little bit, throw a rod and see whether there's a bite.
I do like the approach from DreamHack Girls. Lucy now gets a knock up on Nora. Nora maybe in a little bit of trouble, but in comes the penalty zone. A lot of damage on Lucy. Nora falls. Maria able to take the turtle though and take out Lucy next. It's a 2-for-1 plus a turtle. Angelus will be next to fall. Miko 1-0-0, 3 kills on the board for Foot Esports.
It all started again with Unohana setting things up. 4-man knockup, or should I say 4-girl knockup with the Demonic Force and just getting that Infernal Pursuit onto all of them, setting things up for Mireille to just swoop right in, taking the turtle for himself. Foot Esports, as much as they are a dive-heavy team, as much as they are a late-game potential, they are winning out on DreamHack Girls, and this isn't looking good for a clash-heavy composition.
Foot Esports with a 1.3k gold lead. DMX on the back foot, and it felt like before that turtle, they were really coming into this match kind of spread out, staying on their side of the river, not trying to get too aggressive, but Foot Esports is bringing the aggression to them.
A little bit of a slower pace this time around. 50 seconds till the next turtle spawns up as Foot Esports wants to try to avoid as much clashes as possible. Yes, they won out on that previous turtle as DreamHack Girls just looking for the heads. But at the same time, Foot Esports just want to find the objectives, wait for Mieko to get online with the Trinity before things really start to go crazy.
All right, Blaze Kitty drops bombs down on Nora. Vision is locked on from Zendaya in the back line. Miko takes a couple shots to the face, but Foot Esports backs off. They know they have the chokehold on. They can just slowly kind of push in onto these lanes. We're only 4 minutes in.
Good respect, good discipline coming in from DMX. They know that Unohana is already making her way down into that clash. 10 seconds till the turtle spawns up. Does look like DMX are in a better position contest for this, but on the bottom side.
Blaze Kitty saved by a nick of space, by a couple of frames. Unohana in the backside though, with the Infernal Pursuit. Does lock on to Lucy, on to Dor, on to Day. Penalty zone does come out, but it's unable to really do much. Unohana still harassing in the backside. Turtle getting low, Maria able to secure it. And down goes Angela. Everyone's collapsing onto her. Nora able to get the kill. Day might just be next as Pick Me High and Lucy are split up from the group. Down to the bot side, Miko though almost finds Blaze Kitty, but Maria finally drops. The battle is stretched too far and Foot Esports loses 2 members.
I wanted to say, you put Unohana on Uranus, put her on Esmeralda, put her on anything, and she won V5. She's holding on so much time for Mireille to get that turtle, but unfortunately though, they stayed a little bit too long, and Foot Esports, they lose 2 members, but no matter though, Mieko slowly winning down on that lane. Already 500 gold lead for this Moskov, and it's a late game potential. I think DMX just has to buy more time. 10 minutes, 12 minutes, wait till Beatrix comes online and Blast Kitty will blast everything up.
Yeah, the multi-gun does come in early for Blaze Kitty, but the range isn't going to be enough to take out Miko. Miko winning it out in the 1v1. DMX needs to be careful. The farther they go into this match, that goal lead is escaping them faster and faster.
Yeah, on 1v1, man, Mieko just soloed Blast Kitty. It's not looking so good for DreamHack Girls at this point, but there is a saving grace. As much as the side lanes are applying a lot of pressure, DreamHack Girls, they need to play flash-heavy compositions, and I think that 30 seconds in and the turtle getting spawned up might be the best shot that DreamHack Girls can have to sort of like have that gold advantage. Clashing underneath turret.
Penalty zone does come out, but it is a defensive penalty zone at that, and not defensive enough. As Maria gets the kill down on the boss side, though. A nice Minoan's Fury gets a knock-up. Watch out for the SOD. Miko pops up, shows up, and pulls out. Pick behind, a little bit of trouble. Miko forced to back off. Plays Kitty looking for the shot. Can she get the double? No, she's knocked up. She dashes through with the flinker. Looking for the outplay. It's Uno Hana.
She swapped by the rest
and Uno Hana dunks her down. Lucy taken out next.
That backup from Foot Esports. Uno Hana again, deathless. By so much time for the SOD to come in, and from the top of the map coming through, they managed to save that T1 bottom. Yes, it's not a very valuable resource. It's sort of like the tip of your pinky finger, but it's still a huge, huge resource. Right now, they can't open up that map, and DreamHack Girls, they're still playing from behind. 2,400 goal lead for Foot Esports at this point. Nora, they look for a target.
Nora comes in onto Day. Infernal Pursuit locks on to Day as well. Penalty zone does come down and locks on to Nora. Pick Me High just trying to get some free shots off Angela. Just trying to back off at this point. Doesn't want to use the last Insanity. They were just looking for a tower, and now they're going to hit and run. It's a Day in the mid side, taking a tower for herself.
Good trades, and Dea knows that she can't make it in time on our top side. Angelise
doesn't even have time to use the last Insanity.
Zendaya with a snipe.
Oh! Close shot on Angelise. DreamHack Girls is looking similar to game number 1.
DMX opened up that purple buff all the way, and Foot Esports, they're taking control. The purple buff might be contested in the next couple minutes, but man, DreamHack Girls are losing so much resources, and this might be the tipping point. They want to look for clashes, but Foot Esports, they're so spread out. They start the fights, waste all their resources onto Unohana, onto Mieko, onto Nora, that they can't do anything once the Goon Squad comes in yet again. Like Maria will swoop in, will dive in. Zendaya understands the trades. You're having a fight on the top side. I can't reach that. Let's go for the T1s instead. At DreamHack Girls, they look for the fights, yes, but they are forgetting all of these major objectives.
Oh, good damage on Maria there. Pick Me High is starting to output a little bit more, but all the vision is now locked on. SOD connects. Pick Me High gone. Day into the backside with the penalty zone on to Miko. Day just trying to create some space. Last Insanity takes out Maria. And now Day still all alone. Can he get the final shot? No, Zendaya snipes him out of existence.
Good target prior from Foot Esports, though. They know that Mieko needs to stay alive, so they retargeted their resources. But DreamHack Girls, that is a worthy clash. They might have been able to win this if Pick Me High didn't get exploded down to smithereens by the SOD coming in from Mieko as well. Now, Lord spawned up. DreamHack Girls not ready. They don't have Day. They don't have any setups. And Foot Esports, they're blitzing this down.
I don't think there's anything DreamHack Girls can do about this. You know, we said it before this match started. It's going to be so hard for DMX Girls to get to that back line. And even with a great penalty zone by Day, Day's all alone at that point. There's nothing she can do against Miko and another member. If she was able to get that kill, it would have been a saving grace. But every time, especially when you're behind this far in gold, it's tough to make those plays happen.
I think it's all according to plan. DreamHack Girls has a draft that is super defensive. So if the Lord comes in, Foot Esports commits all in underneath the turrets, inside their base, DreamHack Girls might be able to overturn and counter this entire game and try to get that comeback. But Foot Esports, they're far ahead, 4,900 at this point. They're targeting onto that T2 bot. Nora just giving them some space. That's so much, call it intimidation, call it fear, but that is just one boxia, just pushing everyone away.
Not just that, but those shots from Zendaya are just taking away more and more health with every minute that passes. Lord does connect onto the tower. Foot Esports looking for the kill shot.
They're coming in. No more Lord. As Foot Esports, they want to play it defensive. They know that they can't afford to go too close to the sun. These DreamHack girls struggling to keep things afloat. They're too far ahead, but they're forcing it.
Day goes down. Another snipe shot from Zendaya from the back line. As this goes on, Uno Hana's on the bot, clearing out waves. Foodie Sport are circling like sharks right now, just waiting for a moment to bite. More damage on the tower. Lucy tries to dive forward, unable to connect with any members of Foodie Sports. DreamHack girls try to reposition and prepare themselves for the next jump, and look at the damage from Zendaya, bringing Blaze Kitty down to about half health. Miko dashes in, Nora to the backside, trying to lock on to Blaze Kitty. Nora just trying to get away now, probably gonna go down for that. A little bit past she could handle.
But DreamHack girls, they're stranded. They're stuck on a boat, and Foot Esports, they're really circling like sharks. I mean, that was a willing sacrifice, but Maria comes in.
Nice Minoan's Fury though on to Maria. SOD does come through, and Miko's in the midst of it all. Was that a misplay? Finds Lucy, but Blaze Kitty gets the kill. Blaze Kitty forced to back off. Looking for Uno Hana. Another member down. It's nothing but Zendaya left on the attack of Foodie Sports.
4 members down for Foot. As DreamHack girls, like I said, the defense is coming through. They might be stuck on a boat, but they're on a boat with guns, baby. Blast Kitty's coming online. She's locked in, ready to go. Let's take a look at replay, see what happened. So they start things off with Mieko locking Pick Me High down to the wall, but Blast Kitty's just blasting them from the backside. Mieko jumped a little bit too close.
Yeah.
He doesn't know that Blast Kitty has the win of nature.
Yeah, Mieko should not have came in there. I think she had to know her limits. Yes, there's a huge gold lead, but you can't just jump in the middle of 4 members like that. You got to be a little more careful. This could give some time and space back to DMX. The gold lead has significantly dropped, and it's going to get a little bit harder for Foodie Sports to keep on pushing in.
Lord spawned up. DreamHack girls trying to get in position. They know they might be able to win this 2,500 gold deficit, but look at where Mieko is as she's pushing down bottom side to try to split the heads.
Nice damage. Zendaya continues to snipe away. Uno Hana gonna get knocked up by the Minoan's Fury. Last and Standing comes in as well. Angel's able to take out, but Miko on the backside. Miko taking out 2. Make it 3. Angelus, there's no escape for you today.
You're cycling through. Your gun is down.
That's gonna be it. Pick Me High all alone. Lucy goes down max. Triple kill for Miko as Maria jumps into the backside. All members down for Dream Max Girls. Foodie Sports will take the series.
They're just gunning it down as Latam will not survive the wrath of Turkey as they get sent home by Foot.
What a series. Foodie Sports continues to get stronger and stronger as they move forward through MWI. Not only have they knocked out the DreamHack girls, but they have secured a spot in the final 8 bracket. Turkey A continues to push the envelope for women's esports.
Something must have clicked yesterday against their game with Anik Pertiwi. They must have been humbled. They're back to the drawing board, but look at the emotions. Emotions running high all the way from Latin America coming into EWC here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It's a long flight, but man, it's always hard to see these teams go. They've put in so much effort, so much heart into these games, Trex.
Yeah, very well done by DreamHack girls. Yesterday, they fought valiantly to get this far. They made it to day 3. A little bit farther than 4 other teams in this event. Not a top 16, but at least a top 12. And that is huge. That is a big statement in itself. But today, Foodie Sports has pushed the envelope. We saw them push the limits and just, dominate. And even in small moments where it felt like DMX could come back, Foodie Sports pulled it back together and came out on top in almost all of those fights.
It was a really well-oiled machine. The Foot Esports just woke up today and just played like they had the same brain, and all of them really just wanted to just show up and get it done. But let's hear from, the exit interview as Sadafa, you have someone for us.
Hello, hello. I am Stafa once again here on stage alongside Angelis from the side of DreamHack, as well as our translator Rocco after that defeat. And it was a very close game, very hard fought, but unfortunately, that is the end of the journey for DreamMax here in MWI. Angelis, I know that this is probably not the result that you wanted, but we know that your team is made up of a lot of new players as well. You're the only returning player for MWI this year. So even though you didn't achieve the result you wanted, are you happy with your teammates' performance?
Vocês vieram com um time novo também agora e vocês conseguiram atingir um bom resultado, mas vocês vieram com a derrota. O que aconteceu e o que essa mudança de roster trouxe para o time de vocês? Você é a jogadora que está voltando agora.
Oi, gente. Primeiramente, obrigada por tudo. É uma oportunidade muito gratificante estar aqui. E realmente o nosso time é bem novo, né? Ele foi montado bem recente, assim. E conquistamos muitas coisas boas até aqui. Nós demos o nosso melhor. São jogadoras novas no competitivo. Acredito que o nervosismo tem atrapalhado bastante. Teve muita insegurança, infelizmente, por ser a primeira vez delas em experiência de palco. E a gente ainda está se acostumando, né, com a sincronia da equipe, né? E a gente ainda teve, né, um probleminha, né, que a gente teve que acabar trocando de player. Acredito que isso tenha influenciado um pouco no nosso desenvolvimento, mas nós estamos felizes sim com o nosso desempenho. Acredito que todas estão satisfeitas e sempre com o foco de melhorar, de voltar de novo. E a gente tem um outro mundial para jogar logo logo e a gente vai seguir firme e forte, claro, com o apoio de vocês. Então muito obrigada pelo apoio pelo Latam. E é isso, vamos continuar firme e forte e com certeza isso vai fazer com que a gente volte ainda mais fortes.
I want to thank all the fans for the support and everything. We're happy with our results, and a lot of players, it's their first experience in an international event. That's why we can get nervous and we can make mistakes sometimes, but I'm very happy for the results, and we are having the tournament, another international tournament soon, so we got to focus for this one, and I'm very happy with the result of the whole team, even though we had many roster changes.
I think that's great to hear. It's always nice to know that there is a positive outlook. Even if the result wasn't the best, this is only the first step for many of these new players on the international stage. And knowing that you're going to have another international tournament coming up, what do you think are the lessons or the most valuable things that you've gained from your time here in MWI that will help you become an even stronger team?
Com esse resultado de agora, essas mudanças de roster, o que vocês puderam reparar, o que vocês tiveram de insight que vocês podem trazer para o próximo campeonato para vocês virem com resultados melhores?
Acredito que treinar mais, nos esforçarmos ainda mais, não que a gente já não tenha se esforçado, levar essa experiência, né, fazer um review bem longo e, claro, as mudanças que precisarem ser feitas para que o time melhore, nós vamos fazer. É isso, os outros times também jogaram muito bem e é mérito deles também, jogaram muito bem.
We're gonna sit together, we're gonna reveal all of our strategies, we gotta train more, we're gonna train a lot, and we will come back stronger to the next tournament.
I definitely think that this is a team with a lot of potential. I definitely believe that you guys will come back stronger, even more so for the next MWI as well. So before I let you go, one last thing. Any messages you want to send to your fans and anyone watching out there who have been supporting DreamMax Girls?
Você tem alguma mensagem para a galera de casa que está assistindo, para seus fãs, para sua família, para seus amigos?
Eu tenho sim. Muito obrigada por todas as mensagens de carinho, todo o apoio que vocês ofereceram para o meu time, que acreditaram na gente até o final e podem ficar tranquilos que vamos continuar fortes, vamos nos esforçar ainda mais para representar melhor ainda o Brasil no próximo Mundial. E é isso, obrigada à minha família, sou muito grata a Deus por essa oportunidade. E é isso, eu amo muito meu time e agradece especialmente a todo o apoio de vocês. E vocês, meninas aí de casa, continuem se esforçando porque o nosso cenário vai crescer ainda mais com essa vitória que tivemos aqui.
I gotta thank everyone, especially my family, my team players, everyone from the staff, and we're gonna come back stronger. And I gotta thank all the girls that are watching at home, and we're gonna make better results. And this was a great win yesterday, and we are super proud of it.
and we're going to come back stronger.
I do not doubt it. I think just from the short time that we've seen DreamHack, this is a team that has already improved very much, just in terms of their gameplay alone. And I'm really excited to see what will happen the next time they join us on this international stage. So once again, thank you, Angelis. We loved watching your gameplay. Hopefully you will face the best in the future. And we'll go ahead and throw it back to the caster desk. Boys, take it away.
We bid farewell to DreamHack's Girls, a team that was built from the ground up, literally, around Angelis. And as the captain, a lot of the new players, new faces are seeing an international stage for the first time, and she's looking at it on a bright light. We really hope to see her one more time in the MWI 2026 next year, maybe.
Yeah, and I think the fact that they have more tournaments planned for the team means there's only going to be great things that we see in the future of DreamHack's Girls. It's always something exciting. Even though we have to see some of these girls walk away, they always seem to walk away a little bit stronger now. Foodie Sports, though, I'm excited to hear from them. I'm excited to see what their plans are. Every team that won, I feel like, today has some big games ahead of them. It is the big four waiting in that bracket. Philippines and Indonesia, debatably two of the strongest regions, waiting for these underdogs. So let's see what they have to say down on the stage.
All right, we are back on the stage once again. Thank you very much, boys. And this time we are with Zendaya from Foot Esports, the team who has just won the match and moved on into the knockout stages, officially becoming one of our top 8 teams here in MWI 2025. And I mentioned this must be a big thing for you guys because this is the first time Turkey has a team in MWI. This is the first time many of you are joining the competition. How does it feel to know that you're officially in the top 8?
Tabii ki.
Here, yeah. Bu bizim için ilk uluslararası bir maçımızdı ve ilk defa böyle bir turnuvaya giriyoruz. Bunun için tabii ki heyecanlıyız. Ama bence ilk 8'e girmek bizim için büyük bir başarı ve önümüzde daha büyük bir zorlu bir rakip var, Vitality. Onun için hazırlanacağız. Hepimiz için çok iyi bir an oldu.
It was for us and for our country. It was the first time that happened in MWI, and we are so happy about it actually. But even if we achieve something really good as top 8, now we have a good and really difficult opponent like Vitality, and let's see what will happen in the game.
Yeah, I think that is a great perspective to have. It's an amazing achievement, but it is only the first step. You've still got even stronger opponents ahead of you, so hopefully you guys will have the best of luck moving forward there. I'll catch up with your mentioning of Team Vitality in just a little bit, but I am a little bit curious. In game number 2, you guys decided to play Novaria, which is a hero that has not actually shown up the entire competition. Why is that?
Neden Novaria aldığımı soruyor değil mi? Normalde benim 30.000 maçım olduğu için mütte biraz fazla bir maçım var. O yüzden Heroes'un bayağı bir geniş olduğunu düşünüyorum. Novaria'ya ulaşabilecek herhangi bir çar yoktu, rahatça kesebilecek bir çar yoktu. O yüzden Novaria'yı tercih ettik. Kimiye karşı iyi oluyor. Hani rahatlıkla dürtebiliyoruz. O yüzden Novaria'yı seçtik.
The enemy's comp wasn't good enough to reach Novaria, so that's why we picked actually. And also, I have like 40,000 games in this game, and yeah, and she says my champ pool is good enough, and that's why we picked. Like it was kind of easier for us.
It did look very easy, and it seemed like the perfect pick as well. And it's great to see, right? Picking up these heroes that may not necessarily be popular, but you know you're gonna play them well. You know they work for the situation. And in this case, it brought you to victory. And now I want to bring back Team Vitality. Before MWI even started, we asked you guys which teams you wanted to face. Team Vitality was one of the teams you mentioned, and you guys even mentioned that you felt like your playstyle was very similar to Team Vitality. So now that they are your next opponent in the quarterfinals, what are your expectations? What are your preparations?
Vitality'ye karşı
Ben söyleyeyim istersen. Turnuvadan önce hangi rakiplerle eşleşmek istediğinizi sorduğumuzda Vitality demiştiniz.
Evet.
Peki sence şu an oyun tarzımıza benzer olduğundan dolayı sence nasıl bir hazırlığınız var? Nasıl bir şey bekliyor sizi?
İrem'in de söylediği gibi biz buraya gelmeden önce Malezya Bootcamp'e gittik. Asya takımlarıyla daha iyi oyun oynayabilmek için. Ve bence şu an durumumuzu iyi olarak görüyoruz. Evet, Vitality en iyi takım bence şu an bizim karşımızda durabilecek. Hazırlanacağız. 2 saatimiz var yaklaşık. Bakalım.
Yeah. As we mentioned before, Vitality is probably the best team in MWI, and before this tournament, we had boot camp in Malaysia, and we were preparing for them actually. And now in these 2 hours, we're gonna try to do something better, and then we're gonna face with them.
It's not a lot of time to prepare, but it seems like you guys have already been specifically thinking about this team even before your MWI journey started. So I'm really looking forward to that match. That's actually going to be happening at the end of the day. So keep your eyes tuned into the stream. And one last thing, are there any messages, are there any things you want to say to the fans out there who are supporting Foot Esports or friends and family watching at home?
Bütün fut fanlarına, aileme, arkadaşlarıma ve kedim Çakıl'a çok selamlarımı yolluyorum. Bu kadar.
I want to say thanks to all the foot fans, my friends and my family, and also especially to my cat. Thanks for all.
Yeah, we all know how important our pets are, and it's great to see a shout out to our cats on this stream. So once again, congratulations, Zendaya. Congratulations to Foot Esports. Looking forward to seeing how much further this team can go. And we'll go ahead and throw it back over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Stafa, and of course, Zendaya of Foot Esports. Shouting out to all of the Foot fans, and of course, to all of the cats watching again. Shout out from the love for the cats in Istanbul. That's a dream destination for me.
And I feel like we all have cats at home as well, right?
Shout
out to Cups.
Cups and Castle are
shout
Foot
out
fans.
To Hank and shout out to Hank and Dory.
You got cats?
I have 2.
Named?
Now's your chance.
Cody, Coco,
Is he lying?
Milo. Huge shout out to all my cats back home.
All right, never mind. Let's talk about that game again. With the debuting pick in Zendaya's hands of a Novaria, we learned that she's played, what was that, 3,000 games on a Novaria?
40,000. This is what I heard. 40.
No way.
No way 40,000, right? No,
it's 3 or 4.
Mid-lane game, so her hero pool is good enough. That's what she said.
I'm impressed because the way she used it was less of just full-on artillery. She was not afraid to play within mid-range of DreamHack Girls. And that takes a lot of cojones, because look at this. DreamHack Girls could punish you so many ways. Number 1, Last Insanity to your face. Number 2, Penalty Zone. Number 3, Minoan Fury. Yet still, Zendaya with a flicker, mind you, not a Purify, played it very close to the chest.
Very clean. She picks up the Wilderness Blessing for a little bit more speed, a little bit of cooldown to just make sure she can keep on firing off those meteors. And 1-0-11, and if that game would have gone any longer, those assists would have started turning into kills, man. She would have been taking people down with those shots.
I think Astro Echo and the shots really were on point. And what she said was she picked up the Novaria because the rest of her team for DreamHack Girls will find it difficult or impossible to reach onto her. She's played perfect games so far. And even as a utility, I think using the Astro Echo and having all the rest of the teams just follow up was just cherry on top of the cake.
And that right there is where I think Foot Esports found the genius in the way that they play. You call Novaria a utility. She is for about 60% of the game. But when you cross that threshold, when she builds her 3rd item, she starts to hurt, she starts to sting. Remember that time when she almost killed Angelus down range and even Pick Me High?
Yeah.
If you can do that against an X-Borg and a Kimmy, then what else does DreamHack Girls do?
It becomes a problem. And I think DreamHack Girls, they didn't have the range. And once I saw that Novaria pick, I'm like, oh, this is a tough choice. This is going to be hard to get to. It was niche, but it worked so well in the dynamic.
I felt like the Novaria was pretty much a toss of a coin because the way that she played it really suit the playstyles of Foot Esports, especially since the interaction between the Astro Echo as well as the SOD. You increase the hitbox range, and so Mieko could always jump in right there and then. We see that a couple of times within the games, and hopefully we see that in the replay.
Not just. I think it also interacts very well with Unohana's Infernal Pursuit. The fact that she can, out of nowhere, again,
blind shots.
Yeah, Phobius already has a lot of reach, right? But if you lengthen the size of the hitbox, she can suddenly click Infernal Pursuit when you thought you were safe. So suddenly you're always just stuck to where Foot Esports wants you, and DreamHack girls couldn't do nothing. Blast Kitty even leaned hard into a fight one time or another where she flickered forward because that's all she could have done. That was down bottom.
Yeah, I think it's just reaching out. But at the end of the day, talking about Blast Kitty, not Blast Kitty, Blast Kitty, let's talk about the EXP lanes. We got Day and Unohana right here. And like I said, Unohana is this player that you put her on the Uranus, put her on the Esmeralda, put her on any EXP lane, and she plays 1v5 and she gets there out safe. And you see the zone potential that Unohana brings to the table, just zoning everyone out. It's basically away and underneath the turrets.
When they say to look out for number one, they say look out for Unohana. When she gets on top of you, it's over. And the 229 kill score did not tell the whole story because a lot of DreamHack girls just got away because Foot Esports decided to play the discipline route.
Very true. And even in the very beginning, we were seeing in the first or second turtle fight, Unohana was 1v4ing, keeping them away so that they could secure those objectives. Unohana was regularly the front line and not going down while doing it.
Looking at the damage spread here, look at Mieko, a total run through 69k spread across with wow, look at this, a split between Unohana and Zendaya. So this is what makes you think that, hey, maybe Foot Esports are really using that Astral Echoes to its maximum advantage because these fights are lasting longer and they're dealing a little more extra damage than DreamHack girls could deal with.
I think not only that, right? She was empowering Mireya from to get close. Unohana drops all of them low. Mireya comes in for janitor duties, just cleans everyone out, and then Zendaya just snipes down the loose members. Hey, you want to get away? No, you don't.
Zendaya only took 7,627 damage. That's about 10 or 12 hits. That's about two early game.
That's two full HP bars. Two full HP bars across the whole game.
She got hit max from early game since you're maybe doing about 200 damage a basic hit or something. To late game, you're doing a bit more. You took about max 10 to 20 shots the whole game.
So safe to say, and this is not a hyperbole, she was untouched all of game 2.
Yeah.
So she is the de facto MVP of that series winning game. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have our top 8, at least when it comes down to Stream B. Because if I'm not mistaken, Game 3, or we just wrapped up on Game 2 in the Mena versus Mena Stream A matchup of Twisted Minds versus Falcons Vega Mena. We'll get an update on that in just a bit. But for now, we now have our last 2 matches confirmed. Once again, that is Onyx Pertiwi from Indonesia facing off against Terror Queens from Myanmar, facing off against Vitality from Indonesia, the once held undefeatable powerhouse, facing off against, now confirmed, Foot Esports from Turkey, who, by the way, in their debut run in MWI, has made top 8. This is very similar to Bedell from M3 when Turkey joined the MLBB esports ecosystem. We welcomed them with open arms and they introduced a very, very interesting brand of MLBB.
They're coming in, honestly, with a lot of surprises, bringing out their own flavors and just playing it to their own strengths. And I think for the Foot fans out there, I think you guys have to be proud of how far Foot esports has come this way. I mean, in the first day, a little bit shaky, but still dominating the entire competition, dominating their group. And now they have to get the revenge on Vitality, or they have a chance at revenge on Team Vitality.
Which is, I think, just a dream come true for them anyways. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, once again, that is Onyx from Indonesia facing off against Terror Queens from Myanmar. You're watching the MLBB Women's Invitational 2025 here in the Esports World Cup, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We'll be back after a few short messages.
If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you What a shame, way you do it, the way I live a life, way you do it, the way I live a life, the way I live a life, way you do it, way you do it, the way I live a life, way you do it, the way I live a life, the way I live a life, way you do it. Way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do it. What a shame on me. What a shame on me. If I heard that you if I heard that you Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than a fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out
Body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to the playoffs. You're watching the B stream of the MLBB Women's Invitational 2025 live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, here as a part of the Esports World Cup. At your service, my name is Leo. Joining me on desk today is none other than Churros and Sadafa. We'll be bringing you the very first quarterfinals match, pitting the self-proclaimed dark horses, Terra Queens from Myanmar, facing off against the hot newcomer out of Indonesia, Onyx Pertiwi. Gentlemen, are we ready for this? It's a best of three, and only one moves forth.
Yeah, it is really high stakes at this point, right? Because we have officially entered the playoffs, and there is no longer a double elimination or bracket. Every single match matters. And I think there isn't a better match that we could have asked for to kick things off.
To be honest, though, I am really rooting for, I don't know who to root for. Terra Queens really survived that dominant performance and survived elimination, but now they're here at another elimination round, and this time is none other than the top of Group D is Onyx Pertiwi. But, you know, statistics-wise, I mean, we can go off on tangent with Terra Queens taking one game off of, you know, crowd favorites, Navi PH, and it kind of seems like if they can do well in this first match, then I think this might be a pretty interesting roundabout.
You're talking about the defending champions. They are in action in Stream A, but for now, let's put pen to paper and talk about our doctor's notes. These are hot takes brought to you by Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib Medical Group. Can the dark horses of MWI take down one of Indonesia's superpowers? They played an amazing opener today, a best of three, swept clean, 2 games all in against Virtus Pro. That was a rematch, and I dare say this is Terra Queen's cleanest match yet.
I agree with you, and honestly, it's incredible what this team has been able to bring to the table here at MWI. There's a lot of teams that are able to call themselves dark horses, but there's very few that are able to back that up in the first place. And I really feel like Terror Queens has lived up to the hype they set for themselves.
They're on redemption row, right? Last year at MWI 2024, they were under a different name, Net Angels, 58th place. Right now, if they win this, they secure their slot, and they did much better than did last year. And I think this is what their motivation, the drive is moving forward into this game.
And a little birdie told me that Luna Lin was supposed to be playing for Net Angels. It's just that their schedules did not align. So I need to hear a yes or no, gentlemen. Can Terra Queens take down Onyx Pertiwi? I'm going to put my heart on my sleeve and say yes. The Burmese have won my heart more than one ways. Here, the Terra Queens have shown that maybe they got something up their sleeves. What would you say?
Single answer? Yes, definitely.
They have what it takes. Honestly, the potential is there. And Luna Lin's interview just now, and Sadafa, you were talking to her, she said a lot of the players had some, this is the first time in their international experience. So, man, we're gonna be in for a treat.
All right, so it's a yes from the desk. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get the action started, I would like to ask for y'all to vote for us. Vote for MLBB. It's time to celebrate a decade of greatness at the Esports Awards. We are nominated for 3 awards. That is MLBB for Esports Game of the Decade, M5 World Championships held in Manila, Philippines as Esports Live Event of the Decade, and Moonton for Publisher of the Decade. Show your support now via esportsawards.com/vote. That's esportsawards.com/vote. MLBB on top, baby. Now, with that said, let's introduce one of the teams here in action, the team that has yet to play on Stream B. This is their debut on this lovely broadcast. Let's get to know Onyx Pertiwi from Indonesia. Gentlemen, this is a squad made up of teams that have competed in MDL Indonesia. They are Navillera, Zev, Livy, Hu, and Yippee. Yippee got a savage in the opener.
Still the only player and the only team to have picked up a savage throughout MWI. Onyx has already set themselves as a challenger, a contender in this tournament.
That's changed.
Oh, really?
Double or triple savages in Twisted Mind's last match.
I think it was 2 savage
in
by
a single
Lunar.
game.
Wow.
Yes, in a single game.
Yes.
How much did I miss while I was setting up the interviews?
Quite a handful.
Quite a handful.
So this is Onyx Pertiwi. I think they would love to let their actions speak for themselves, but here are some queens that need no further introduction. Terra Queens from Myanmar, Hlaingrina, Rui, Lunalin, Ku, Sikoshi. Another tidbit about Lunalin, she was once teammates with Po. So this is something that she alluded to in the interview. She said, I'm looking forward to facing off against Onyx because the Roamer, my former teammate. So there's some, I don't want to say bad blood, but there's history here.
There's a little bit of a friendly rivalry, especially for the roamer of Onyx Pertiwi and the mid lane of Terror Queens. But it doesn't seem like Terror Queens are playing as individuals. In the previous game that we saw, Terror Queens are literally a single mind going into battle.
Nah, if anything, I think they should watch out for their gold laner. She's the one part of this equation that I think should double up on her guard, because she's going up against Yippee. Yippee currently beats out any and all competitors when it comes down to stats. I'm talking about average kills, assists, KDA, damage dealt, GPM, DPM. Yippee is all that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1, the first on Stream B as a part of the knockout stage at MWI 2025. It's a Terra Queens on the play. Onyx from Indonesia answering back. It's Churros and Sdafa taking care of business.
A chance for both of these teams to make the first mark upon the knockout stage of MWI 2025. The Dark Horses, self-proclaimed, now officially earning that title, making it into the top 8 versus Onyx, who have already been stated to be one of the teams to beat, despite being relative newcomers to the ecosystem.
Things I'm looking out for, especially on the side of Terra Queen, since we watched them in the first game of today, is Luna Lin. Will she get her hands on the Zetian? She played 2 games against Virtus Pro on that, and she used it fairly differently from how other mid lanes in this competition has been using it. The Fury of the Phoenix, very aggressive, used to identify position, but not only that, stop recalls, engage, and there's a lot of different modes of playing, especially if you're the Terra Queens. On the other side of the table, though, Onyx Pertiwi definitely looking out for Ku, targeting onto her Badang and doesn't want to get that aggression onto themselves, and definitely done their homework, taking out the Zetian on the second phase ban.
Yeah, we're already seeing some great respect coming in from Onyx right here. We can even see Luna Lin laughing about the situation here, having a hero resec banned by a team as powerful as Onyx is definitely something that will raise your spirits, but it also means you're gonna have to figure out what changes here. It is quite sad that we're not gonna see the Zetian for Terror Queens, because I actually do really like the way that they coordinate around this hero. The timing of that ultimate is always clean. They're gonna ban out that Baxia for the final choice on the blue side.
I'm quite surprised that Uranus hasn't been taken away. If Onyx Prativi leaves that open for Helena to pick it up, might trade over for a Lapu Lapu instead. But we have seen a lot of priority onto a Gato Kacha, but they choose to ban out the Phobius instead this time around, leaving the Uranus open. And this kind of seems like, before getting to the match, bans aside, coming out from the first win of today, Terror Queens has the momentum moving forward in this matchup. Onyx hasn't played a single game today. This is their first game of today, but it is the knockout stage. They are coming in hot with something different. On Terror Queens, they're choosing to go for the Hilda instead. So the Uranus is still open. Will Onyx Prativi pick that up?
It really is their choice. I'm already liking the way that both these teams are opening up the draft, because Onyx did not ban the Uranus after seeing the Baxia pickup. They were either thinking that, oh, if Terror Queens locks it in, we can quite easily counter it. And even if they don't, it's not necessarily a hero that actually needs to be contested a lot of the time. By banning out the Phobius instead, they open up a much wider map for heroes like the Joy instead, which has already been prioritized for Sev.
Now, that will be the Gato Kacha. And like I said, it is very highly prio by a lot of teams, and I think it has a pretty high pick rate, if I could say so myself, and definitely prioritized because of that zone potential. But now CC will be picked up just so that they can negate some of that EXP side, get the early rotation. So that means we have information of Hilda going into the roam position. Now Uranus is still wide open. Do you think that it is viable for Onyx to pick that up, or pick up the Farsa first? Because it is either, you know, Farsa, the Kimmys, the mid lane needs to get that priority.
I think we've reached the point in the draft where we can just ignore Uranus. We can just throw him in the trash for this first game, because he's not going to be useful for either of these teams. Yeah, the Farsa makes a lot more sense here. Picking Uranus into CC is already a losing matchup, and then you also have a Hilda to handle. So you need a strong EXP lane. That's also part of the genius of locking in CC at this point. There are very few EXP laners left in the pool that actually do a good job of 1v1ing her.
There's a lot of damage coming in from Terror Queens. The only issue is not a lot of crowd control skills. Single targets from Hilda, Curtain Call, maybe even a Bind ability from that CC, but I think it might not be enough. I guess the goal is Hilda trying to disrupt the jungle, trying to delay Zev from getting her farms in early on. But let's jump into the second phase of the ban. The Harith is already picked off, and we see a lot of resurgence of the Harith, especially in the first day. But I think for Terror Queens, it's more comfortable for them. If there's not a lot of marksmen to pick up, why not go with Harith? But like you said, the Uranus not in question, but they're still respecting it and not giving it over the hands of Navilera.
I really don't think you need to ban Uranus at this point. Terror Queens already have more than enough tools to potentially handle it.
But then Sadafa, you got, like, you know, the split lane, the cross map plays. That's gonna be so annoying. Not only Uranus, but the Joy too.
I guess so. That's, you know what, that is actually fair, because Terror Queens are known to be a team that fights together. So it's likely they just want to avoid macro play. I was suspecting the Irritail ban as well.
Ooh, there's a Yuzhong. Okay, so a lot of information from both these two coaches. Coach MSK definitely wants to take out that EXP lane, make sure that Helena gets her farm, gets that prio, and gets that movement, gets that rotation moving from the get-go. On the other side, they want to make sure that Yippee gets a winning lane. That is their prize. Yippee just guns everyone down in the late game, gets protected by Big Daddy's thick, beefy tanks down into any of these skirmishes.
Something like the Granger is fairly safe now that both Harith and Irritail are out of the pool.
Maybe
you
a
could
1-1?
go into, yeah, 1-1 actually is not too bad. Go 1-1, go Bruno if you want to win gold, but they'll go for the basic. The Granger comes in. The direct counter, that is Irritel, has already been taken out. So Terra Queens will have a choice to make here. Not only does it need to be able to hold lane well against the Granger, you ideally want a marksman that's a little more mobile against Joy and Farsa.
We've seen a lot of mages, but they choose to go with the Juicin instead to deal with the Farsa, try to match that range a little bit more. But now the onus is on Terra Queen's hands. The last pick is the gold lane. What do you use to deal with the Granger? They could always go back to maybe even a fighter gold lane if they want to, but that might be too out of the question. The only issue is Onyx Pertiwi already banned out all the counters for this Granger, so she might have an easy lane. But the Beatrix go back to classics once again. Sakoshi will get her hands on the 4-weapon marksman.
The universal fallback in the gold lane nowadays. If you don't know what marksman to pick, Beatrix is usually a safe enough choice if all the better options are already banned out. I do think that you could have still considered going for something like a Bruno, but it looks like Terra Queens wants to stick to comfort, and the AoE from the Beatrix will help deal with potential split pushes if it does come down to that towards the later stages of the game.
This is smart. They need AoE. For Onyx Pertiwi, they don't really have a lot of AoE. The only thing is only coming out from that Farsa and the Gata combo. That's going to be pretty tough to crack down, especially if you are Rina as well as Ku. So the aggression coming out from Terra Queens needs to be able to find Zev, but they go for the Khalid instead.
Ooh.
A potential counter towards that Hilda and try to match that aggression down the jungles.
Yeah, it is matching aggression. So Onyx is picking up this hero at the very end to make sure that they also have options of invading the jungle early, of creating a little bit of extra pressure. Because Terra Queens is a team that works very well in a snowball situation. Once they have a slight lead, once they have lane control, they like to rotate together and become very aggro on the map. Having a Khalid around will help deal with that somewhat, but it comes down to execution, because this hero will fall off if he's not able to make stuff happen early on.
All eyes are on the Queens as they face up against the Porcupines. The draft is set. It's all down to execution. It's the Terra Queens. Might they wreak havoc as they did in the first game that we've seen today against the Porcupines, who look locked in and ready.
It is going to be the first quarterfinals of Stream B here at MWI 2025. Will their reign of terror continue? Navilera already eating a lot of damage in the mid lane, but this is game one between Terror Queens and Onyx Pertiwi.
Terra Queens read Onyx like an open book. They know that Navilera definitely wants to try to get that invade, disrupt Yuri, but hold on a second right here. Ku getting a little bit too close, doesn't have any form of reconciliation, no form of escape. She will go down. And Onyx leading the charge. They can't set up that aggression. Pooh trying to chase onto her arena. Navilera not too healthy as of now. They touch and they go. As Terra Queens, their aggression play is starting to hurt them a little bit more.
Yeah, a good start actually though from both teams. Terra Queens figuring out that Navilera would try to go for an invade and then countering that, and then Onyx specifically holding Ku in a position where she wouldn't be able to run into a bush to activate Hilda's passive and get healed up. One death already in favor of Onyx, but since it's early in the game, it's not going to affect the grand scheme of things too much. What does matter though is that it gives Sev space.
Rui goes to the back line, takes a huge chunk of damage off of Livy, but heals everything back up. She's all fine and dandy. 20 seconds till the turtle spawns up, but I like the fact that Terra Queens are sticking to their guts. They have the aggressive play. They're pulling everyone back, and Ku tries to go in, but the power spikes are not coming through. She doesn't have that stun as of now, as 4 are coming down her arena, making a beeline for it. Rui on the back line, taking down Pooh. Will not be enough damage as Zaz splits up that team fight. Rui comes back down. Down goes Ku. Navilera comes in for the backup. Arena 2-4 deep underneath the turret and gets a double kill. Navilera starting things strong.
A little bit too greedy there. I like the signature aggression from Terra Queens. The trade 1-for-1 initially was actually pretty good since they were able to get a much more important member, but then they lost a second body from Rina trying to go for the kill on Livy. That was really not so necessary, and we can see that Onyx is pretty good at holding their position against this very aggressive team.
Turtle already up. Doesn't look like either team wants to try to dance for this. He'd rather try to give a little bit more information. Rui start things off, pulling the turtle down. Navalera surfing around, trying to wait for the right location. You got the shadows already popped up by Rui. He gets the kill, gets the steal as Luna Lin pops the Crimson Beacon to get away. On it with the discipline, they get what they can, but they seek out Ku. Ku doesn't have any heals, doesn't have anywhere to run. As Pooh traps all of them, trying to zone them away. This raging sandstorm locks on the two. And Arena underneath the turret, Luna Lin gets out safe, and Onyx pick up pick up 2 kills for himself.
Ooh, another Ogi shadow kill. Rui nearly picks off Livy, but looks like the Farsight will live to fly another day. Onyx, once again, doing a great job of holding position. While it's true, Rui made an amazing play of stealing that turtle away. Ku unfortunately tried to set up for a backline dive when Onyx were already in retreat mode, which meant they could instantly rotate over and pick her off. And the rest of Terror Queen still stuck around despite all of that. They should have sacrificed the Hilda in that position. They did not need to lose an additional body there. But they're still farming pretty well, actually.
How are we feeling about power spikes? Because when we talk about the Khalid, we talk about the Hilda, but hold on a second right here, just zoning Arena out. The Goon Squad is here as Onyx tries to go for another aggressive play onto the EXP side, but just zoning them out and making beeline towards that mid side. And Terror Queens, they read where Onyx is moving. And now Turtle spawning up in 40 seconds, but to my question, like when we talk about power spikes, Khalid has a certain tipping point. What is that pivot where, you know, Khalid starts to fall off?
I mean, it's usually that mid-game. For Khalid to remain viable throughout the game, Navilera will ideally want to remain at least even in gold and ahead in EXP. And right now, she is actually achieving that against Ku. We have to note, both of these heroes, Khalid and Hilda, will fall off later in the game, but Khalid still has an ultimate that sets up fights. That's something Ku does not have access to.
It's a woman on a mission. Pooh already committed the AOG. Got a turtle already spawned up. Luna Lin sourcing for information, putting out that pepper spray to keep Onyx at bay. Got Yippee already in position as well. Onto the mid side, Ku taking a huge chunk of damage from Navalera. Luna Lin pulling Navalera aside. There's a turtle getting onto the back side. You got a Feather airstrike trying to zone out Luna Lin, pops in Crimson Beacon, gets it flied away. Helen Arena next on a chopping block is Ku trying to take down Livy. Rui steals the turtle, and you got a Rhythm of Joy onto Rui. She might not be able to escape. Collapsed down by 4. That's a punish. Don't take away my turtle. Yippee wants to go for Luna Lin. One more hit, won't be able to get it. Helen Arena trying to zone them all away as Ku tries to get one more kill. Won't be able to do so. That's a sliver. Helen Arena will seal that deal. Sakoshi makes a beeline towards that mid side. It's a down for a down, tit for a tat, and all heads are falling.
It is an absolute brawl, and somehow Terror Queens emerge as the victors of that all-out chaotic skirmish in the mid lane. Initially, when the fight started, Onyx were actually doing an amazing job of keeping themselves together, not allowing Terror Queens to split them up to take the fight on their terms. But as Terror Queens continued pushing the fight forward, Onyx started scattering, started to try and punish them for overextending, and that is when Terror Queens decided we can fight back, we can trade bodies here.
You know, the longer this game goes, I think Terror Queens actually has an advantage, taking 2 objectives, taking down the turrets, and you can see on the bottom side, smaller map, is that they are sweeping Onyx aside. Luna Lin definitely looks happy on this one.
You can see that Terror Queens are definitely the aggressors. You know, the reign of terror continues in Land of Dawn. Onyx trying to play their style, taking it slow, steady, calculated. And Terror Queens is not allowing them to do that. They want to sow as much chaos as possible.
Kill score equalized, and we talked about the tipping point of Khalid. We're seeping into the midpoint mark. Only 1 turtle left to go as Terror Queens actually up ahead in 2,700 gold. That's an item and a half for the Queens as Onyx desperate, scrambling. That's a Raging Sandstorm already committed. You got Pooh onwards, charging onto Ku, pulling her in. Navilera goes down. Luna Lin tries to pull in one back, but on the back side, you got a ballistic missile. Zeb takes down yet another one. Yippee next to fall. Won't be able to run as Ku solidifies and seals her fate. 2 down for both teams.
But I think it still does actually benefit Terror Queens. Yippee was picked off in that fight. Sakoshi was able to get a good amount of gold from the assist, already completed with that Blade of Despair as a second item. And while both marksmen have 2 items completed, we have to note Sakoshi's items are way more expensive compared to Yippie's. There is nearly a 1,500 gold difference between the marksmen alone.
To be honest though, BOD, Malefic Gun, that's all you need, right? You're a Beatrix, you need that additional range, you need that flat damage from that BOD, and you already have that magic penetration from Malefic Gun. So I think Sakoshi's coming online is just a positioning that Terra Queens has to watch for. They're still up ahead, 3,600 gold, and Yippie far behind has already 2 deaths, and like you said, in Skypiercer, it might not be worth it at this point.
Might not be worth it indeed. I mean, it's still going to be a core item for the Granger. Here comes the Joy. I think this is unwise. Yeah, Sev decides she is not going to challenge that. I think that Onyx needs to be not the team that starts the fight. They gotta bait Terror Queens into them instead.
You know, we have a high win rate with the Barca Gata combo that a lot of teams are actually starting to pick up. But then Terror Queens are actually tearing Onyx apart. They're taking control of the map. The only issue is, right now, Sakoshi's left all alone. She doesn't know where the rest of Onyx is. They're making a beeline for it. They see where she is. They're going to take down that T1, but it's a trade. T2 for a T1 for both teams.
I think it's pretty smart, though, to play it safe for now. Sakoshi knows that the rest of her team is going for that top tier 2, so she'll play it safe instead. There's no need to try and challenge Sev to try and protect the bot tier 1, since you're going to get a much more valuable tower in exchange. The gold difference between Yippie and Sakoshi slowly getting higher and higher, and playing Rina as well.
Oh, they're getting pulled back. Pooh will survive, not survive. The Wrath of Rui. And on it goes down yet again. Terror Queen still up ahead. And like you said, Sakoshi's damage is starting to hurt, starting to show. 1.7 gold lead. Livin with the Feather Airstrike. That's a huge red mark. Rui is on Livy. But you got Nivelera trying to target onto that. Zev a little bit too close to the sun. This kamikaze gone wrong as Terror Queen starting their rampage yet again.
It still ends up being pretty good for Terror Queens. They lose playing Rina, but they get Sev as well as Livy. These are way more valuable targets. Terror Queens are trading bodies incredibly well. Sakoshi gonna get that Lord, and Onyx suddenly playing on the back foot.
Got their airstrike, try to take down Ku. Down she goes. Rui and Lin doesn't want to push the situation. They want to take down that T1 instead. And virtually, Terror Queen's T1 is left untouched. They got the Lord, they got the T1. The map is wide open, it's looking hella blue.
Looking at the itemization right now, we could see a heavy focus towards physical defense on the side of Onyx. Antique cuirasses and blade armors are being prioritized, since Onyx knows Sakoshi is already becoming a problem very, very early on. It does look like Luna Lin decided to go for the Skypiercer build on that Zeusin as well, so Terror Queens wants to continue playing for brawls.
Living with the Feather Airstrike, but you know, is there any silver lining for Onyx? All I can see is, yeah, play defensively, play the high ground. You have the Feather Airstrike clear things out. Zev tries to clear out that bottom side. Lord marching down the top side.
Again, I think Onyx really just needs to play.
It's a 1v1, but they're clearing out that minions. Zev just waiting for the right call. Won't be able to get it, but on the top side, they're starting a full-out brawl. Lord already charged in, takes down the T3 down to less than half. As Terror Queens, again, zoning everyone out of the way. Sakoshi just purely on that Bennett's Rage. Nivelera starting to fall. She goes down. Her arena will pick up that kill. Ku's down too deep, and she will fall by the hands of Yippie. Terror Queens needs to play a little bit more defensively and disciplined if they want to clear things out.
But it still ends up being 1-for-1. Terror Queens nearly takes down the top inhibitor, does take down the mid tier 2. It's still actually good for them. This is a style of gameplay that is using their own heroes, their own players as resources in order to gain more gold and presence on the map. And it is actually working. Onyx trying to play a slower game, a more controlled approach, and they are getting absolutely messed up.
Helena getting messed up by Yippie, gets sent to the graveyard. There's a shadow kill onto Yippie, able to get that flicker out safe. Bennett's Rage will deal a huge chunk of damage. Get a Raging Sandstorm onto Luna Lin, able to get out safe as well with Crimson Beacon. As Terror Queens playing a little bit more defensively, Helena throwing her body, trying to get those kills. Do you think maybe Terror Queens are starting to get desperate? This might be their power spike.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, I think there is a bit of controlled chaos in the way that Terror Queens plays. Onyx needs to take advantage of that. They actually managed to pick off Ku without trading anyone in that case, because Terror Queens are the type of team that want to force things to happen. So just play it slow.
Onyx diving again. Luna Lin will get one more hit. Gets taken out by Livy on the backside. Then Valera taking a huge chunk of damage. Gets slain by Sakoshi. Good AOG goes wide. Down into the back line. Zeph as well diving deep in. The fight is split up. Rui, a sliver of health. Henrina takes care of Zeph. Rui will run back safe. And it's a 2-for-2 yet again.
All right. Still an even trade, but at the very least in this case, Onyx was the one to take initiative. Still not the cleanest. The fight was a little bit split up, but Rui ended up in a really awkward position. Ku needs to be a little bit more careful with the way that she actually starts these initiations. Playing Rina as well. Terror Queens doesn't have a very obvious big AoE teamfight ultimate that's used as the go green light for Terror Queens, which means they have to be smarter.
Shadow kill, Livy with a sliver and survives, barely making it out. Ku trying to source for more information where Yippee is, and now it's getting collapsed on by 3, getting that punish. You came a little bit too close as Livy, Luna Lin able to pull back Navalera, but that is just tickling Onyx just a little bit as Terror Queens make a beeline towards that Lord. They want to take that down before Zev gets into position.
You could say that the Farsa was Livy on a prayer in that situation. I'm honestly surprised that that was enough damage to nearly take her out, but here we go again.
Oh, Navalera again with the Raging Sandstorm, but it's not enough. Sakoshi from the backline just gunning everyone down. Zev with the homing ballistic missile trying to take down Luna Lin, but just not enough damage. Lorena left alive. Terror Queens, 2 members fall. It's a 2-for-2 once again. As Terror Queens, they just still have Rui. Onyx still has Zev. Zev has the retribution.
Here we can see Onyx starting to adapt a little bit to the chaos of the Terror Queens. While the trades ended up being in their favor most of the time earlier on, we can see they're starting to favor a bit more on Onyx. The net worth difference is reducing. Sakoshi being picked off there was also very, very unideal because Terror Queens have been relying on this Beatrix to be the main source of damage output. They gotta start taking a step back. The goal now needs to be protecting their backline.
The bottom side wave already pushing in. Livy with the Feather Airstrike to zone everyone out. Rui tries to get in with that Lord, try to get another steal, but he's down low. Still gets it though with the retribution. He goes down. What is the work he said? Sacrifice. Rui actually gets out save in the nick of time as Ku just taking the hits, taking the blows.
Terror Queens continues to show why they are the dark horse of the competition.
But Onyx cycling through, they want to try to push this.
Onyx, they tried to stop Rui from getting on top of the Lord, and somehow the Hayabusa steals it away anyway. But Onyx are still able to get a good number of structures thanks to that push. Another feathered airstrike. We can see that Livy starting to hurt quite a bit.
Oh, they see where Rui is though. Your Shadow Kill, Winter Crown's gonna negate that damage. No crucial resource. Zap wants to try to chase him down. Will do it. Talk about that nerf on the stadium side. That is the additional damage that you need.
That Winter Crown, very specifically purchased in this case. Sev knew exactly what Rui would try to do in those particular situations, and that really made all the difference, because otherwise Rui would have actually gotten that 1v1 kill. Onyx, after trying to claim control of the game for the past 5 minutes, finally in control.
And Rena will take a huge chunk of damage, but she'll be fine and dandy. Onyx has their eyes set on that purple buff. They'll take all the resources that Terror Queens have left behind from a massive 6,000 gold lead down to only 100 as Onyx clawing their way back up in this game.
And that's the scary thing, right? I do feel like Onyx still has better late game scaling, and it's even better in the case that Terror Queens are just throwing themselves at them. It worked pretty well in the early to mid game when they had a gold advantage, but they no longer have that. It's a very much a 50-50, and Onyx has more DPS.
Starting things off with Pooh's taunt, but he took up that orange buff, getting pulled back for an airstrike to deal a lot of damage. He has that immortality getting popped up as well. Zap tries to go in all kamikaze mode. Now Valera with the Raging Sandstorm miss all that targets, but Ku is deep into enemy territory. Now Valera will fall by the hands of Luna Lin as Onyx again throwing and sacrificing that Khalid. 2, 6, and 9 for this Khalid. And we talked about how well her power spikes were. And now in the mid to late game, what is the play for Navalera?
What's the play? Just don't do what you just saw earlier. Terror Queens actually played that fight exactly the way they needed to. They took a step back. They slowed it down. They saw that Onyx wanted to engage on them, so they back it off. They zone themselves out of the feathered airstrike, slowly isolate them. Ku is able to come in at a later timing, which means that not all 5 members of Onyx are able to focus their damage onto her, and that means she's able to actually buy enough space.
Battlefield's real quiet now. Terror Queens don't want to show themselves too much, as do Onyx.
They do not want to necessarily reveal themselves right now. Control over the top half of the map is the goal.
5 seconds till the Lord spawns up. Terror Queens already in position.
Position to hold over the Lord right now. Onyx gonna be coming over from the bottom side. Navilera, the first one to show themselves in front of Ku. Oh.
Zeph goes down, Helena gets caught out. Sakoshi taking a huge chunk of damage. Helena with the Rinse of Crown will save her just in the nick of time for the fair strike. She's got to flicker out of the way. AOG too late as Terror Queens. They take down Navilera once again, and Terror Queens have that advantage over the Lord.
That was a beautiful control. Excellently played, actually, by the Terror Queens. Again, spacing themselves out. Yes, a little bit more aggressive than necessary, but now Onyx is at a man disadvantage, and Terror Queens can make use of that. Ooh, Rui trying to go for Zev. That's
it's
bit
personal
dangerous.
vendetta, Sadafa. But what's not a personal vendetta is Livin already using a crucial resource. No more feather airstrike. Terror Queens will get started on this Lord. They might be able to blitz this down, but Rui doesn't have the retribution. Zav does, though.
Yeah, Zev going to have the slight advantage here. So even though Terror Queens have the numerical lead, they do not have the most important tool for actually taking the Lord down. Luckily for them, the macro on the map is actually favoring them. They've been able to get the lanes pushing up on their half. So that means Onyx is going to eventually have to split off some members to deal with that.
We've come to a point where the game is still fairly even. Terror Queen's just a little bit up on top in terms of economy. You're starting to pull onto that Lord as Onyx getting into position. They need more information. And Sakoshi taking a huge bunch of damage. Zeb is right on that. Popped in immortality. Down goes Henrina. Sakoshi gets out safe, but not for long. And she goes down as well. Rui on the back line trying to get onto Livy. All down low, but they still lost 3 members. Terror Queens, they're losing it. Ku trying to run away. I think she can. She'll be fine and dandy. She's eating all of that damage as Onyx trying to quickly blitz down this Lord.
Terror Queens have been the ones setting the tempo in the team fights thus far, but Onyx finally found the target that they were looking for. A surgical incision into the heart of the Terror Queens to find Sakoshi. And once that Beatrix was gone, there was no longer anything to worry about. I feel like Terror Queens needed to back it off the moment that the Beatrix was already vulnerable. They needed to make a call. It is very unlikely they're going to be able to win the fight afterwards. And because they still tried to commit to it, Rui went down as well.
T2 mid already fell. Bottom side T2 will get dealt with by Zev as the Lord marching down the top side. Terror Queens doesn't really have that high ground advantage. The only one is Sakoshi, but Onyx has a very high committal, very high suicidal draft. If they go in, if they throw their bodies once again, this might be a turnaround for Terror Queens.
Feathered airstrike does so much damage. Top inhibitor will fall. Onyx trying to muscle their way in.
Bennett's Rage already committed. Rui on the back line. That's not a lot of damage, and Onyx will just eat everything up. Down goes Ku, down goes Henrina, and they are targeting onto the throne. Down goes 4 as Onyx secures that throne over Terror Queens. Game number 1 goes over to the Indonesians.
Eyes on the prize right there, baby. That's what Onyx was targeting the entire time. They knew that taking it slow, they knew that trying to play it safe in this situation may be risky considering the way Terror Queens have been playing throughout the entire game. So they're not going to give them that chance. This is the best opportunity they could have found with all 5 members still standing, multiple resources available. The crystal is the only target they need to target. And that's exactly what they did.
If you had one opportunity, one shot, would you capture it? Would you let it slip? I think Onyx really clawed their way back up. I mean, playing on the back foot is not easy. Terror Queens had control of the entire game, but technically, Onyx had such a great performance. We're going to look at the replays again real quick, but man, that turnaround from Onyx was just chef's kiss.
Yeah, I do feel like this is one of the examples of a team showing how to adapt in the middle of the game itself. It's something that has been lacking in a lot of the other teams that had to struggle their way up from the lower bracket. The ability to figure out what needs to change in the way we approach this lineup in the middle of the Land of Dawn, because Terra Queens were actually controlling most of the game and Onyx were just trying to adapt, but they were making sure they weren't losing too many every single time a loss happened, and slowly but surely built up the momentum they needed to eventually push their way into the base. I gotta ask, Leo, now that you're back on the desk, what did you think about Game 1?
It was an impressive showing from Terra Queens, especially the first 3 quarters of this game. They were in control, yes, but I think it was a very fragile type of control. They were constantly attacking and barraging Onyx Pertiwi where it mattered, but when the punches came, it felt like they had a glass jaw. What is a solid right hand or an uppercut when you can't protect yourself? And that's the problem here. Again, I alluded to this before the game even began. How is Sikoshi gonna step up to Yippee? Yippee, yes, struggled a little bit. There was a kill or two onto Yippee, but it was so much easier for Onyx to find Sikoshi. And Sikoshi, she just, what was she on? She was on a Beatrix, right?
Beatrix, yeah.
The Beatrix has a dash, a roll, if you will. And then the Beatrix can actually rock Renner. She could have just stayed maybe in a bush away, a few units away from where the fight was actually happening, but especially when it mattered, when she did not have her flicker, she was still in the midst of fights. And I'm like, I saw the AOG, I'm like, oh, this is it. It's over. It's over. That's the second to the last fight.
Yep.
And they lost her. And now the game got flipped on its head. Again, I'd hate to point fingers here. I hate to put blame, but Sikoshi needs to protect herself even more, because that is where a good chunk of their power lies, especially with this kind of draft.
I have to add on to that point. Like, we see a lot of Beatrixes in the Women's League, especially in this MWI, that it's only using Bennett or in the B route, but there's so many other weapons, so many other ways and layers to play this that we don't really see from Beatrix players, especially from Sikoshi, having a winning lane, having that gold advantage, and to a point, it was like 3,000 gold. That's an item and a half over this Granger.
Yeah, the thing is, though, there's a reason why most players go Bennett and Nibiru. They're the most consistent. They're going to be the most effective once you get into the late game.
That's
and
right.
they both do AoE damage, so you can wave clear, you can team fight. It's very solid. I agree with Leo that Sikoshi needed to hide in bushes. That's the only thing that Terra Queen actually needed to change, because their way of playing, their controlled chaos, is actually very practiced. You can see they're very good at advancing the fight slowly while picking off members one by one by just diving in and causing Onyx to scatter. But Onyx did not bite onto that bait. The longer the game went, the more they realized if we just find the Beatrix, we win the fight automatically.
And that happened very often. Ku dying should be a part of protecting Sikoshi. Her deaths and her life should be worth more than Sikoshi's when it comes down to it. Like, if I die, that means you live and you kill too. That is the exchange. But so far, it's been 1-for-1. And Onyx wins that trade out if this continues. And I'm looking at their KDAs, I'm looking at their stats. Zev is amazing, 10-3 and 10. She punished Rui's selfish plays where she tried to get the solo kill. Again, key there would be that winner crown. But I'm also looking at Yippee. Yippee with the recovery of a lifetime. Again, this all-star gold laner is really showing up. Even after this game, even after this hard-fought game, playing from the back foot for a majority of the, how long was it? 18 minutes, 17-minute game?
7 to 18 minutes, yeah.
She still deserves to be on top of the food chain. She is currently #1 across all MWI competitors. She beat out Sikoshi, KDA, GPM, DPM, but kill participation though, again, you're slicing threads here. It's a small difference. Maybe Sikoshi can afford to put that down to 40%. Because that's only when it matters, when she finally gets the kill, or maybe even just pushing turrets.
Yeah, honestly, I think that one stat actually tells the entire story, because both teams have an assassin whose main goal is to find the opposing gold laner. Zev did a great job of locating Sikoshi a lot of the time, but you notice Rui never really could jump on Yippee because the Granger was never really vulnerable in the fights. It's always standing with the team or hiding in a bush first and then joining later.
And most times she just gives up and she goes for, lo and behold, Zev, which is a losing battle. There were so many times Rui tried to take down Zev and Zev just standing there with her crown. All right, I'm gonna kill you. That happened at least once. That anime moment wherein oh, you walk up to me moment. That happened once, and she regretted that, and things were never the same.
Honestly, though, to that point, I just want to give huge props to Navalera, because in the early game, I was questioning a lot of the Raging Sandstorms, and I know like Klee kind of falls off in the mid to late game, but she found that mark onto Sakoshi, just enabled Zev to get a free entry into that gold lane and into that back line so that you can take the damage dealer down and Yippee can just go ham and gung-ho down the line.
It's additional ways to catch Sakoshi. If not, at least compromise her spacing. The fact that Lunalyn is playing on a Zushin does not help the situation. She's much better on the offense, and when they were closing in on their base, when they were inside defending, you can see that Lunalyn was really struggling. Again, I do believe her build was the usual way to build a Zushin, and that's not very good on the back foot. Our match MVP brought to us by Sony is none other than Yippee. Look at that, fully built up all the way. She even sold her boots. Like, she just wanted to get this done.
And we have to remember, right, that Yippee was losing in Gold Farm early on in the game by quite a wide margin. Actually, Sakoshi had already completed Malefic Gun and BOD by the time Yippee only had Hunter Strike and Sky Piercer. There's a very big difference in the price of those items overall. So she was able to make up that difference thanks to very smart positioning, very good adjustments from the entire squad of Onyx.
And patience. I think a huge part of Onyx Pertiwi's comeback is patience. That is a trademark of any successful Southeast Asian MLBB team. I'm even looking at the men's division. They know how to play on the defense. They know how to sit back, relax, play underneath our turrets, and know when we're not the beatdown and when to clap back. That is exactly what Onyx did here to reclaim the game away from the Terror Queens.
Yeah, I gotta say, a lot of gold laners actually don't shine in the lane. Yes, Yippee had a tough time against Sakoshi on a one-to-one kind of situation, but when it comes down to the mid to late game team fights, when Yippee was actually in the picture, she was actually outputting that damage that the Onyx actually needs. The first 2 deaths was only within the first 5 minutes, and that's when, you know, Rui was trying to gank on Yippee and she falls and you can't really escape from that. But when you get into a position where your team is backing you up, that's when Yippee really shines.
Yep, like to commend as well Livy from Onyx Indonesia. There's a term that usually we don't hear when it comes to MLBB is suppressive fire. This Farsa played so well to put up suppressive fire for the forward momentum of the Terror Queens that they eventually got to a position of victory like this. We would not be able to get out of the base if Livy was not playing it to a T to protect that top lane tier 3 and then just finding a way back into the map.
I think you can actually see from the movements of most of Onyx that it was a complete shift in approach, the way that they were team fighting, right? Initially, it was kind of chaotic. We saw Navilera miss a lot of Raging Sandstorms in the early stages because Onyx was the one that wanted to start fights. But as time went on, they started realizing, okay, Terror Queen is going to run at us whether we want it or not. We are going to use our resources in a utilitarian way. We are going to use our HP bars as defensive measures and constantly shift our positioning to make sure that Yippee is always standing as far back as possible.
Until they were on the offensive, until they got back into the driver's seat. This is contradictory to the well-known mantra of fake it till you make it. What Onyx Indonesia did was take it till you make it, and they were just taking it to the chin. They were taking their losses, rolling with the punches, and eventually a gold advantage and a map advantage made itself apparent, and they went for the juggler. Ladies and gentlemen, first to the board and at match point currently in this quarterfinals bout is Onyx Pertiwi of Indonesia. This contest could not be more tight, given that Terror Queens was in control of a majority of game number 1. Besides protecting Sakoshi, besides keeping herself scarce and hiding and waiting till that power spike is just almost unstoppable, anything else that Terror Queens could do to maybe take us to game number 3?
The shift forward is in one of 2 directions. You either change up your gameplay style so that you are able to adapt if necessary, or you draft heroes that are meant for chaos. I think a lot of the draft was pretty suited, but the Zusin is better for slower engagements.
We'll see if that is the same approach. Terror Queens on the play. Onyx Pertiwi answering back. Coach MSK, Coach Siku at the helm. This chess battle, this contest of minds setting up the draft for game number 2. Gentlemen, it's all you.
All right. Thank you, Leo. Let us go ahead and take it away, Churros. How about you? What do you think needs to change for game number 2?
The fights. The way that Terra Queens take the fights is where Ku likes to set things up. When she goes as a loose member to try to chase Livy down when the Fair Airstrike was on, I think that was where, there's no one at the back line protecting Sakoshi, and Sakoshi falls together with Luna Lin because they're always together. The roam should be still kind of held back and trying to setting things up and try to play a classic front-to-back, but it wasn't really a front-to-back. We see during the last couple of Lord fights that the fight was split up into 10 different directions. Everyone's just chasing who they want to chase.
The thing is, Terra Queens, I believe they want the fight to be split up in 10 different directions. So if they intend to stick to the same gameplay style, I think a change in draft is probably what we're going to need to be looking at, because Ku actually needed to be jumping in front as well. Hilda's not really going to do much in the case of defense, so running down the opponent is the best way Ku can contribute, and Hlengrina on the CC is not going to be able to really defend as well. Terra Queens are really depending on their players, holding their own positions in a lot of the fights, and that worked initially, but then got adjusted too.
We're starting things off with the first phase of the ban complete. But one thing I noticed was that Onyx is actually respecting this Hilda. On the other hand, Terra Queens will first pick that Joy, denying it over the hands of Zev. Everything looks pretty much even Stevens for Terra Queens, but that is typically the Gata Kacha spot, so they want to pick that up alongside the Farsa, which is highly valuable. So we go back into Terra Queens.
Still very safe, very universal opening, good damage, good bulkiness, get out of jail free card, and these two heroes generally clear mid lane very fast as well. So there's no argument for me to open up in this way, and Onyx will be able to use that to hide the strategy going into this game too.
What about the Uranus? I mean, Hlengrina also played a heck of a Uranus. Now that the Hilda's gone, you want to play aggressive. You could play a loose member with the Uranus instead, but they want to go with the CC, so Uranus not in question again.
CC is fine for getting EXP lane dominance and is actually quite suited to the style that Terra Queens wants to play in the first place of diving into the backline. Since they do go for a Granger this time as well, I do hope they put Ku on a slightly more defensive optimized roamer so that you don't have both of your frontliners running all the way into the enemy and leaving you vulnerable.
So at least right now, you have some sort of like backline disruptors, and you have sort of like a traditional front to back in that Granger, and you have pretty reliable scalability in the late game. But the Porcupines will secure the Irithel as their last pick. And moving on to the second phase of that ban, what's left for Terra Queens is actually the roam and the mid lane. And what's left open is quite a lot of options right here. You got a Juicy, you got a Kimmy. If you want to play a little bit more sneaky, you could always go for... Oh no, like... Was it? No, the Loyi was in the second game, but yeah, I don't think Loyi would come out.
Yeah, I don't think so. We did already see some surprising mid lane debuts. Like just Novaria. Earlier. We saw the Novaria, from Foot, I believe it was.
As a counter towards the Farsa.
So it could be an option. Zusin, I already pointed out earlier, is a bit of a slow mate for what Terra Queens is trying to do. But a lot of the faster mages are not really in the meta right now as well. That's why Farsa has such a high priority overall. Khalid also gets banned out by Onyx, so they're just trying to make sure Terra Queens doesn't have a hero that just straight up bullies the early game. They want to play it a more classic style, which Onyx seems to be better at.
Last ban over from Onyx. Could also try to ban out a particular mage. It will be the Juicin ban. So what's left open is basically Kimmy. I don't think Onyx will be able to pick that up as well since the Farsa is open. I think they're trying to suss out the Kimmy though. It might be a bait for them, and then they have an answer because you could get a dive composition into the back line. I think a Ling would be a good viable option, but it will be the Isun Shin.
But they ban Yi Sun Shin, focus on two assassins on the side of Terra Queens. They want Joy to be the one controlling the tempo of the backline dives. With Zeus-in also banned out, I don't think Kimmy is very suited for the way Terra Queens wants to play. Kimmy Granger is actually a great combination, but it's better for teams that want to scale into the late game, which Terra Queens has not really shown themselves to prefer. An interesting option might be the Valentina for them to steal away the Feather Airstrike and AOG.
Sort of like a matchup and fight fire with fire kind of situation. For the Porcupines, I am really hinting on either Hanzo or even a Ling.
Hanzo or Ling is not bad. Fredrin might actually be interesting. Already is pretty good into the Joy. They go for the EXP lane first.
A little bit more stable pick with the Phoveus. The Carmilla comes out for Terra Queens.
Are they doing Carmilla Sicilian?
Might be, but then they're pretty glass cannon, but you have a lot of once you have the Blood Pact, it just splits up that damage like nobody's business.
You can actually still go Kimmy here. It actually matches up quite well with the Carmilla.
Yeah.
Without relying on late game scaling like the Sicilian. But again, not very suited for the way Terra Queens wants to play specifically. So we will have to see here.
Man, I'm thinking Kimmy would be a good option. The Zask. The Zask and Camilla.
It's zone control at its finest.
And the Fanny actually finally comes out over the hands of Zev. You're feeling good about it though.
I was wondering, because it's not very often you leave your jungle pick for the very last in the draft. So I was thinking, are we going to see a Fanny here? But I didn't actually expect it to be locked in Onyx, setting the stage.
Hey, what are you saying? Fanny is Indonesian flavor. It's uniquely Indonesian, and they love their Fanny. They love their high mobilities, but we're jumping into this game. Any last thoughts on this draft?
Okay, it's going to be interesting. It's a little bit more difficult overall for Terra Queens. Yes, their heroes are capable of taking care of themselves, but their overall teamfight presence is much more lacking in comparison to the side of Onyx. And then when we look at the early game potential of Fanny, it just becomes absolutely terrifying. Game 2 shall open wide the gates towards the land of dawn, as Onyx currently threatening to end the journey of our MWI Dark Horse. Can Terra Queens reverse their fate?
Question on everybody's head who's watching right now is the Zask and the Camilla. Zask taking a lot of damage early on, and Onyx already getting that zone potential and that winning lane right off the bat. But the interaction between this really comes to light in the mid to late stages of the game, where the Dominator's Descent starts to deal a lot more damage, and you have that Curse of Blood really locking everyone in place. But it's a lot harder now that you're facing up against a Fanny, a wild card, an interesting pick coming out.
And Zev already trying to cause some damage in the mid lane.
Spin the win, and the cables will not land. Luna Lin gets out safe, doesn't have the flicker, but Livy will take her out.
At his first blood over to Onyx. I think we knew coming into this game, early game, was going to be Onyx playground. They're going to focus on getting a snowball. The only losing lane is EXP, and that's why Livy is ganking it so much.
And Rina taking a lot of damage, getting knocked back, pushed up, knocked forward, pulled apart. Livy again, all the way from the mid lane. On the top side though, Pooh taking a lot of damage. You know where Rui is, getting taunted up. Zev on the wall spam, and taking Rui down. Can't ask for a better start for Onyx.
That is the blender defined right there. The Unbreakable into the cable spam. Onyx is playing this early game perfectly. They know that Terra Queens wants to be the one setting the momentum, so they've drafted in a way that doesn't give it to them. And again, it's so smart to keep sending Livy to the EXP lane, because that is the only part of the map where they don't have priority.
It's a 1v2 down the mid side. Ku and Luna Lin against Pooh, but will be able to walk out safe. Doesn't have the AOG as of now, but the Curse of Blood will take a little bit more time, as Livy already on level 4, and the Turtle will be the next major objective.
Next major objective should be pretty easy for Onyx to contest. I really don't think Terra Queens have the team fight necessary, even at level 4, to actually try and fight it.
Start to zone everyone out. A lot of damage. Helena will start to get work onto Nevalerina. A little bit of suppressive fire to keep everyone at bay. Helena goes into the back line. Here comes Zev with that damage. And 2 members taking down Ku on the back line again with a little bit of a cable play down on mid lane.
It is beautiful. It's perfect. It's exactly what Onyx needs to be doing. Now Valera 1v2 and winning.
Rue's next on the chopping block. Huge red cross right on her back. Won't be enough as Livy proves me wrong and takes her down with the killing spree.
Onyx is showing the world how it's done right now. Every angle meticulously calculated in that turtle fight. We saw Poe jump into that funnel with the Unbreakable, setting it up perfectly for the iron sights of Zev. And then even following up afterwards, Navilera surviving for so long, knowing that Terror Queens just doesn't have enough early game burst damage. They're all about zone control, but it doesn't matter if you just run right into the back.
There starts to get work done. Let's give Zev off the screen. Takes down Rui and his solo kill. Livy pops the flicker out. Save Luna Lin. Pops it in. The Fair Airstrike will deal 2 chunk of damage, but will get knocked back by Navilera. A little bit more damage, and here comes Zev. Will not be enough to take Luna Lin down. Onyx staying disciplined will hold back and take down the first turtle.
Onyx have been hiding this secret weapon. They've been waiting for the opportunity to bring it out. And it is terrifying. The Terror Queens have not been prepared for this. It is exactly how the game is meant to be played. It's exactly how the composition is meant to be executed. And unfortunately, the unusual draft coming out of Terror Queens this game is not doing them any favors. Already a 2,000 gold lead in favor of Onyx. The only lane that is keeping up in gold is going to be Sikoshi. So Terror Queens might want to put more attention over there.
Zev, cable a little bit too far and out of the way. Swing, and Zev will get taken down. Shut down by Rui on the top side. Luna Lin takes down Livy with the Dominator's Descent. That's a lot of damage coming in from that Zaz. As Fu gets taken down as well with the double kill. But here comes Navilera. She will make it count underneath the turrets. Yippee, one more hit onto Sikoshi. She will get out safe as both gold laners are holding a personal vendetta against each other.
That was actually massive. Oh, that was close. Just a little bit sooner, we would have found them there. But Terror Queens actually got a really good trade. All of a sudden, the 2k gold lead is reduced to only about 600. Sikoshi was the only survivor of the skirmish, and we already pointed out that she is going to be the most important member for Terror Queens to keep alive. I do think Onyx dived a little bit too deep there, and Zev, trying to go for the solo kill when she was that low on energy, gave away that shutdown gold as well.
Luna Lin starting to come online as well with the damage in with the Dominator's Descent, but we've yet to see the Curse of Blood actually make a huge impact in any of these team fights.
And not yet, because unfortunately Curse of Blood is very conditional in the way that it is used. It's a big AoE, but it doesn't nearly provide as much impact as something like Implosion, for example. Oh, Luna Lin!
One more frame and she might have been saved as Livy takes her down. Ku a little bit too late for the backup as well.
Pretty sure Luna Lin actually ended up dying to the lethal ignition burn right before entering her ultimate. That's very unfortunate, because if she was able to jump in, it would have bought a lot more time. Onyx can now use that numbers advantage to secure a very easy turtle.
Nice little trade. Rui knows that they can't contest for this turtle, so they'll push down, slow push down that top side instead. But they're pushing that situation though, waiting for the right times. They're trying to find the right angle onto Ku, but it's hard to break down. There's a Curse of Blood onto 2. As Onyx will back off as Helena on the back line. Navilera trying to taking a lot of burst damage, tickling, and the Dominance Descent will get held on a little bit too deep, forced to use that flicker out of the way, but here comes Yippee with a huge burst of damage. One more hit and Ku might be able to fall as Helena on the back line, dealing on to 3.
Now, Onyx is staying a surprisingly long time here, but they do end up in control in the end. I'm kind of surprised they didn't go for that orange buff, but Zev is not around, so it's a bit difficult to do so anyway. And Navilera, we can see how difficult it is to remove the Phobius at this point. Went for the Radiant into the Dreadnought, so covering all the bases. And a lot of Terror Queen's damage is very slow, so because of that, they're not able to quickly burst a target down.
We're slowing things down. First Lord spawning up in a minute as Terror Queens are still struggling. But it's still kind of even, 1,300 gold lead. Not a lot as Onyx still has to maintain that wave pressure on the long lane, the short lane. side waves are still pushing in favor of Onyx.
It really isn't as bad as it seemed like after the first couple of minutes. That big trade in the gold lane made a huge difference in reducing the gold that Onyx was able to hold on to and getting multiple shutdowns at the same time. Sakoshi is still going to be the main target.
Oh, the wall span, Dominus Descent just to save Lunalin in time, but a huge resource already used up. Zev still has the cables, will be getting out saved. That's the beauty of that Fanny. You can be at the bottom side, pushed in that wave, and you can be in the midst of battle, forcing crucial resources.
And this is one of the risks of picking your EXP laner so early as well. That's one of the roles that would have the crowd control to try and stop Sev, but Playing Rina locked in the CC very quickly. So Onyx knew they wouldn't have to worry about more than one potential source of CC.
Lord spawned up, Terror Queens in position, as is Onyx. He's with the Fanny. You can afford to slow push down. If you have vision of Fanny, it doesn't really matter. For Terror Queens, they need to be able to identify where Yippee is. It's still 0-0-3 at this point, and Sakoshi is finding it hard to deal that brunt of damage, especially with a composition like Onyx that's so mobile.
Looks like Terror Queens are trying to force this while Sev is still in the bot lane.
Curse of Blood already utilized. Expressive Fire from Livy, trying to push everyone back out of the way. Ku is next on a chopping block down low, as Pooh down in the back line as well, facing up against the rest of Terror Queens, but they are a little bit more disciplined. But here comes Rui, down to Kamikaze, deal a little bit of damage, getting out of the way. A lot of ultimates already spent by the side of Terror Queens. Onyx will try to rush and blitz this out, but Rui actually takes down Navilera from off the map. Terror Queens are still slowly clawing their way back up.
After an extended interaction, Terror Queens actually comes out on top. Rui picks off the Phobius, so Onyx has one less front line. They are in control of the Lord Pit.
Zev getting stopped in his tracks. The Lord getting reset. Ku taking a lot of damage from him. Pooh getting pulled back. Livy down low with the Wings by Wings, able to get out safe. But from Yippee from the back, gunning everyone down. A huge find, a huge flag, a huge wraparound that the Porcupines are raising their spikes onto the Terror Queens. But they still managed to get that Lord. Onyx might have taken down two, but Terror Queens, they stole the main objective.
Yippee got a great flank, but at the same time, yeah, she got out of the way, but Playing Rina did the exact same thing. The CC picked off Zev and Livy by herself. So because of that, there was no retry contestion from the side of Onyx. It still ends up being a pretty solid trade overall. As you can see, the CC in the backline causing a lot of havoc.
I was busy looking at the Earthel because that was a nice flank, but the Arena was keeping the backline busy. That could have gone way differently if Zev was able to survive against the wrath of Ku.
But that's why you gotta mind your positioning. Fanny, definitely not as strong as she used to be, but still a very annoying hero to deal with if done correctly. Thanks to that, we actually see the gold is completely even. We are 11 minutes into the game at this stage. It is still anyone's a game, but the Lord is pushing up in favor of the Terror Queens. And a lot of Onyx resources have to be spent to make sure their other towers do not fall.
The airstrike keeping everyone else at bay. Lunalin already popped the Dominance Descent, but they can get the reposition, doing a little bit of a tickle onto Navilera. Sakoshi coming online as well with the damage coming through. They want to take down that T1 desperately as Terror Queens having the Lord push up that situation on the top side. Zev gets out safe. Both these two teams, they're just touching. They're just teasing each other now.
I do think that Onyx needs to tone it down once again. They need to adapt, play more towards the team, because Terror Queens, again, really don't have that good of a team fight combination, and yet it's still working.
Fair airstrike to kick things off on the back line. Ruiz gunning everyone down with the Rhythm of Joy, but on the backside as well, you got Zev just making things work. 4 members still alive on the side of Terror Queens. Onyx, 2 members fell, and as much as Onyx had the upper hand the entirety of this game, Terror Queens, they're coming back.
That was a mistake by Onyx. Again, like I said, you do not need to force things. Play it as calculated. Zev is just clearing the wave here, so it's fine. But
they're trying to force it though. Zev with the cable, she misses it, and she goes down.
Why? I literally just said, don't do that.
They can't hear you, Siddhartha.
You're right, they can't hear me. But really, first, you set yourself up for a 4-man Curse of Blood. This ultimate is not usually that effective, but when you get that many people, yes, it is, especially with Rui running straight into the backline and picking off Yippee. Yes, Zev found Sakoshi, but you lose your own goal laner and more members as a result of that. It is not worth it.
We're seeping into the later stage of the game. Both teams are still equalized as Terra Queens has one Lord advantage. Next Lord will be coming up now. As now with Zev on the Fanny, just playing as a lone member. She doesn't see that! Down underneath, ambush, able to cable out safe. This Terra Queens, they are reading her like an open book.
Zev took an entire pie to the face and somehow managed to fly out while blind. Terra Queens, though, not stopping on the pressure. Instant concealed, runs into Onyx in the mid bush.
Yippee just bursting everyone down the back line, but not enough. The dominance descend. Yippie's left all alone. Rui chasing her down, gunning her through. Zev tries to deal a lot of damage. Rui taking a lot of it, but able to manage to get out safe. But a crucial resource have been spent by both teams. Onyx loses the crucial damage dealer.
I feel like we need to check with production if the teams are swapped, because I feel like I'm looking at the opposite result of game number 1. Onyx is forcing things unnecessarily, and Terra Queens is winning out by holding their position. I really don't think Yippee needs to force these flanks. Look at how much damage she does.
Oh, two-man Curse of Blood. We're trapping everyone down. Get us curtain call. Zap bursting. Lunalin down. Rui making an answer count for Nevalara as well. For airstrike to push everyone away. A little bit of suppressive fire, but here comes Rui with a lot of damage as well. Not enough to take Livy down, but here comes Zav. Not a lot of resources, not a lot of dashes. Getting knocked up by the tsunamis. As Ku slowly walking away. Rui takes up that Lord as Zav cables out safe. Sakoshi, a lot of damage. Getting taken out. Yippee pops that sprint. Try to gun everyone down. Pooh in the back lines of enemy territory. Yippee finally takes down Ku. Sakoshi takes down Pooh. Yippee still coming in. Zav on the back line. Arena over the wall. Will get sent to the graveyard as Lord slowly marching down the bottom side. Still, they take that Lord, but there's not a lot of value. It's already down to half.
That was here comes Rui once again.
Livy will get taken out. Yippee barely surviving, but next on the chopping block, huge red flag on her back as Zav slowly cables down, trying to deal with that Lord. As Terra Queens just taking control of that map. Zav finds herself in the midst of the jungle, forcing Lunalin to use the Dominator's Descend, able to get out safe for now.
This is very, very strange from Onyx. They are not playing the adaptive style that we saw from them in game number 1, and that we specifically praised them for. Being able to figure out how to adapt and how to take advantage of their opponent's habits, and yet they are falling into the same habits themselves. They do not need to be forcing these. They can team fight. They have a lot of damage, yes, but that does not necessitate going for these 1v1 bursts. Wait, you have a Gatot, you have a Phoveus, you can buy so much time in the front line, and then Zev and Yippee can come in at the right timing.
Both teams mirroring each other's play styles. Wave pushing down the bottom side in favor of Terra Queens. Onyx already cleared things up. That's a neutral lane right there. The play from either side, man, this is a very tricky situation. There are critical heroes that you want to take down. There are crucial members that both teams want to target. For Onyx, it's Yippee. For Terra Queens, it's Sakoshi. But Rui is the one that's carrying everyone on her back.
And Rui's already maxed out on items here. Again, Navarella gonna be found.
Nevalara taking a huge chunk of damage onto the face, getting pulled back, stunned up, immortality popped up. Pooh will not be able to save as Navarella gets sent to the graveyard once again. Terra Queens just slowly picking off one after another.
And it is working out pretty well again. Terra Queens are now in their zone, they're in their comfort. This draft, which is quite unusual, has actually scaled up quite safely, scaled up quite well, so they have a little bit more leeway in order to start being the ones taking the initiative. They have map control at this point, and Onyx is going to need to try and reset the state of the map by Zev going for those split pushes.
Zev does have cables to get out of the way. Helena tries to stop her in her tracks, but the recall will be imminent as Terra Queens slowly but surely trying to clear out that wave and handle this Fanny. Lord spawns up, Onyx already in position. Terra Queens making a beeline for it.
See the exchange in the river once again.
Rui already deals a huge chunk of damage onto Livy. No more flicker for this Farsa. As Terra Queens, they're trying to push Onyx back out of the way. They know where Zev is. They're trying to wait for it. They're trying to bait her out.
Koshi gonna be doing some poke here. Zev, as you pointed out, is waiting on the opposite side. Will eventually show herself since she has to clear out the mid lane. Rui just looking for a squishy target to burst down if possible. Terror Queens are the ones holding on to a gold lead, but it's not a very big one. It's only 2K as we approach the 18-minute mark. This is still anyone's game.
Yeah, Zev is still out of the picture, but this is a Fanny. You want to stay under the shadows. But now they're trying to force it though. The fair airstrike trying to push everyone back. Who taking a huge brunt of the damage will fall as Yippee takes her down. Luna Lin takes down that Farsa. And you got a 1-for-1 trade, but here comes Zav, still fresh, still full of life, and taking down Rui. Rui dashes, bobs, weaves out of the way. He has that immortality, has that second life. As Terror Queen still can contest for this Lord. That's the problem with that Fanny. You can't dance around this major objective.
It's very chaotic the way that Onyx is playing this. Fanny doesn't hold space very well, but the rest of her team does.
Zav taking a lot of damage from Sakoshi. Will not be enough to finish that job. The Wind of Nature pops in the nick of time. Yippee from the back line. Rui will take down Nevalera from off the mess, splitting that fight once again.
That Wind of Nature timing was so good from Sakoshi. The moment Zev left, the moment she saw a sign of Yippee, the button was pressed, and now Luna Lin going in.
With Domineer's descent, a little damage. Yippee is slowed down. Can't afford to chase her though. So no more Earthel, no more main damage dealer though. Domineer's descent still up. Luna Lin pops back out. Terror Queens blitzing down this Lord. Zev doesn't want to contest for this one. Might be able to steal it this time around. Rui takes it from underneath Onyx nose. This Ku taking brunt of damage from Yippee. Zev in the midst of battle, stuck up by the curtain call. Nowhere to run. She falls to the ground.
We can officially start saying that this is a true reversal from the Terror Queens. Onyx are scrambling like headless chickens, and the Terror Queens are finding the precise moments to punish them for overextending their pressure. They're trying to gain control, but it's going to be very difficult to do so if you are not coordinated in your approach.
Starting things slow. A little bit of a zoning potential from the further airstrike. Dominant's descent already utilized by Lunar Lin. Terror Queens slow pushing this, waiting for the Lord to get in position. They need 3 waves to start crashing down onto the T3s.
I feel like there's a possibility Onyx might be putting a bit too much attention onto that Curse of Blood. Maybe they're trying not to stand together so that the damage doesn't spread.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Taking a lot of damage, but here comes Rui! Taking down Yippee! Got an immortality all popped up over the wall. Zap can't chase that one. Down goes Nevalera, a little bit too close to the sun. Sakoshi takes up that one. Zeph with a cable ends up safe, but goes out of the way for some reason. As Onyx still desperately trying to defend. You got a T3 down the top side and bottom, already cracked wide open.
A good choice by the Terror Queens to decide to slow this down a bit. Sakoshi will stay long enough just to get that mid inhibitor and walk away to a naked base. Onyx no longer holding on to any structures on the map. They are starting to reach their final items, but Terror Queens are the ones in full control. Again, the team of the game right now needs to be to slow it down. Onyx is well aware that Terror is very good at forcing chaotic skirmishes. They are going to be very vulnerable if Terror Queens tries to force individual 1v1s, and yet they keep falling into that trap.
Just trying to slow things down, but it does look like the Terror Queens are trying to steal away this purple buff. But here comes Rui. Does have the retribution though. Takes it away from Zap and locked it down. AOG a little bit too close though. Good Winter Crown keeping her safe for now. There's a 1-man Curse of Blood. We take Pooh down. Nevalera will be next to fall. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. As Terror Queens take down 2 from Onyx. This is a numbers game, and they might be able to push this wave. Zev tries her desperate best to clean up these minions and go back to base. It's another crucial defense from Onyx. This might be it, though. On the back line, you've been taking a little bit too much damage. Get a fair airstrike already popped up. Curse of Blood down to 2. Ku takes down 1. Rui another. No more Farsa. It's just Fanny against the world as the Terror Queens continue their terror.
The Dark Forces continue their reign, Churros. They have done it again. They have proven to us why They are deserving of the title. Why they are a team worth respecting. They have once again taken a game off of a team with much more international standing.
This could have gone way differently should Onyx play a little bit more defensively and wait for their power spikes, but man, very risky plays, especially from Yippee. You've seen with the Earthel a couple times from the flanks, but man, we're going to a game 3.
I am honestly stumped. I am really shocked. We literally expressed that this draft was weird. It probably wouldn't really work out since Onyx lineup looks a lot easier to work on. Their early game was perfectly done as well in order to control most of the map and start feeding kills into Zev. But then once you got into the mid game, where they actually did have good itemization and good damage, they kept forcing things when they really didn't need to.
Yeah. This is a tough pill to swallow for Onyx, and I think that for Terra Queens, they played it very beautifully. They knew their power spikes. There's a reason why they picked up that Zaz. There's a reason why they picked up the Carmilla. But this is a truly interesting draft that I want to talk more about, but let's hear from Leo. What are your thoughts watching this from the sidelines?
I'll be honest with you, my heart is split and my attention has been diverted. Yes, this is an amazing win for Terror Queens, making that Zask and Carmilla work. A throw no caution to the wind, pocket pick that just was enough to stomp the Fanny. Possibly the first Fanny in all of MWI, maybe the second if my statistics serve me correctly. But as a quick update, Navi PH has fallen.
What?
Gaimin Gladiators have swept the defending champions from the knockouts.
That is huge.
That is what's happening on Stream A. But Stream B, this could be once again another upset. A huge development in the MLBB women's scene. Now back into the action, let's talk about Terra Queens versus Onyx. My eyes were still on the game, all right? I was still paying attention, and here's the thing. That Fanny, there's a reason why, despite it being still mechanically and beyond all logic being a broken hero in MLBB, has a specific window. And those windows were not opened up by Terror Queens. Rui did not back down. Rui did not allow for Onyx to spread them wide. And if anything, it's Terror Queens who stood their ground and said, you know what? If you're picking this fight here, I'm dropping the Festival of Blood, or rather the Feast of Blood. Festival of Blood is an emblem, which is the one you see on multiple heroes here. But I'm dropping the Feast of Blood, and if we're fighting here, we're fighting here. You're gonna regret it. And that's where I think the usually power pick in the Phoveus in Navillera's hands kind of backfired.
The thing is, the Phoveus was actually fine. Navillera was buying a lot of time in the early game, and it worked super well when Terra Queens was lacking items because their damage is just so slow. They basically have no burst at all.
But what did it do in the late game?
Yes, that's the issue.
That's the problem. As soon as Terror Queens clawed back and closed that gap and then built 1,000 gold lead, 2,000 gold lead, 3,000. What's the Fanny to do there? Sure, you can split the map, but the question is, what else does this lineup do besides let the Phoveus die?
How else could Onyx have better played this around Terra Queens? I mean, they did all the right things.
I think one key that kind of stopped, or a huge speed bump to Onyx sweep, would be the Zask.
Yes.
All right, say what you will about the Zask being this weird pig, but around this time last year, the real battle in mid was Zask and Zushin. And what does the Zask bring to the table? It's a hard stop. It's literally, all right, you found me, Fanny. Psych! I'm just gonna go into my big Johnny here, the Dominator's Descent, and then how about you try again? And that definitely slows down Onyx momentum and denies them that easy win. That's why at some point, Onyx just stopped finding kills. Onyx just stopped finding movements on the map, and this does not take away Yippie's stellar performance. Again, even when they lose, even when they go all the distance, such as now, she still is miles ahead, stats-wise.
I mean, Yippie was farming so effectively that she was basically one-shotting the backline into the mid-game. The first time that we actually saw Yippie participate in a team fight, she picked up a double kill all by herself by flanking in the Lord Pit. The problem is, she kept trying to do that afterwards, and the circumstances are no longer quite as applied. Yes, it would be great if you can just blow up the squishy targets. But what if that doesn't happen? Then all of a sudden you are super out of position and your team cannot get to you.
This is the reality situation, ladies and gentlemen, watching from at home all around the world. Nothing is granted, everything is earned. So goes the Esports World Cup mantra. But as well, anything is possible. Onyx, Indonesia, could fall here right now in the hands of Terra Queens because they are at match point. One more game away. Looking at the damage dealt, Sikoshi again, respectable 93k. Second only to Rui, but she did take 60 on the clapback, which is again for a winning team that went all the way like this. Still quite a bit. I keep watching Sikoshi. I keep looking at her and saying, what else do you need to do to protect yourself? How else can your team cover that up?
There were a lot of enabling factors for Rui to deal that much damage, and it's got to deal with the Carmilla. We haven't talked about the Carmilla quite a bit, but you know, this is the beautiful faces around the highest stats on the board. Rui with the highest DPM, Pooh with the highest DTPM, and Rui again. Rui, we've seen Rui a lot of times.
Rui is a force of nature. She decides to do things, and there's very little that can stop her. I love that you mentioned the Carmilla. The Carmilla is kind of a force multiplier for Rui, because as soon as y'all enter the Feast of Blood, Rui's modus just becomes activated. Like she's basically a warm bowl of spaghetti, and Kui is the sauce.
Are you just talking about Jollibee?
Yeah, basically.
Hey.
I mean, the Carmilla is what basically turns Rui into the ruin of the opposite side here. Sikoshi still ends up being our match MVP from Sony right here on that Granger, because yeah, the Granger is supposed to be a squishy hero, isn't usually supposed to eat a lot of damage, and yet she survived 60,000 damage. A lot of times Sev was specifically waiting to find her, and yet she was the one reversing that fight.
And mind you, she is not rocking a Wind of Nature, so she did not fear the Fanny diving her. She just really played with the space, and she, I guess, did it the old-fashioned way. She brute forced her way into a strong position and said to Sev, hey, if you can't kill me, we're winning these fights and we're taking objectives, we're turning this game around, and now we find ourselves at match point. The ladies are actually finding themselves now on their way to their battle stations, getting comfy for game number 3. We'll see the game highlights once more and see exactly where Onyx may have dropped the ball, where Onyx may have slipped up. Do you guys have an exact time stamp as to where this may have happened?
The mid lane fight around the, I can't really remember which minute, but we will probably see it somewhere in the highlights. The mid lane fight where Ku got a 4-man Curse of Blood is where the game instantly turned around. Because up until that point, Onyx was controlling the entire map. They were winning the game. They were doing everything exactly correct. And now that I'm thinking about it, I wonder if that caused them to overthink the subsequent fights, whereas like we can no longer group up. We have to try and split up the fight and just try to ignore the Carmilla because of what happened.
The Curse of Blood, rather. There it is. Even right outside the Lord pit, they caught him, and Sev got compromised. Sev got taken out, and that sends the rest of Onyx back. So I think that was past the turning point. That was worse.
I feel like it was the area where Arena was actually on that back line, taking down Livy and then Pooh, if I'm not wrong. But this was, I mean, we're not giving enough props to Arena, especially on the CC. Really sort of like this shadow member. You don't really see her, but then when you do, she is super, super impactful, and that turned the tides of battle.
Oh, she is on you when she does decide to get on you. And I think that was something that really hindered Onyx from getting into better positions, because they're a very position-centric lineup, and the Fanny is the one that kind of punishes your opponent when you get out of said formation, when you, how do you say, respond the wrong way to how they attack you. So now going into game number 3, we know that the Fanny is a threat, but it's not a threat without responses. Terra Queens, the self-proclaimed dark horses of the tournament, are 1 game away from eliminating one of the powerhouses of the tournament. It's already happened. Now VPH has already fallen. What more one elimination to turn the tides?
Will we be witnessing the dethroning of the previous era here is a massive question to ask, and yet we have already received one of the answers, something that none of us would have ever predicted. Even hearing it from you now, I still can't believe that it happened.
It's real.
So that means that Onyx needs to watch their backs. They are the favorites going into this fight, but Terror Queens have already taken one game off of Navi in the past as well, so not a team to be underestimated.
Mind you, the Burmese have a legacy of excellence, being the only other country besides Indonesia to share the grand finals spot alongside the Philippines in the M Series. So now they stand at the precipice of greatness, ready to prove themselves limitless here in the first round, the quarterfinals of the knockout stage of MWI 2025. Onyx Pertiwi on the play. Terror Queens answering back with the double. It's Churros and Sdafa taking care of business.
One thing is for sure, sir. We are getting a massive start to the quarterfinals. I was not expecting the impact of the games to be so clear so quickly, but these teams have shown us they are here to fight.
Yeah. Pretty much game number 3, very different start to the banning phase. We won't see, Joy won't see the light of day. Baxia won't either. There's a 3-game ban for Baxia. Here, Onyx though, what would they fear? Now they're in the first pick spot. This is where typically teams will pick up the Uranas, the Badangs, the Kaleas, and for Terror Queens, I think more likely they just want the mid lane duo, especially for Ku and Luna Lin, to get something that they're more comfortable in. We saw a really different approach in the previous game with the Zask and the Camarilla. Right now, they have something up their pockets. What better time than now when it's a single elimination game, top 4 spot in question.
I mean, Zask is a surprisingly effective pick in the hands of Terror Queens because we already know this is a team that generally abandons their mid and goal to fend for themselves. So a hero that basically acts as a built-in Winter Crown is going to work out a lot of the time. And Luna Lin on that Zask bought a lot of space, exactly like Leo mentioned previously. I wouldn't be surprised if we got to see it again. And it is up to Onyx to decide if they want to switch things up. Up until now, they've been sticking to the Farsight Gatot opening.
Nope, no more Farsight Gatot opening now. As Gatot gets banned out by the side of Onyx, Terror Queens will solidify that last phase of the first phase ban. Last ban of the first phase. That typically is the Uranus spot, but I don't think any of the first 2 games Uranus was even in question. Onyx might spice things up a little bit with that first Uranus pick on the blue side. But there's a lot of options. Farsa definitely is one of the biggest value makers, but it will be the Badang wide and open, denying it from the hands of Ku.
Keeping it a little bit more universal, I think we're not really going to get to see Uranus for the series. If Onyx were to first pick it here, they would already be picking it into a counter because up until now, Hlengrina has only been playing CC. Terror Queens have specifically been prioritizing winning out that EXP lane, and it's understandable why they would do so since they do want dive heroes that are able to affect them mid-game. But we see a big shift right here. The Hilda shows up with the Yi Sun Shin.
Interesting priority. I think vision play is just really what they want. It worked out well in the first game today against Virtus Pro, and now they're trying to go again. And Onyx will snap pick the Suyo up on the second phase pick. And I think this kind of works out well, especially Onyx, who likes to play a very aggressive early game. The only issue is they really fall off in the mid to late stage of the game. We've seen that in game number 2. And the CC actually goes in the hands finally of Onyx, which is now one of the more priority EXP laners. If you pick up the Uranus here, you pick up the Yuzhong, it doesn't really matter because CC would be able to match that tempo and speed.
It's specifically to steal it away from Hlengrina as well, since that's just been a early pick fallback for the Terror Queens throughout games 1 and 2. Zoosin going to be the final pick on the red side for Terror Queens in the first phase. This is a hero that we thought didn't work too well for them in game number 1. Looks like they want to give it another try, and it'll instantly ban out the Farsa as well.
No more Farsa. Kimi's still viable. I think that both these two teams should try to contest for Sakoshi and Yippie's heroes. Moskov looked pretty good as well. We also could see something like the Granger, but there's too much that, yeah, the Granger's already banned out from Onyx, so you don't want to deal with that anymore. I think the Irithel could still be a possible option for either of these two gold laners too.
Iritel's pretty safe. We've seen the Harif before in the past. It was actually banned out in game number 1, so now that it's still open, could be a possibility. Do Terror Queens want to continue banning out mid laners? Under the current meta, the mid lane hero pool is actually among the smallest. And since they've already locked in their own pick, it's a possibility.
There are a lot of options. And I think for Terror Queens, the only thing they lack in the first 2 games is late game insurance and late game cross-map plays where you want someone to deal with the side lanes. Typically with the Hilda, they kind of achieve that, but then you lose that form of like backline disruptor, and Terror Queens is a kind of team that likes to split up all of these team fights. Without the CC in their hands, this might be looking really tough for Terror Queens to try to disrupt.
There are definitely still EXP lane possibilities. Terror Queens will ban the Irritel instead, which does make sense now that the Granger is already gone. Irritel is one of the better goal laners still open in the draft. I do agree with you that Moskov is probably the next best thing, depending on whether these teams would rather pull out a Carry or Beatrix instead.
Yeah,
is it worth banning
the
Moskov?
Harith?
No. Okay, they banned the Harith.
Ban out the Harith. We haven't seen Bruno yet. I think Moskov would be the next best choice. At least you have some form of escapability. They take some time to come online. 1-1 wouldn't mean the question. It's too hard to pop your weakness points because you don't have that heavy front line that you would wish to have. Now, what's left? 1-1 is picked up. Personally, I don't like this pick, but I see where they're coming from. Play the safe game, play the long game, try to hit that 10-12 minute mark, and then try to get Sakoshi online.
But there really aren't a lot of good targets for 1-1.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, Bodang is kind of good because it's committal, and then you pop your weakness points easy. But then CC can just jump away. Suyo just dashes out. There's not a lot unless there is a final pocket pick in the hands of Terror Queens.
Yeah, that final pick needs to be a setup hero for 1-1, because otherwise Terror Queens have no way of locking someone down long enough to get the crossbow.
Were they the ones that picked up the Baloric? No, they actually go for the Claude and the Zask. It's a debut pick for Claude in the MWI, I think.
Huh.
We haven't
might
seen
be
that
right,
lot.
actually. And that's a big surprise because Claude used to be the universal
meta,
fallback.
the one.
Claude was that goal laner that would never go. Wow, Khalid Hilda.
So 2 aggressive fighters on the side of Terror Queens, inflicting fear into the hearts of the Porcupines.
Khalid, Hilda, Yisun Shin make a lot of sense for the way that Terror Queens wants to play the game, and 1-1 actually does take care of herself pretty well, but Zoosin is still kind of a weird pick in this particular position, since it doesn't offer quite enough direct crowd control or damage over time. Onyx, they have taken a little bit of a page out of the Terror Queen's book. Livy going to be able to take a little bit better care of herself now on that Zask, but it's still a weird comp.
I wouldn't say it's weird. I would say it is fresh. It's new. It's something that both these two teams haven't encountered before in maybe their practice, their scrims, but they've definitely done research before. But this is it. No changes now. The final game. Onyx Prithvi up against the Terror Queens. Whoever wins goes up with the 4th place. Will Terror Queens be able to rewrite the script and take out Onyx, or will Onyx remain on the throne?
We have already witnessed history being rewritten once today. Will Terror Queens be the second author of this brand new epic? Onyx going to be the ones to try and put a stop to that. Looking at the emblems on both sides, nothing too out of the ordinary overall. I think, yes, we are seeing a double concussive blast as well coming in from Terraqueens. It is a flicker on the Khalid, so not going for more defensive options since playing Rina is the one playing it in the EXP lane.
You got a lot of zonal potential using the Nightmaric Spawn just to get additional reach over onto Luna Lin, taking a lot of damage so far. I like how aggressive Terraqueens is, and Ku has really adjusted the way that her aggression works. It's not aggressive without reason. She's aggressive and giving intelligence. See, she's on reconnaissance duty. And she sees 4 members. Now she knows she needs to back out. Terraqueens very disciplined in this game.
We can see the instant shift from Rui going up into the goal lane instead, but Yippee gonna choose to play it safe. Claude does have a bit of a hard time 1v1ing 1-1 early in the lane. So the goal of the Onyx gold laner is just to make sure that she is able to farm up to get that Trinity and then come online into the mid to late phase.
To be honest, Sadafa, I think we're in for a very long game. 1-1, Claude, very late game heroes, or I would say mid to late. We're seeping into like maybe that 12-minute mark where almost out of full item builds.
Thing is, I'd ordinarily agree, but it's Terraqueens. Just look at the way they play.
Yeah, speaking of which, Ku already trapped between a rock and a hard place. Revitalize will keep her safe. No sprint for her, so she won't be able to get too aggressive. But Helena is on flanking duty, trying to find a wraparound. They see where Helena is. The turtle down to a quarter, down to a half. As Terraqueens trying to ramp this up, waiting for Rui to get in position. Turtle gets a reset.
I think they're gonna take this slow.
Oh no, it's not a lot of reset though. There's a fist crack onto Raging Sandstorm. First blood goes over to Henrina. Rui takes down the turtle. Zap takes down Rui, and Luna Lin pulls everyone back out of the way. Nevalerella takes down and splits up that fight.
Okay. Honestly, I gotta give props at this point. Rui's retry timing is actually ridiculous. It doesn't really matter the situation you're in. This girl finds the objectives. They end up trading 1 for 1. It's actually not so ideal for Terraqueens since they lost their jungler, but it's somewhat balanced out by the fact that they were able to take the turtle. So it ends up being fairly 50-50 for now.
A little bit of a slower game this time around. None of these two teams want to push the situation too far in. And Terraqueens, they are playing as a unit now. The mid lane duo, clearing out that waves, making the rotations to shift the attention away from the EXP side. They want to take down Yippee as much as possible to identify that that is the critical and crucial player. You got a Mountain Shocker ready. Ku is on Poo duty. Ku trapped underneath a wall and will not be able to escape. Another kill over to Terraqueens as the rest of the Goon Squad coming into position. You got the dominators of the Nightmaric Spawn trying to zone out and deal a little bit more information onto the rest of Terraqueens.
So far, so good for the Terraqueens. Definitely making use of this Hilda's presence. Now Valera forced to use Vengeance too.
They're trying to rush this down, but a nice little sever from Seth and taking 2 down. Terraqueens on the back foot, a little bit too greedy there on that T1.
Yeah, they stayed for a bit too long. Again, not really putting enough attention on scouting out the rotation from the mid side. The 2-man Blade Surge from Sev set that up perfectly and melted them down so fast.
Quick little lane swap. Yippee, a Raging Sandstorm already used up by the arena. I think that was supposed to be a cancel though, but I think, oh man, that was a little bit of a tough position. Blazing Duet just to use to clear up that lane. Yippee knows that Arena doesn't have that ultimate, so won't be able to join in the team fight just as of yet. The turtle getting pulled back, getting that reset. Ku keeping the rest of Onyx busy because Sakoshi coming down. It's going to be a 5-man fight, but they're going to ditch that turtle for now, keeping control and getting that pressure onto the mid wave.
This first turtle, the second turtle, going to be once again contested. Rui so far has proven that her excellence in being able to secure the retry battles still does have the EXP lead despite conceding a death earlier on. That is the farm speed of the Yisun Shin. Ku gonna be okay, but loses out the Revitalize to the flank from the mid lane. I think Terraqueens does need to mind their angles a little bit better. They should be diving further with a Khalid Hilda.
There's the power of Yisun Shin. Yuri's already level 8, just waiting for the right time to get that. She still again from underneath the noses of the Porcupine Zeph. Too deep in, but won't be able to secure that Q. Ku takes one down. Pooh falls, Rui as well, but they have the objective on hand. It's a 3-man punish onto Navalera, and she will not escape from the lanterns of Luna Lin.
It ends up being a pretty good trade for Terra Queens, but it would have been even better if they actually got that last hit on Zev as well. It would have been 1-for-3 trade and the turtle. But because that one does end up being the Yi Sun Shin, Rui is unfortunately getting the short end of the stick a little bit. Still though, out-farming Zev at this point. Terra Queens are in their comfort zone. Having this Hilda and Khalid allows them to just run their bodies at their opponents in these first few stages. Looking at the itemization right now, there is a Sky Piercer on the side of Luna Lin, and it looks like Rui might be building one too. Yeah, Rui gonna complete a Sky Piercer. Sikoshi also going for a more utility 1-1 build with the Wind Talker and Rose Gold, with a focus on survivability in the early game.
Interesting, usually you just have that corrosive scythe, but here comes the rest of Terra Queens trying to block out the advances from Navalera, trying to give some space over her back line. You got a fist crack onto Pooh. She will not escape the clutches of Sikoshi. Sikoshi takes down Pooh. You got the rest of the Terra Queens trying to gun them down. He's trying to split that fight. Yippee goes down. Rui takes one out as well. 2 members fall for the side of Onyx as Terra Queens. They're coming back on top again. 3,500 goal lead.
That is a very effective engagement taken from Terra Queens right now. You can see that this lineup was drafted with a particular purpose. And if we look at the highlights once again, they are causing havoc. Who got picked up very early on, but you can see that Onyx may have committed too many resources. And a really nice jump in the backline with the Flicker Raging Sandstorm from Fling Rina instantly stopped their engagement and forced them back, leaving Yippee in the lurch.
Where does the damage come from? This is still pretty much in the... They're seeping into the mid game, but when they get trapped, speaking of which, Sikoshi trapped into 4. We got a crossbow Tang. She's surrounded, buying some time for the Terra Queens to come in. Sikoshi is still up safe. They're pushing it in underneath the turret. They're keeping it disciplined. Arena back on duty, but the mid lane is in shambles. Rue's taking care of that one.
Poe definitely jumped the gun there. It was a good catch with the Flicker Fist Break, but your team is not close enough to whittle down the 1-1. And remember, this is a hero that has a built-in Purify, so once Sikoshi jumps out of that, picks up the crossbow of Tang stacks, then your team isn't going to be able to do anything. It needed to be a tighter formation. It was not worth it for the Badang to try and force that situation.
What was the turning point? What was the turning point where Onyx was kind of head-to-head with Terra Queens, but right now Terra Queens are standing on top of a mountain with 5,400 gold.
It was around the second turtle, maybe a little bit before the second turtle, because the first one was fairly 50-50. Rui has been very effective in stealing
She's level
objectives.
13.
3 level difference between the junglers. I mean, that's already a clear sign. And Rui was the first death.
Arena with the Raging Sandstorm. Vengeance already popped. Crucial resources gone from Onyx. Terra Queens taking control of all of the jungles. No more T1s. You're dealing with that T2 down the bot side. Fistcrack trying to push everyone away. You get Mountain Shocker and a lot of damage from Rui. You're taking out one. Everyone falls. As Terra Queens are inflicting fear onto the hearts of Porcupine once again.
The beautiful Mountain Shocker from Rui. This Yi Sun Shin, a pick that Onyx just kind of forgot about here. Such a good way for them to engage, catching out 2 squishies, chasing Onyx back, cutting off their escape. Terra Queens are playing this perfectly. This is the definition of controlled chaos, and the goal lead is just slowly building up more and more. Onyx, their chance of jumping back into this game is slimming.
The one more hit! Oh! All the way in, the arrow strikes her heart and takes her down. Zav is nowhere to be found. The Lord comes up. Terra Queens making a beeline for it. They will blitz this down.
A Sky Piercer first item. We thought it was going to be greedy coming in from Rui, but it is working out. There's a 2k difference between her and Zev. And that is from the first blood being given over. This Lord is now free. Terra Queens in full control of the map. And normally when you go Hilda Khalid, you are risking a potential outscaling in the mid-game, but their success so far has bought them so much more time. It's going to take ages for Onyx to actually reach the point where they can actually outscale these very oppressive divers.
In the early game, Yippee was playing aggressively, against the 1-1. Always in her face, always using those shots and taking those damage down, but now Sakoshi's eating all of that up because she has the healing potential from the Has Claws, from the lifesteal effect. Look in the bot side, Zev taking a ton of damage, and Terra Queens are keeping them busy. You got a pepper spray from Luna Lin, trying to zone everyone out of the way. Sakoshi's damage is starting to show. Rui's damage is also starting to hurt. You get a lower margin down on the mid side. Ku taking a lot of damage. There's a fist crack onto one. Ku will fall. Yippee will take that down. Rui takes down another one. It's a double kill for Rui. The Yusun Shin is on a triple. They're looking for the drone. Rui gets out safe. It's not for yet. Onyx still has that defense, but it's a 2-on-4. They have another wave pushing in.
Are they about to do it right now? The crystal is open. They have the numbers advantage.
Again, Terra Queens rewrites the script. 4th place guaranteed for the Burmese Queens.
If they weren't the dark horses before, they surely are now. Another Titan, another potential champion of the MWI has been eliminated in the first stage of the knockouts.
The momentum that the Queens has brought on the table, the emotions, they have done it. They said during interviews in previous games that they said that they wanted that top 4 spot, and right now they are in that top 4 of the world, mind you.
They have taken it. What is happening in this year of MWI? All expectations are now officially off the table. First, we lost Navi Philippines. Now we lose Onyx Indonesia. It is a brand new era for women's MLBB.
Enough said. The momentum that they have built from the previous win, now onto Onyx Pertiwi. We see the girls just really happy, really elated. There's nothing that I could say that could push over this emotions. And take a look at the highlights. It does look like Terra Queens have every single thing done. It was a really clean games for the Queens.
I feel like the draft coming in from Onyx this game may have been picked up with a little bit too much respect in mind. Multiple heroes grabbed specifically just to steal them away. But I think the best way to find out more is just to throw it over to Trex on the field and find out more with their interview.
Here we are down on the stage. After an amazing 3 games, I'm here with Zev right now. I know the loss had to be tough. You know, what do we think exactly happened with the game? How are we feeling? Do you guys think you at least tried your best with it all?
I guess we're trying our best, but the good thing is there's still room to improve, so.
So, speaking of room to improve, what is the future of the team? Where do we go from here after MWI?
We still don't know, but yeah.
Future events, maybe? Does everyone plan on staying together?
I don't know too.
We'll see. We hope so. I know all of us have loved watching you guys play. It's been a blast. Any words for other teams in the tournament? For the team that maybe even just defeated you? Anything you want to, give a shout out, words of hope to, other players?
Good game. Good luck, have fun.
Okay, and anything to your fans, family, or friends at home?
Thank you for supporting us. Thank you Sonic dan semua teman-teman yang udah support kita sampai sekarang.
Thank you so much, Zev. It was a pleasure. We'll throw it back to our boys up on the desk.
Thank you very much to Trex, and I can't even blame Sev for not having many words to share because this was such an unexpected result. This is something that caught all of us off guard. So imagine it's even harder for Onyx, a team that was expected to perform super duper well, a team that didn't drop a single game in the group stages, instantly eliminated in the quarterfinals.
It's hard when you set expectations to yourself. It's hard when you are one of the fan favorites. It's hard to say goodbye to Onyx Pertiwi, but it's a brand new journey. It's a brand new story for the other team at the other side of the stage. It's Trex again with the Terra Queens. Go ahead.
We are here on the main stage once again with the jungler of Terror Queens. You played an amazing series. How are you feeling right now?
Of course, happy. For the first, happy, but this not what we want. Yeah, not expect we 1-0, 2-1 because we expect 2-0.
Okay.
We just not disciplined in first game.
So you felt confident coming into this game. Does that mean you feel confident in your future games? After this, it has been confirmed that GG just beat Navi PH 2-0. That's who you'll be facing in the next round. Any words for them? Do you feel confident in your match? You know, anything coming up in that?
For Navi PH.
No, you'll be going up against Gaming Gladiators. Navi PH just lost 0-2 to them.
Okay, of course. Before I wanna meet Navi PH, yeah, because we lost and I wanna beat them again. And now, okay lah, good luck. I will win again with Gladiator.
All right, so you feel good. You're aiming for the #1 spot is what you're saying.
What?
Aiming for the championship, #1 spot.
Nothing lah, just nice try.
We'll see, we'll see. All right, anything for the teams that you've had to send home? Any words for the girls that you've had to beat? I feel like everyone's become very close over this event. Any words for the teams that have gone home so far?
Thank you for support us and keep support us and beat until champion.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure for the interview. We will see you guys tomorrow. Send it back up to the boys.
Even Rui of the Terror Queens could not believe what transpired while their best of 3 occurred. Congratulations once more to the Burmese squad. The reign continues as they take down Onyx. This was... All right, breaking down game #2. We did not give Langrina her flowers, but now I think it's safe to say her performance was single-handedly what threw Yippee off.
I am shocked and I am surprised that Langrina was 3-0-6.
She never died.
I was so busy with looking at the other members of the team, and I thought like Langrina was having that sacrificial role once again.
No.
But this case, she was just playing it clean. It kind of seems like a rerun of the previous game.
Here's what I want to see, what her build was. Because usually when you see a deathless Khalid, it's either playing assassin or just super tanky, and she keeps herself safe. But the thing is, when you watch the game, we'll get some highlights up later on, Langrina was constantly hunting down members of Onyx. She was trying to get down Yippee, she was trying to kill Navillera, trying to hunt down Sev. And doesn't this feel weird that as a Suyo, you're looking at a lineup like Terror Queens and saying, I should be fine as a Suyo. There's just one bit of magic damage over there. But she was not, she was far from okay.
The thing is, Suyo is a strong early game assassin, but you are dealing with 2 very strong early game cheese fighter dive backliners. And it is specifically a strategy that works well for how Terror Queen is known to play. We do get to see the items now from Langrina. It is actually more bulky. It's Thunderbelt into Antique.
It's tank, and then I guess she was on her way to a Winter Crown. But look at this, the icing on the cake. Churros, I want your thoughts on this. Look at how far Rui took this, all right? A Sky Piercer. She knew she was winning. She knew that they were ahead, and she said, I've had it. I'm going to build the win more item.
I cannot remember how long this game went, but I remember that she got level 15 at right around the 10-minute mark, and that is one of the fastest junglers that she's wielding right now. And I don't blame her. She's so far ahead in terms of that jungle farm, and the rest of Terror Queens, they know this. Look at the scoreline. Look at the economy. Like, there was the kill score in the early game was kind of like 6-6 or like maybe 4-4. But then the gold advantage that Terror Queen had, it kept growing and growing.
And it was evident in their gold laner throughout this series. I can't believe it happened before our eyes. We saw Sakoshi rise and grow and evolve into the eventual gold laner that she was meant to be here in MWI, eclipsing Yippee, who was prior the #1 player, not gold laner, when it came to these key stats.
I mean, I have to say, still, the Claude pick is a little bit strange. Doesn't really win lane against the 1-1, which they already saw before they locked it in. Farms very slowly compared to other marksmen in the meta, and generally isn't going to contribute anything until you're like 4 or 5 items in. That's why the stats lean so heavily in Sakoshi's favor. And when we look at the damage statistics as well, it is absolutely insane how skewed it is. Ku, 100,000 points of HP.
It's unbelievable exactly how Terra Queens did this, and one could chalk it up to just momentum and putting Onyx on weird footing. Even the stats will tell you that something was very wrong with Onyx Pertiwi's approach to game number 3. But with that said, GG well played to one of Indonesia's representatives. I hate to say it, but we are on the cusp of a new era here in MWI. One Filipino team left, one Indonesian team left. The Burmese and the NA teams secure their first slot in the semis. What a run throughout the first few rounds of the knockouts. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on to a quick break. When we come back, we will see Vitality of Indonesia face off against Foot Esports from Turkey. You're tuned in to MWI 2025. We'll be right back after these short messages.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Two back-to-back upsets to open up the first rounds of the knockouts here at the MWI 2025. Broadcasting live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia as a part of the Esports World Cup at your service. My name is Leo, joined here by Sdafa and Trex. We've got one more best of three for y'all in the quarterfinals. This time, it's Indonesia versus Turkey. Vitality versus Foot Esports.
This is going to be yet another exciting game right here because we are already witnessing the dawn of a potential new era. Teams that we would not have expected to make it to the top four, taking down titans in the women's MLBB ecosystem. Team Vitality now actually have to be kind of careful.
Listen, I never lost faith. It was always expected. It was all part of the plan. But honestly, at this point, even with this match coming up, anything can happen, you know? Like, the odds have been crushed. The ideas of what would normally happen are gone. And now we are in the new era. It is no longer the dawn. It is happening right before our eyes.
We're living it. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you do not know, Navi PH has fallen in the opening round of the quarterfinals as seen on Stream A. And just recently, we concluded a best of three that went all the way, wherein the Terror Queens have felled Onik Pertiwi from Indonesia. So that puts our top four in a very interesting spot. Now, in an effort to name a new champion in the MWI, we would like to ask y'all to get ready, Riyadh, because from July 10 to August 2, it's one game, two champions. MSC and MWI unite for the biggest MLBB showdown ever at EWC 2025, and we are in the midst of it. I would not give up the world in exchange for the experience to be a part of this, to be in the front lines of this contest. Once more, a best of three coming your way. Let's introduce Team Vitality, also known as Team Brutality, given how they reigned over the Indonesian MLBB women's scene. Nay, not just that, for a good chunk of the opening years of MLBB for women on a professional scale, they were the team to beat.
This is the team that has basically claimed the title of the strongest women's MLBB team in the world 2 years in a row during the earliest stages of the ecosystem. And even last year, despite dropping the title, they still ended up in second place for MWI 2024. This is a team that is eager to reclaim their throne.
Indonesia in general, I mean, has just always, when it comes to women's esports, always felt like a step ahead until last year where Philippines finally dethroned them. These aren't just girls, these are monsters right here in front of us.
They were once the reason why in the WSL, the Women's Star League Indonesia, they had to push the grand finals to become a best of 9 in an effort to take them down, but they still won those. All right, so this is Team Vitality, and they are coming in with a huge chip on their shoulders. They got swept in the grand finals of last year's MWI in these very same grounds, and obviously the ones who felled them then are no longer here with us, so they are off to a fresh start. A great way to reclaiming their throne, but standing in the way right now are the debutantes from Turkey, Foot Esports. Breakout stars making their debut here on the world stage when it comes to women's MLBB. Let's introduce them to you once more. This is Unohana, Mireia, Zendaya. You know them. You've seen them in action over and over again here on Stream B. Any standout stars?
Honestly, the entire team feels like a standout star to me. We have to remember, this is a squad that is participating in MWI for the very first time. Turkey has never had a representative in the competition, and despite a lack of experience overall, every single player has stepped up to the plate. They have fought against teams that have wanted to brawl, that have wanted to bring them down into chaotic skirmishes, and have found themselves in a position of control every single time.
I mean, if I want to pick one, I've been an Unohana fan for a minute now. Mireia, though, and Zendaya played amazing games last time. It seems like each day they switch up the spotlight. I'm super excited to see Unohana and what they're going to give to her this time. Is it going to be something bulky, tanky like the Uranus where she can just be that annoyance, or will she get something a little more aggressive this time?
My eyes are on Nora. She's one of the reasons why they've gotten cleaner in their runs throughout MWI. In her previous series today against DreamHack Girls, when they had to fell the last Western team, if you'd like to call it, here in MWI, she played a Gatot Kacha and a Baksha. So these two are very front-facing roamers. I wonder how she will do against the mother of all tanks. That is Vivian. Vivian is a living legend amongst MLBB esports, not just in the women's scene, and she has done it all. Gone around the world, played her heart out, and made a living. This has to be a dream come true still for Foot. They did say they wanted to fight against Vitality. Also, they did say that their play styles are very similar to Vitality. Staffa, what made you think they said that? What do you see in a Foot that makes you say, huh, that is kind of similar?
No, actually, it's something they said themselves, right? It's a question that we asked this team before MWI even began, before we even got a chance to see how they play. The team themselves said that Team Vitality has a very similar playstyle to them, and that's one of the reasons why they wanted to encounter this very favorite team among the women's ecosystem. Even earlier, when I interviewed them after their previous victory against DreamHack, they still hold on to this thought. They want to face Vitality, and they're quite confident that they will be able to match up.
Well, I think Food Esports knows how to get aggressive sometimes. We've seen them get in the paint with some teams, and knowing Team Vitality, it is something similar at times. And I mean, if anyone's going to be able to get there with Food Esports, because the thing is you would think that Food Esports, it's chaos. But honestly, the fact that they've been able to keep on winning means there is some sort of organized chaos to it.
A method to the madness.
A method to the madness. So can Team Vitality match that with their own method to the madness?
I'll tell you now, maybe in the early days of Vitality, even before they were called such, when they were still under the banner of Bigatron era, one of their keys to victory that I noted, I'm looking at MWI 2021, 2023, was their focus on invading into the jungle. So this is definitely going into the hands of Vivian, Chinny, and Vival. They would be crossing through the river as fast as possible. And we've seen some shades of that when it comes to Foot. Foot Esports are not afraid to put their foot to the pedal and speed things up. When you're thinking about it, Mireia likes to play the paint, even with heroes like Yusun Shin.
Yeah, aggression is in their blood. It's actually a surprising thing because so many teams that liked playing aggressive, like playing Skirmishy and Brawly, ended up in the same group. And that's why we saw Foot Esports, DreamHack, Rising Rage all bring us the very high kill scores overall. But out of all those teams, Foot Esports were the ones who emerged as the most controlled, most consistent out of all of them. But now that they're up against a team with a lot more experience, that has had their position cemented in this scene for such a long time, it is going to be their biggest challenge yet.
If somehow Foot wins this, could we say that this is the biggest upset of all in MWI so far?
Not for me.
It's still GG Navi?
I think it's still GG
Navi. If they do it 2-0 like GG just did, then yeah, it's up there. Because I think, honestly, GG, a lot of us had hopes for GG coming into this event. Food Esport was a bit more of a wild card for a lot of us.
Especially with the way GG opened.
Yeah. So it was weird for them. But so many teams now are catching the momentum. And I think that is a big threat here for Team Vitality. Food Esport is oiled up right now. They're ready to go. They just got done playing a whole series. You know, their thumbs are nice and stretched out.
Vitality's been waiting.
There is exactly waiting. There might be rust. Hopefully they've been at least scrimming today to keep themselves going. But there is something to say with momentum in days like these where every team is playing multiple games.
Vitality has been breaking records here in their games in the MWI. It was previously broken by a team that has already fallen. Again, I think the fastest game yet in all of our games is 9:37, held by the fallen now Navi PH. Let's see if any of those records will be broken once more here. Game number 1, a best of 3. It's a knockout stage quarterfinals match. Vitality versus Foot. Vitality on the play, Foot answering back. It's Trex and Staffa taking care of business. Gentlemen,
I think we can already say for certain that it is time to throw all preconceived notions out the window. There are no favorites. There are no more dark horses. Every team that has made it to the quarterfinals is now on a level playing field, and even the newer faces have demonstrated that that is the truth. And we're already seeing a bit of variety in the way that this draft is progressing. The Badang first pick is fairly normal, but the Kadita landslide by Vitality.
Kadita, this could be honestly not a bad answer to the ZTN. It makes it feel like it's a sitting duck. Also, it just kind of preemptively works if Food Esports wants to go for something like the Fredrin, something a bit more immobile that wants to sit in the pit, because at any point a more utility jungle is going to be susceptible to something like the Kadita.
Ooh, but then the instant response in the Akai there. Food Esports thought about it, figures they need a little bit of counter CC of their own. And if the Lancelot messes up their iframes, that heavy spin could really mess with them. It also works very well with Arlet, because every instance of the heavy spin counts towards CC that Arlet can take use of. So there's already a little bit of innate synergy that we're looking at on the side of Foot, and they are definitely right now the composition that's leaning a little further into fighting.
So this is the first time we see a Kadita, though, from Team Vitality in MWI so far, and it's honestly, they picked it so quick. I'm wondering if it's something they've had in the pocket, honestly, like a preemptive plan, like, okay, once we get to knockouts, then we pull this out. Because it wasn't normally something like that, such a surprise pick comes in a little bit later in the draft.
I think it's specifically because it counters Zetian really, really well. What you mentioned earlier is precisely right. Zetian is one of the more immobile artillery mages, so Kadita jumps on top of you, bursts you down, and she will naturally cancel out Zetian's passive because she is untargetable during the Ocean Oddity.
That becomes a problem, right? So it's a beautiful answer. I wonder how it's going to do exactly on wave clear. It does have decent rotations. It turns your composition a bit more into an ambush composition. It's been a while since I've seen mid Kadita. For a while, the roam Kadita was a popular thing with the Petrify. My guess is she still picks up the Petrify here. Into the second set of bans, though, it's all marksmen so far. Granger, Carey, Moskov. All that's left at this point is what? The Beatrix? Wanwan's gone.
The Iritel, surprisingly.
The Iritel still open as well. The Iritel win rate is starting to drop a bit, though, right now, honestly.
But she still hits like a truck. We already saw that from the previous series with Yippee, actually. The flank double kill in the Lord Pit. Still a very powerful goal laner, and with heroes like Granger, Carey, and Moskov all gone, 1-1 too, Iritel is now the best pick, unless Vitality decides, all right, let's play.
So does Vitality ban out the Iritel here to not give that over to Food Esports? They ban out the YSS instead, knowing that the Iritel could easily get picked up here, and that leaves Vitality with not too many answers. Beatrix has done well in the hands of certain players. We saw it before with DreamMax girls. Not leaving too much up. The Harith comes down.
I was wondering if this would end up being the choice here. It is a hero that Foot Esports likes to fall back to. But Iritel is still open. It's still actually pretty good into the Harith as well. So I get why they banned the carry, because they have Akai and Arlet, but maybe you could have banned the Iritel instead of the Granger?
Yeah, I mean, fun fact, the Harith was the first Maniac we saw in the hands of Miko.
Oh, yeah.
In Food Esports over here on Stream B. So pretty huge. We do get the Claude coming in from Vitality. This is a hero we have seen as well. Actually was the first Savage hero over on Stream A.
Oh, Claude was the one to get the Savage?
Claude
I actually was not aware of that.
Savage.
Wow, okay, I really should have checked that, but I was thinking that Claude is in a tough spot these days. He already traditionally had a bad matchup into the Harith before, and nowadays he's even weaker in the early game. But Harith at the same time was nerfed thanks to the Starlium Scythe changes, so it could be a little easier for Shell to manage that. But they also pair it up with the Esmeralda, so that is also a counter to the Harith.
So is this confirmed a jungle Akai or a roam Akai? There still is the possibility for flex here. Last pick gonna be locking in. Hayabusa is open if they want to go for something damaging like that. Might not be able to capitalize as well with the Akai. They go for the Kaja. So even still, is this a jungle Kaja or a jungle Akai?
Whoa. Kaja? Suddenly appearing there. I am struggling to logically explain why you would go for Kaja in this position.
We saw the jungle Kaja. Was that in MPL ID Grand
Yeah,
Finals?
it was
Kyrie played it,
yes.
and it worked pretty well. I think it was Game 1
Surprisingly,
Grand
yes.
Finals. It worked pretty well. I'm still wondering how exactly they're going to play here. Against the Lancelot, you have the lockdown. It's a guarantee grab. He's gonna, and now not only that, but you have that plus an Akai. You're gonna be able to create great space, peel, but where's the damage? ZTN isn't a big damage, though. It pretty much all comes down to Harith.
Yeah, and usually it's not a good idea to put that many of your eggs in one basket, but I will have to say Foot Esports has been holding out on us, Trex. This is very different from any draft we've seen from them so far. Regardless, we are jumping into the land of Dawn for game number 1. Team Vitality faces off against Foot Esports to see which team will be moving on from the quarterfinals.
It has been a day of upsets at this point. Underdogs coming out on top. Team Vitality with a pretty straightforward draft. But look at the damage from Nora actually already. Winning out in the lane a bit there. Nobody's going to go back home though.
So it is going to be a Kaja roam. That means Mireya is going to be playing the Akai in the jungle. Looking at the overall emblems, nothing too out of the ordinary. It is focusing Mark on the Kaja, so it looks like this is played more of a traditional roam Kaja, like in the past, as compared to Kyrie's jungle Kaja style.
I mean, it's big pick potential, right? Gives you something similar that you would get from the Franco, something that when you're in these big fights, especially Turtles and Lords, you can almost guarantee getting one member if you can pull off the play well enough. He does have the flicker, just like you said, very traditional.
Very traditional. I'm honestly excited. It's been such a long time since I've seen a classic Kaja roam, but there's also a reason for that. You would typically go for something like a Cho instead if you wanted to prioritize heavy single target pickoff. And I understand that suppression is generally going to be stronger and a little bit easier to work with when you have heroes like Claude and Lancelot around. But if you don't find the right target, it becomes kind of hard to work with.
Well, I think the good thing about the Kaja, though, ooh, a little bit of damage. Petrify does land on a Mireya. Heavy spin does come out. Three-man spin. A lot of damage coming in. The perfect pin. Vivial forced to run away. Might not be able to escape the flicker in from Nora. It's a double kill over to Food Esports.
What a way to debut your jungle Akai on the MWI stage. 3 members of Team Vita. Oh, hold on.
Oh, a nice response on Amiko there. But now Fumi Echo as well, taking a lot of damage. Food Esports will be able to get the turtle, but by losing their gold laner, giving a small advantage over to Shell up in the top lane.
Yeah, it's not ideal because Hardif should be able to win lane in a 1v1 situation, but I'm still shell-shocked by that first play. A 3-man heavy spin pin before the 2-minute mark is unheard of. Means that Team Vitality does have to give a little bit of respect over. Foot Esports has already shown that they know how to respond to highly aggressive early game teams.
All right, so you were mentioning the Kaja earlier, how we haven't seen it in a while, and why not go for something like the Cho? I think one thing you do get from the Kaja is you don't only get pick-off pressure, but you get great peel with the Kaja. You keep that defense because he doesn't have to go in. To whereas the Cho, you're not really going to sit and hang around with your team, you can't really protect your back line. But if Nora needs to switch gears and just sit around Miko and wait for Vival to come in, she has that option. So you get kind of this double face from the side of Nora. It's not maybe as good at getting the pickoffs, but at least it supplies 2 options.
Ooh, but there is actually a niche interaction. Kadita was recently changed so that she's CC immune during a lot of her animations. Suppression bypasses that. So it's one of the few heroes that cancels the combo coming out of Cine.
So you just yank her out of the water is what you're saying.
Yeah, basically.
You literally grab the fishing pole
It's a fishing
and
line.
yoink her. I like that. That was a very good change up for Mooten. Definitely a vibe. Back onto the map though, 30 seconds till the turtle comes in.
Foot Esports right now playing it a little slower. Unohana in 1v2, but the Fury of the Phoenix instantly comes out in response. The Arlet, you can see how strong the hero is.
Unohana, ever so aggressive. The rest of Food Esports coming down, they're going to turn around and head back up to that turtle. 10 seconds on the clock till it's up. Vival down on the boss side, back at the orange buff. Does Food Esports try to rush this?
Foot Esports are the ones in control of the map right now, and Team Vitality definitely needs to respect their CC potential. Akai and Kaja are difficult to handle.
A lot of damage on Nora. Nora maybe goes too deep, able to get some health back. with that skill too. Nice final slash does lock on. Turtle falls over the side of Maria. Big pin, heavy spin. Echo brought back along with Vivian. A lot of damage coming down. Vivian drops Miko, able to get the kill. Cindy in a little bit of trouble as well with the rough waves, able to get back, but look at the damage! A double kill for Shell. Drop down another one. It's a 4-man wipe. Team Vitality, it just took one play.
A massive reversal coming in from the Indonesian team right there. It looked like it was going the way of Foot Esports. The heavy spin pushed them back into the tower. But then Foot stayed for just a little bit too long, and this is where the damage questions came out. Once the Zaman Force expired, it was free going. And unfortunately, Foot Esports stacked up too much. A 3-man Petrify after the rough waves. Cine used it at an off timing, and Foot Esports were not ready.
So much damage from that combo. We now see the lethality of what Team Vitality can bring here with just one big combo, instantly turning this into a 2K gold lead for themselves. For a second, it felt like they were behind, but now they are back.
I actually specifically love the usage of the Petrify after the ultimate, because everyone is hardwired to only think about the Petrify after seeing the Kadita flying towards you. You are no longer considering it if she's trying to escape with rough waves. So Cine made use of that. Once they all stacked up, they all got caught in the blazing duet. Shell, who is supposed to be losing gold lane to Mieko, is now 3-0 on the clock.
Yeah, not only 3-0, but 1,000 gold ahead of Miko there. A little over 1/3 of Team Vitality's gold lead is in the hands of Shell right now.
It's incredible what they've been able to do just from that one singular play, and that's why you cannot afford to let your guard down. Oh,
nice grab. Vivian shouldn't be able to get away with this. Fist crack almost to defend, but it's not enough. Miko drops him on Force and gets the kill.
and that is 2 big ultimates used on the roamer right there. So Team Vitality may actually still have a better positioning on the next turtle.
A little bit damage. Nora taking a Thorn Rose to the face there. Maria forced to back off. Retri does come down. Bible tries to lock on. Miko on the backside with his Mons Force, able to keep Cine at bay. Unohana misses the final slash. Turtle still low. Bible to lock on, but the Blazing Duet into the backside, finding multiple members. Unohana drops as the rest of the team is forced to disperse. Beeble trying to clean things up. Cine finds Miko. Thorns Rose unable to connect. Beeble's gonna move on to the orange, to the purple buff now as Nora tries to push him back, but Beeble still, nope, does not get it. Maria gets it at the last moment.
And that's a consolation for Foot Esports. If they lost that as well, they would have been a massive deficit because Vival is already 2 levels up on Mireia. Team Vitality had great composure, amazing spacing in that last fight. And we talked about this. 2 big ultimates used on Vivian alone means that Vitality are in a more comfortable position. The rough waves drop Mireia low to the point. Oh, they're still fighting.
Shell should be okay. Continue the thought.
Yeah, they dropped Mireia low. The Akai could no longer go for the retribution. And then they were all scattered apart. Foot Esports were basically on the retreat. And with no Zaman Force, they have no damage once again. So Team Vitality can just wait for that opportunity to re-enter with the Blazing Duet.
Team Vitality, even the way they're approaching the map right now, very aggressive, always on the opposite side of the map. Miko, Zaman's Force does come down. Dancing around, sense the attack. Down comes the falling Star Moon from Fumi Echo. But Foot Esports handling it well, handling this aggression by kind of rolling with the punches, trying to kind of keep up with their pace and the rotations.
Foot Esports now definitely playing on the back foot. This is a team that has been able to recover from... Oh, Cine!
Petrify, take out rough waves. Nora down, Maria though with the heavy spin, trying to bring Vival back. The Thorn Rose does get the iframe, but it's still not enough. Miko able to get the kill. Jungler for Nora. A good trade for Foot Esports.
I think at this point they probably want to back it up. Team Vitality gonna look to re-engage.
Maria goes down. They get a jungler for themselves. Team Vitality seem to continue to come up on the exchange.
Yeah, once they were able to trade for Vival, Foot Esports should have just backed it off. They overcommitted, and what would have been a good trade ends up in a losing side for them once again. Team Vitality is well aware that their opponents are very cooldown based. If you enter after the ultimates are gone, when Zaman Force is no longer available, there is basically no threat to them on the field.
All right, taking a look at the items. Anything pop out to you?
Everything looks pretty standard. We do have a Dominance Ice first item for Nora, so focusing a little bit on that anti-heal against Fumi Echo. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. This is one of the issues of the Kaja as well. The hero is a lot squishier than your typical frontliner.
Yeah, and it takes some time, right? It's definitely a much slower. I mean, with that plus the Akai jungle, you have no real... It's going to take some time. Like I said, this was our big worry with this composition. There's no big damage dealer except for Miko. Zendaya on the Zitian, you get a little bit of something there with the first 2 skills in terms of damage, but even that takes some time, and falling behind 4.5k gold lead, I'm surprised they're not losing more right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. Team Vitality have been so efficient with the way that they've been playing the map and just counter-engaging. Something that Foot Esports is supposed to be better at with all of the big teamfight ultimates that they hold. It's supposed to be wait for Team Vitality to start the fight, then you catch them off guard, push or pull them out of position. But Foot Esports has unfortunately been stepping on the gas pedal, and Team Vitality are the ones that have been forcing them to do it a lot of the time.
All right, so Foot Esports being on such a back foot, Lord will connect onto the space, but it's already pretty low. They may not lose an inhibitor to this push.
Looks like they indeed won't, and luckily the mid tower is still standing strong, so Team Vitality won't be able to get too much more map control with that one. But Vivian?
Ooh, Nora gonna get the pull back, a lot of damage on Vivian, but look at the blazing duet once again. 3, 4, make it 5. It's a full team wipe. Team Vitality, the brutality, they seem unstoppable.
Just as quickly as they entered, they left the earth scorched in their wake. The flanking play by Cine and Shell claims its next victim and allows Team Vitality to take game number 1.
Team Vitality continues to make this look easy. It's not a problem. An 11.5-minute game there in dominating fashion. Where does Foot Esports even go from here?
I think you can no longer afford to commit your draft so heavily into full pick-off crowd control. By going Akai, going Arlet, going Kaja, they are giving up a lot of damage potential and basing a lot of their team fight potential off of cooldowns that the opponent can very easily keep track of.
Yeah, it's a tough road. I'm not saying the Kaja was a bad pick, but the Akai and the Kaja, now we're pushing our limits. We both wanted to see more damage from them. I get the idea, but there's other things that weren't going to push it through. It would have been way too slow of a game, and Team Vitality was never going to let it go that far.
At Team Vitality, I'm really amazed at the Bloodthirst, actually. The moments of opportunity that we're taking advantage of. My MVP definitely going to be Cine for this game. Set things up so perfectly for the debut of Kadita. And mind you, this is how the game started.
I mean, honestly, yeah, they had that great 3-man pin. For a second, we were both hype about this, like, whoa, this new comp's going to work. And then once we saw that big play, the big knock-up, plus the blazing duet in the mid-top bush.
I think it was right here.
It already happened, I'm pretty sure, a bit before this. But I mean, yeah, it was rough. And we continue to see that petrify. Now we're wondering, is this Kadita going to be a solid pick for the future?
I do think it is a pocket pick. I recall Cine having played Kadita a good amount in the past before, so they probably fell back to that, and they already knew it would be a great counter to the Zetian as well. I don't think even they expected it to work just as well against the rest of the team. How about you, Leo? Were you surprised?
If anything, I think it's the Claude that they got away with. The Claude is the one bit of greediness in that draft, and the Kadita was just what they needed to be able to shock Foot Esports into submission. We'll be looking more at the post-game statistics to be able to understand exactly what made Team Vitality's approach to this victory so brutal. 15-5. I guess Foot Esports really only had, control of the first 3 minutes? The first 2 turtles, give or take. And I'm looking at Onohana, and I'm thinking, hey, maybe they can make this work. She can win this dead lane. She can hold it down, but looking over Team Vitality, they also have an Esmeralda. So even that Arlott isn't safe. Even the Harriet, I think the Harriet also is a weak point for Foot Esports' draft.
Yeah, if you're going to build something like this that is just all control up front, I think you need something a little more meta, a little more damaging, a little bit more menacing than a Harith in your gold lane.
Unfortunately, after banning out all of the different gold laners we saw, we were expecting something like an Irritel, and we know that Harith is a comfort pick for Miko, but you are once again locking in a hero that's very based on cooldowns, right? It means that you can only fight at very specific points and as a full team.
Something interesting in Fumi Echo's emblem build, she's rocking Rupture. So she's investing a little bit in penetration. I don't know what the rhyme or reason is behind that, but looking at her build on that Esmeralda, it's the old-fashioned Esmeralda. The book, the dominance ice, the oracle. So I guess it really is just the put a nail in the coffin once she does find the Harith, when she finds the Arlet. Hell, when she finds the Akai makes shields.
That is true. Honestly, looking at the composition from Team Vitality, it's like we've traveled back in time a little bit, right? We have the classic Claude, the Kadita, the Esmeralda with the old build.
The Badang is just the 2025 flavor.
Yeah.
And Vivian plays it so well. This is the mother of tanks in action. She's graced us with her presence here in Stream B.
I think Vivian did actually have a little bit of difficulty initially since she was getting picked off, but then lock it into the mid game. I feel like we have some players on here that are also existing in the past, so they've even affected the graphics itself.
That's how good Team Vitality is.
We'll skip that over and sweep it under the rug. Here's a look at the damage allocation alongside damage taken. And you see that Mireia took so much. Mireia took so much, she tanked a lot, but she shouldn't be. The reason why you pick the Akai is so that you can neutralize your opponent's front line. You can neutralize key targets. She just took too much damage, and it led to her heavy spin being used more defensively.
Now, this is the unfortunate issue I have with Akai jungle. It is putting a hero that needs to do something in a role that needs to do something else. Because you need to be standing there getting the retries, but you're also the person setting up the fight, getting the pins. It is a lot of responsibility for a single person.
It's too much to expect a singular panda to do, despite it, you know, having Kung Fu training worth centuries put into her. Shell, though, leading in damage. Look at that, 39,000. As soon as we saw that early wipeout, I could have sworn it was over. Because a Claude does not have any business doing that early.
No business at all. I mean, you could chalk it up to the fact they were just all able to combo so well. I think it just goes to show how in sync Team Vitality is after the years of playing together.
They've been doing this for almost half a decade.
It's just another day for them. It's another Friday.
Turkey, it's nice that you debuted, but this is their year. Team Vitality. Look at the gold distribution between these XP laners. Fumi Echo versus Uno Hana. Twice as much in minions. Twice as much in kills and assists. Fumi Echo is running over all of Foot Esports. Again, this Esmeralda, when you see an Esmeralda rock sprint, she means business. She's going straight for you, and there's almost nothing you can do about it.
We've definitely been seeing a resurgence of Esmeralda in the meta nowadays, especially with all the sustain heroes in the EXP lane. She actually does a very good job of dealing with heroes that are otherwise hard to kill, right?
I played some Esmeralda last night. Felt great.
It does. I play a lot of Esmeralda too, and it's actually pretty annoying how well she deals with some of these heroes. Even heroes like Lapu Lapu, who would typically be quite universal, actually end up losing the lane. And I think that's exactly why they picked her and gave her the Rupture, right? They wanted EXP lane prio.
It takes a very specific kind of killer instinct to make an Esmeralda this lethal, and so quickly too, alongside a lineup that has a Kadira, a Claude, and of course, that Lancelot. Again, the Lancelot just helped close up the gaps in that lineup. And yep, there it is. It's a tag team between Vival and Shell, just cleaning house. They were stealing each other's kills, like who would walk away with a triple with the Maniac. And after that second turtle, I think that was it. The map was cracked wide open. Foot Esports were left gassed.
I mean, even here, at 7 minutes, a Claude doesn't have that much business doing what that Claude is doing.
Oh, look at this.
Lord, every time. And this is what I meant. It's the synergy, man. That's what's able to push these heroes to their limits right here.
unfortunately, as powerful as Divine Judgment could be with that suppression, it's still very difficult to actually get someone a sizable enough distance for it to matter, right? So because of that, they have to commit not just the Divine Judgment, but also usually like the Final Slash or the Heavy Spin on top of it.
Yeah, the question is, what do you do if best case scenario, you do find someone, a key target with the Divine Judgment? That's why you usually see combos like Kadira, or rather Kaja Beatrix, Kaja Carry. Like these are your creme de la creme combos for this pickoff hero. Here, it was paired with an Arlott, paired with a Zetian, paired with a Harriet. Like maybe there could have been a better composition that Coach Asmo employed to give his girls a better shot at upsetting Team Vitality. Now we're prepping up for game number 2. What exactly will Foot Esports do? Because it's all on them, honestly. Like 99% of this, the question falls on them because Vitality can just continue doing the same thing. They can just keep playing the way they do, and knowing how deep their hero pool goes. Again, you mentioned they've been doing this for close to forever. They can dig back as deep as meta games from 2021, 2022.
And they've already shown it, right? They brought your heroes out, builds out that haven't been seen in a little bit. Another very successful debut as well. A lot of these girls are bringing in heroes that you typically wouldn't consider and making them work in the precise moments. I think that while Foot Esports did try to do the same thing, there are certain limits to how much you can experiment.
I would say it's limitless.
They are limitless.
They're all limitless, and that's what it seems like it's been. Every time we think that, okay, that's enough. Okay, no more new heroes. Okay, this isn't gonna work. Somehow another team makes some new hero work, like the Kadita here. Yes, the Kaja and the Akai maybe didn't work well, but still something on the other side was able to prove the point that the meta is wide and the girls are taking full advantage of it.
Gentlemen, because of that best of 3 that went all the way between Onyx Pertiwi and Terra Queens, we now know that Zask is a known element. Zask is real. What he brings to the table is legit. And with Zushin still being a big priority, and of course these assassins just popping up, even the Lancelot in the hands of Ival, should that maybe be a check for Foot Esports? Should we ask Zendaya, do you have a Zask? Because that could be a good stopper. That's how Terra Queens upset Onyx earlier today.
It is a good stopper, but it's also a hero that's meant for a slightly more scattered gameplay because you get good zone control, but the hero itself doesn't really do a lot of damage until you have some items later on, and even then it's slow, right? And very weak against high mobility compositions. You only really pick it up if you're for sure knowing you need a hero that can protect itself in the mid lane.
With that said, we no longer have to speculate. We'll just watch the draft unfold. Foot Esports on the play. Team Vitality answering back. Stafa and Trex. Let's put this thing on lock.
Let's put it on lock indeed. Because right now, Team Vitality is holding the lock and key to this series. Foot Esports needs a win here if they want to bring us to a game number 3 and keep themselves in the competition.
Taking a look at the bans, Uranus, Farza, Wanwan, nothing too different. This time Foot Esports will take the blue side, first pick up front. And something is definitely going to have to shake. Something is definitely going to have to change.
Badang first pick ended up working pretty well for Vitality previously. They're going to be on red side now, but before this, I don't feel like Foot Esports really had the habit of picking Badang particularly early either. So that could be a possible pickup.
Yeah, but I mean, the Badang has been a popular first blue side pick for a whole lot of teams, especially with the Gatakgon. That normally has been the secondary roam for a lot of teams. And it's been winning out, and I think for a good reason. It's just right now the Badang is so capable, and even early on, because even without the fist crack, you get the wall up and everything, and you're able to still trap heroes up. You're able to win out of that mid lane, maybe even secure some early game kills for your team. It's just an aggressive roamer from level 1 forward.
But it does also still lose the more aggressive divers, right? That's what we saw in the previous game from Terra Queens. The Hilda Khalid combo completely messed with Badang's ability to create any sort of space early on. So there is still risk that you have to play. It's just unfortunate that in game number 1, Foot Esports didn't really give themselves heroes that would be able to punish Badang's slightly weaker early game.
All right, so first pick for Foot Esports on the gun. Does the Badong come in here? Do we maybe see something else? Uranus not open. Wan's gone. Farza's gone. They go for the Basha.
Yeah, Baxia has been almost 100% banned throughout today, actually. This is the first time that he's been led through the draft, and Foot Esports are, of course, going to lock it in straight away. Now, ordinarily, this is a hero that would serve as a very good counter to the Kimmy, but it looks like that's not a problem for Team Vitality, because that's actually their response.
I mean, that was the thing that kind of brought Basha back into the meta with Kimmy becoming so popular. So many teams were picking it, but Team Vitality's not worried about it. They're going to pick up a Badong and the Kimmy. And I guess with the that was, I feel like when Basha first came back, he was much more in the roam position. Right now, with him being much more in the jungle position, it's a slightly different story, but we've also been seeing tons of teams flex him over to the roam last minute.
Yeah, that's why a first pick Baxia is just so effective in the first place, right? That flexibility is why teams prioritize him. Now, the Kimmy is actually a fairly safe pick still, because with Farsa already banned out, there's actually very few mages that can match that level 1 wave clear. So in this way, Team Vitality makes up a little bit for Badong's weaker level 1.
They say we don't care about the mage. We're going straight for Lancelot and the Aerithil. Taking a much more aggressive approach to this draft. They do slot the Badong into the roam position, so it is something that can help deal with the Kimmy now. It can stay around that Kimmy now all throughout the early game.
Yeah, definitely. Lancelot Iritel going to pop up for Foot. Iritel was surprisingly ignored throughout the entirety of last game, so it's nice to see her getting prioritized this time, but every other gold laner is also going to be open. The only ban on it currently is that Wan. So it's up to Team Vitality to decide, do we want to lock in our gold laner now or risk having multiple marksmen banned out in the second phase? And it looks like the former is going to be their choice. The Moskov going to make his appearance.
Moskov coming out. Bans, both teams looking for an EXP laner at this point, and both teams looking for a... No. Mage for the side of Foot, and Vitality still need their jungler. The Hayabusa seems to have been falling. At least today, we haven't seen it as much. GG played it a little bit earlier, but a lot of teams have been favoring the Lancelot. A lot of teams have been favoring other choices for damage dealers. We've seen the Suyo pop up. So my question is, do we think Vitality is going to go into something more on the damage side here?
They would already have a pretty solid amount of damage with Kimmy and Moskov.
Double marksman.
Yeah, the flexibility is actually there. Team Vitality can either go for an assassin again, like the Ling or Hayabusa, to match up against Lancelot, or they can actually pivot entirely and pick up a Fredrin, and that would give him a lot of front line to work with.
I like the Fredrin here, and it looks like Foot Esports knows the idea of a utility jungle could be out there because they decided to ban out the Akai. Big chance we could see that Fredrin ban from them all, actually, especially since they already took the Basha. Akai's gone. If you ban out the Fredrin, you don't leave many other opportunities for utility jungle except for like the Xborg that we've seen a few times, but it's been very 50-50, maybe even 40-60 or so.
With Lancelot and Iritel already on the opposite side, Xborg jungle is highly unlikely, so I don't think you need to ban it, but the Zask ban is very interesting. We literally talked about this right before.
Leo's sending messages over there, man. He's
very happy.
He's got flies on the walls in those player rooms right now. He knows what's coming. Good call for Leo. I would have never thought of that on the side of Foot Esports. What's the last ban? Like I said, I think you just take out the Fredrin here, man. You just play it safe and don't give them that opportunity. Arlot, though.
To be honest, though, banning out the Zask here isn't something I would consider very necessary, so it means that there's something they're locking in after this might be countered by the Zask, and it makes me think that Team Vitality might want to go for a second game of Kadita.
Second game of Kadita?
It's not as good.
I mean, no, it can still work. It can at least, it's definitely much harder to catch the Lancelot, but it can catch the Aerithil still. Could catch things like that. I think the Joy's also still open. If they want to go full damage here on the side of Vitality, if they want to go for something of that nature, we'll see. Or you mean, wait. Do you mean Kadita on the side of Foot?
No, Kadita on Vitality.
No, where are they going to put the Kimmy?
Oh, right.
Yeah, you're gonna they
It's
do
the
pick
end
up
of
the
a day.
Fredrin. At this point, though, Foot could pick up the Kadita. Would be a decent answer against the Fredrin. Even be able to kind of outrange the Kimmy. Could be something that they steal out of the notebook of Vitality right here and now.
It's possible. And with 2 marksmen, there would be pretty good targets for it as well. But we just saw the Kadita debut in the previous game. We don't know if Zendaya's gonna have the hero in her pool in the first place. But multiple artillery mages have already been taken out of the field. Zetian is still open, but going to be particularly vulnerable to double marksmen, especially Moskov.
Yeah, they go for the glue in the EXP lane, and they go for the Lilia. This is another hero that has been 50-50. We've seen it lose a few times. Was another hero that was picked up by GG early today, able to get the win. So it has been hit or miss, but against the Fredrin, against short-range marksmen, against something like the Badong, it does kind of work a little. What she suffers against is the long-range heroes, and everything that Vitality's bringing where they want to be grouped up like this, the Lilia could take advantage of.
Yeah, and Lilia is a traditional counter to the Fredrin. Does love playing against those slower frontline heroes. But it's going to become very easy one-shot material once Moskov has some items. So this means Foot needs to be in control of the game towards the early to mid phases because they definitely lose out on late game scaling.
Okay, and they pick up the CC though, something that can at least rotate and catch up with the glue. How you feeling about the drafts?
I think Vitality's draft is very honest. It's very straightforward, front to back with a little bit of dive potential on the CC. Foot has bigger conditions to meet, which is once again, you gotta win out early to mid game, or at the very least, make sure you're not behind in farm. Otherwise, you will just straight up lose late game to Moskov Kimmy.
All right, well, we will see. I definitely agree that Vitality's draft is very honest. But this time, it seems like Food Esports is pulling a couple pages out of the old meta book with the Lilia. And even though their draft isn't exactly full current meta, it still seems a little on the honest side. There is a pretty clear objective on what needs to be done. But it is match point for Team Vitality. One more win to take them to the top 4. Food Esports on the ropes, trying to tie the game.
The Turkish representatives have surprised and caught us by our toes this entire tournament. But it feels like they may have met their match in one of the most experienced teams in the women's MLBB ecosystem. Now might be the final opportunity they have to show us what they have learned in their first foray to the international stage. Looking at the overall emblem setups, we're already seeing very offensive choices coming in from Team Vitality. 3 Quantum Charges and 2 Impure Rages, including on the CC.
I mean, it's definitely aggressive. Team Vitality, I'm trying to think, you know, early game, mid game, late game, first turtle with both teams. I mean, with the Lancelot, it's going to be a slightly quicker jungle clear most likely, but I still always like the Fredrin in the turtle pit. But also the Lancelot, once you get that level 4, Phantom Execution is a great way to steal away turtles, a great way to steal away lords. You don't have to hang in the pit to be able to get a neutral objective.
But it's also going to be difficult to try and contest those against a well-placed Appraiser's Wrath. It is going to come down to a bit of a 50-50 how well both these teams are actually able to set up the Lord pits. And for now, I do think that Foot Esports has the slight advantage since they are playing multiple late game scalers.
Evil comes up, gives a little face check to Unohana up there. Unohana feeling a bit of pressure. Turtle will pop up on the top side, and you can tell that both teams are ready for it.
Nora gonna be the first one to start bringing it over to their side. Vival gonna show herself as well. Neither jungler is level 5 yet, still waiting for their buffs to spawn.
Nora taking a little bit of damage there. Gonna get knocked up. Appraiser's Wrath comes down. First blood over to the side of Team Vitality. At this point, Food Esports might not even want to go for this, but watch Maria looking for an angle, maybe looking for a way in, but Vivian's got her number and is gonna send Maria away.
Losing your roamer, especially a Baxia this early in the game, is basically a guaranteed lost turtle. Now we can see Nora just trying to provide assistance elsewhere on the map. The fact that she died there as well means that she does not have access to level 4. So Team Vitality already holding on to a bit of that early lead that Foot Esports needed to avoid at all costs.
Look at Vivian, man, just being the nuisance right now. Face-checking Maria non-stop. It's going to be a problem if Team Vitality keeps up this type of pressure. Even Cine rotating up, getting involved in these fight. Maria now trying to dash through, gets hit by the first Kraken, taken out. Cine able to get the kill. It's a rough start for Foot Esports.
That felt a little bit unnecessary. Mireia knew there were multiple people there, saw Vivian right in front of her, and still decided to try and challenge it. If she did iframe the fist break correctly, then sure, it would have been fine. But what would you get in return, right? It is a high-risk, no real reward situation.
Uh-oh, next target locked on Nora. Getting taunted, getting taken out. Vival with another hit with that Appraiser's Wrath. That's 2 kills in the book onto Nora.
Team Vitality really does like bringing up past victories because that was a very much deja vu kind of situation. The Appraiser's Wrath smooshing Nora into the ground, and that means 2 deaths on the Baxia in the first 4 minutes. This is one of the tankiest early game heroes in the game. And it shows how well Team Vitality have been rotating, despite the fact that they really shouldn't have this much map control yet.
Yeah, it feels like Team Vitality, the blood's in the water, man. They smell it. They know that, I think they're playing like they just know they're better. You know, this is when you start to see teams come in and they're just playing aggressive. They feel like no mistakes can be made, or at least Foot Esports is going to continue to make mistakes, and Team Vitality is playing it well.
And Team Vitality is already invading jungle, stealing buffs away. Foot Esports are not able to respond in kind. I think after witnessing their past rivals being dispatched so unceremoniously, Team Vitality is not pulling any punches. They're not taking any chances against Foot Esports.
So Foot Esports needs to rewire very quickly. Pop the reset, over in the bot side. Throne Rose does come out. Mireia almost caught off. No, the flicker through! Definitely worth it. Definitely value.
Vivian's gonna be very happy with that one. Foot Esports going to try and trade for a bottom tier 1 instead, but Mieko takes it pretty slowly, and the curtain call locks them both down.
Man, Shell, maybe in a bad spot. Nora, Miko trying to pick up where Foot Esports has lost. Down to the boss side, even more action as well, though. Vival 1v2, gonna get caught up. Grab, slam. Vival might finally goes down. Mireia able to get the kill. Team Vitality gonna be forced to maybe slow down a bit here.
Finally overstepping. Shell 1 shot away from death. Lucky that there were no more minions. But Team Vitality is not letting up the pressure.
Another fist crack onto Mireia. When will Vivian stop the heavy crossbow? Down comes the SOD long range. 100-yard field goal for Shell. Unohana might just be the next to drop. Team Vitality knocking them down 1 by 1.
All the way from the other side of the land of Dawn, Shell finds the snipe right through the heart of Foot Esports. And we just see multiple skirmishes happening all across the map. Even though Vival got punished for diving behind the top tier 2, it did not matter to the rest of her team. They are still finding opportunities to create as much space as possible. You can see in the itemization, first items already completed across the board for Team Vitality. Fumi Echo and Shell and Cine both at their second, actually.
Almost everyone on the side of Team Vitality has a minimum of a 500 gold lead over their opposing laner. Team Vitality just feels good right now, and we're only just getting a 3rd turtle, and the lead is getting already out of control.
Out of control is honestly an understatement. We already set this up in the draft. If Foot Esports falls behind in the early to mid game, they are not keeping up with the scaling of Team Vitality. And the gap is already so massive that they're not able to get anywhere close to the turtle pit. Not to mention, the best thing they can trade for it is that bottom tier 1.
Yeah, that's first tower of the game for Foot Esports. And at this point, the trade, yeah, it's helpful. It's something. They have at least put a standstill to the gold lead. It's stopped. It's been at around this 4.3 to 4.5 mark for the past 2 minutes or so, which is good. They're, you know, they got the tourniquet on right now. They're trying to stop the bleeding as much as possible.
But how do you stop the bleeding when even more wounds keep showing up? Foot Esports just has to try and slow it down. We see a flank attempt.
Nora from around the back, the slam as well, on to Echo. Fist crack does luck on his name, but the black shoes pop. Down comes the SOD. Does not commit through though. Maria there as well, trying to get to the back line. No members of Team Vitality will go down, but a nice stun is not connected by Unohana, but at least the disengage happens.
But all this while, it is a 5v4 situation. Shell is actually pushing the bot lane, nearly taking out the tier 2 tower. That is the situation that Foot Esports finds themselves in. They are able to so comfortably just walk into Foot Esports as half of the map because they have so much to work around. You can see the difference in gold. You can see the difference in EXP.
Man, at this... Oh,
Vivian!
no! Once again, the fist crack connects. Unohana shredded down. No orange buff for Foot Esports. I mean, they're not even fighting for turtles or lords right now. They're just trying to get their own jungle.
Even their own jungle is difficult. It's like having to walk a mile to the nearest store. And Team Vitality purposefully extending the road.
Black shoes from Zendaya. Bible tries to come around the back. Maria there as well with the punctures through. Knows that they can't take the fight. I will say Foot Esports is at least doing that well. They're using all these fights just to disengage, try to control waves, try to protect towers.
They were able to get the first kill on Fumi Echo the entire game there. Team Vitality actually got a little bit too ahead of themselves and left the CC behind. But looking at the item, Shell already completed with the Trinity. Nico actually not too far behind. This Irritel could still be a saving grace for Foot, but that means that they need to protect their marksman. And Team Vitality is gonna generally be looking for her in every fight.
Yeah, the way that this first Lord goes is gonna be huge. Even a Team Vitality most oh, Miko in a bad spot, pops a heavy crossbow.
Ouch.
Still goes down. Shell might get targeted down by Nora. Can Nora and Unohana maybe get something here? Shell looking for the outplay. It's 2v1, bashes him against the wall, in comes Zendaya. Shell still hanging on, but finally gets shut down by Zendaya.
Maybe a little bit greedy there, but Shell actually got the solo kill on Mirko even after missing the Spear of Misery. And all of that is space created for Team Vitality to also get the Lord. It's not really worth it to lose your goal laner for that, but Vitality is so far ahead that those are acceptable losses. It barely makes a dent in their overall economy.
And Lord does go over to the side of Team Vitality, and it's going to be coming down right about now with this wave coming out of their base. I think if Foot Esports cannot lose an inhibitor here, like a major base tower, then it increases their chances a little bit.
That's a tall order though, Trex. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do that. They're not particularly well suited for base defense in the first place.
With the, you'd be surprised, Lilia, you set down, I mean, if she plays it right, the goal with Lilia is you set down multiple glooms. She's kind of doing that now, maybe a little bit too early. You're supposed to do it before the Lord comes. You set them all down. You got about 5 sitting there, and the moment Lord walks over, you pop them. And it does an amazing amount of damage. It's not too bad for a siege defense if they can pull something off here.
But Zendaya is already so behind on gold. I'm not too sure if it's enough, and Vivian's already here to stop her.
And she misses all the glooms right there. Lord does come in onto the base. The rest of Team Vitality follows right behind. Lord now onto the base. Match point for Team Vitality. Does get shredded down. Moraine to the backside, able to puncture through. Keep Vitality at bay. They're cutting lane though, waiting for the next wave to come down the mid.
Vitality keeping it standard. There definitely could have been an argument to just shove their way in and try to muscle to the finish, but they know what is at stake. A victory here would be a clean path into the semifinals. They don't want to lose that.
Maria with the puncture once again, but a fist crack connects. Immortality does pop on Vivian. Damage on Nora. Nora drops. Miko will be the next to fall stunned, taunted. Appraises Rat down. Immobilize on Unohana. It's nothing but Zendaya left. No black shoes. No more lives. Team Vitality will take the game and go to the top 4.
The series is claimed by the favorites. The underdogs, unfortunately, take a loss in the final match of the day, but Foot Esports have put up a viable effort. Team Vitality just came into the match not pulling any punches.
Yeah, I mean, Team Vitality looked clean in that series. We were worried that maybe Foot Esports would be a little more prepared after winning their series earlier, and that Team Vitality might have to play catch up. But no, Team Vitality seems like a team that is always ready to play the game.
Fortunately, it's hard to find a substitute for the kind of experience that Team Vitality have. Even if they aren't the defending champions of last year's MWI, they are still one of the strongest teams in the entire ecosystem. And although Foot Esports specifically dedicated resources to try and prepare against them, it seems like it was still not enough.
I gotta give it up to Vivian, man. She played such an amazing game there. At least 9 out of 10 of those fist cracks connected. Whether it was one or multiple members, it was a thing that set up so many great fights for them.
Man, so many things could have been different, but Team Vitality are just so clean overall. Well, we have an interview set up once again. So, oh, hold on, not yet. Okay, we are jumping into the graphics first. Leo, let's bring you back in.
Let's talk about the underdog run that Foot Esports have gone through. Despite any and all that stand against them, they made it top 8. A successful debut regardless. Team Vitality still moving forward. Now, we have word that Foot Esports is ready for their interview. They are joined by Churros right at courtside. Let's go on over and hear from them.
Coming at you on the stage, it's Churros, and with me here today is Uno, Hana. Unfortunately, though, Foot Esports were unable to make it any more further, but still, congratulations on finishing at a top 8 seed. Now, what we want to know is, how was your journey so far? Tell us about your story coming in and your journey in MWI.
MWI'deki yolculuğumuz hakkında ne düşünüyorsun? Nasıl geçti senin için bütün bu turnuva süreci? Biraz bahseder misin?
Açıkçası turnuva süreci benim için çok eğlenceliydi. Burada olduğum için çok mutluyum. Türkiye gibi bir bölgeden bunları yaptığımız için çok mutluyum ve sonuç olarak şampiyona elendik. Bunun için de hani üzgün değilim desem yalan olur ama seneye çok daha iyi bir şekilde geri döneceğiz. Bu sefer tekrardan bu arada Vitality ile karşılaşmak istiyorum. Bu sefer onları yeneceğimizden eminim. Sadece seneye bizi beklesinler demek istiyorum onlara. Teşekkür ederim.
I'm so happy that we came from Turkey and we compete here with the most possible champion, the Vitality. And we're gonna improve our gameplay, and next year we're gonna be here once again, and we still want to compete with Vitality.
I'm super proud of Foot Esports because coming from Turkey, you brought in your own flavors. We saw during the first game and even until the second game, you guys brought your own style. I want to look forward. What's next? What can we as the viewers expect from Foot Esports?
Şu andan sonra için Foot Esports'tan ne göreceğiz? Ne var sırada?
Bundan sonrası için çok daha fazla çalışmaya devam edeceğiz. Çok daha iyi bir şekilde karşınıza tekrardan geleceğiz. Ve hani bu bizim için aslında bir başlangıçtı. Çok daha ilerilerde size şampiyonluğu tattırmak istiyoruz.
It was the very beginning of our journey. So we'll keep moving, we keep improving ourselves, and we're gonna be the champion.
Hopefully we'll see you guys again next year and definitely coming back stronger. Any last words to the Foot fans out there?
Peki son olarak Foot fanlara için ne söylemek istersin?
Sadece bize güvenmelerini ve Foot'la kalmalarını söylemek istiyorum. Çok daha iyi bir şekilde geri geleceğiz. Bu kadar.
Stay with the fun. Stay with the foot. I'm sorry. And we'll be come back stronger and stronger once again. Thanks for all.
Thank you for all your time here and thank you for giving us amazing games. Now, over on to the desk. Casters, back over to you.
Y'all don't have to tell me twice. Unohana, the rest of the girls from Foot Esports, we will follow your adventures and follow you wherever you go. We hope to see you better and stronger come next year or wherever else we might bump into you in the MLBB esports space. Let's look at the match once again. despite the adjustments and the interesting turns that the draft took, I think Vitality just played better. Like, this was their lineup to just run through Foot.
And it's a very honest composition. It's one where you know exactly what needs to be done, and there isn't really any specific conditions that would ensure that you would have a difficult time. It's just all about farming, creating that space. Ordinarily, we would have expected them to maybe not be quite as oppressive in the first few minutes, but Team Vitality just blew that expectation out.
Not even 13 minutes into the game, they ended. Let's hear from Vitality this time around, securing a top 4, their courtside with Churros.
Coming at you from the other side of the stage, it's your boy Churros, and with me here is the lovely Vivian. First off, congratulations on your win. You have a lot of fans out there, especially in Indonesia, that's been supporting you. How do you feel like this is top 4 for you guys?
Gimana perasaannya udah lolos?
Senang, lega, dan tapi ini bukan final, jadi kita masih harus pertahankan, jangan jumawa gitu. Jadi nanti di final baru aku senang banget, parah. Kalau juara 1.
A huge sigh of relief, but this is not over yet. I will only be fully.
And was there any strategies that you guys prepared as a team going up against Foot Esports?
Hari ini ada persiapan strategi khusus nggak buat Foot Esports?
Strateginya seperti biasa, komunikasinya jalan terus.
Room, I was backstage, and it's still pretty far from the main stage, but I can still hear your screams. I can still hear your excitement. Now, moving forward, Team Liquid PH and Twisted Minds, they're still playing. Which team are you more excited to face?
Pengennya ketemu TLPH atau Twisted Mind? Kenapa?
Pengen ketemu dua-duanya karena ini pertama kalinya ketemu dengan orang yang tim yang di luar expect kita lah.
No specific opponent. We just want to face anyone because both of them did well to come this far, and yeah, hopefully it will be a great game.
That's awesome. So everyone is still a threat. You still see them as a challenge. Final words, or maybe a word to your fans who's constantly supporting your fans, your family, and whoever's out there who loves Team Vitality.
Kata-kata terakhir mungkin buat fans, keluarga, siapapun ya.
Terima kasih yang udah nonton, yang udah support dan dukung kita di sini. Semoga kita bisa kasih hasil yang terbaik, doain kita menang dan berikan hawa yang positif, jangan saling membenci atau membenci tim lain juga. Makasih udah nonton, sehat selalu buat kalian semua guys. Makasih udah dukung kita.
In short, thank you for the support.
Yeah, makasih to you guys too. As we wrap things up, it's been a long day, and I hope you guys can agree with me. Let's throw it back to the casters on the stage. Over to you guys.
Terima kasih once again. That is the mother of tanks, Vivian, with a very sweet words for all of the Vitality fans. Here's a quick item build on that 13-minute game, sub-13-minute game that Vitality ran through.
And we can see that the itemization was so one-sided in favor of Vitality because they were in control of the game all the way from the beginning. We can even see very greedy builds, in fact, like Vival going for rapid boots on the Fredrin with brute force just to move around even more.
And of course, Fumi Echo with the War Axe Hunter Strike combo on CC. You usually want to build more tanky during this part of the game, like the 9-minute, 10-minute mark. Now she's just straight up, I will shred through y'all.
She was trying to go home fast tonight. You know,
You mean
she wanted to
go back to the hotel.
Go back to the hotel.
Because it's a big day tomorrow.
Exactly. We need sleep. We got to prepare for the next enemies. Look at Shell, though. Even above all of her teammates, almost 2,000 gold ahead of multiple teammates, 1,000 or so ahead the others. Moving on to her last item, just in the first, half of that, first 10 minutes or so of that game.
Team Vitality knew exactly what was going down. And Foot Esports, it was a valiant effort. Again, at every point, even inside the base, they were trying to defend. But when you play against a Team Vitality, you can't fight against your own mechanics. That has to be cut down pat. Team Vitality definitely welcomed Foot Esports, welcomed the Turkish into the women's MLBB scene. And I'm pretty sure if you ask the Turkish ladies, they would say, hey, this was a worthy experience. Lessons learned will come back stronger. We have to move through the rest of the stats here as we close up this matchup. Again, a best of three, swiftly ended by Team Vitality. We now update the brackets. This is what it looks like. Moving through, our top four teams have been confirmed. Gaimin Gladiators, Terror Queens, Team Vitality, and the result between Team Liquid and Twisted Minds still pending.
It's a very surprising result here. Team Vitality is definitely a team we would have expected to make it into the semi-finals, but Gaimin Gladiators and Terror Queens have both defied expectations to become dark horses, a brand new era of powerful women's MLBB squads. And one of them gets to go through to the grand finals.
That's right, minimum a grand finalist from NA or Myanmar. I have gotten confirmation that Team Liquid has just swept Twisted Minds. So we can confirm that there is at least one Filipino team moving through the top four, and they'll be facing off against Team Vitality tomorrow. What a time and era to be a fan of MLBB esports.
Something about the air here in Riyadh. Grand finals do not disappoint from last year to now, from MSC last year. It seemed things always seem to get a little shaken up, and taking a look at this bracket, we're in a place that is unprecedented.
It is the age of dark horses in MWI 2025. Whoever comes through in that PH versus Indonesia Grand Finals will be up against quite the contender. And speaking of contenders, speaking of dark horses, how's about one of the queens out of the self-proclaimed dark horses get crowned our Sony daily MVP? That's right, Marina of the Terror Queens have performed excellently. She's usually a sleeper pick. She's usually one of those players that go under the radar, but today she introduced herself and she's now on her way to a semifinals bout.
And she's definitely one of the players that doesn't get quite as much spotlight, but she still plays such an important role. And I'm really happy that she gets to be shouted out here because Terror Queens have already made history. She has contributed to that process, and we'll get to see more of her tomorrow as well.
Real quick, just to put everything in a nice little box, a tidy package before we wrap up the day. Any final words to cover up the past 72 hours of MWI 2025?
I mean, Stream B, I think we've had a lot of fun over here. No better way to finish it off than today. MWI never seems to not surprise me, and I'm excited to see how things move forward from here this year and the next.
We're gonna be spectators from this point on, but that doesn't mean the action stops. It's gonna be even more fun, even more entertaining, because there's already teams here that we would never have expected to make it this far. But I am really happy that that's exactly what happened, because you need to expect the unexpected. Those are always the most entertaining results, and I'm really glad to have had the chance to come here and watch it all go down.
The greatest stories truly are told on the stage of MWI. But at this point, we would like to ask y'all to gather your squad and earn diamonds. Watch the MWI Grand Finals live and get 500 diamonds. That's right. Bring 3 friends and you'll each get 1,000 diamonds. Best of all, the MWI Grand Finals is absolutely free. So come on in, join us, and be a part of history. It's all happening on Saturday, July 19th at 2 p.m. That's 1400 hours Riyadh time, at the SNB Esports Arena in Riyadh Boulevard, Saudi Arabia. So if you're in the vicinity, if you're in the neighborhood, come on down, get your diamonds, bring your squad. You're not going to want to miss these ladies in action. Everybody watching at home, thank you so much for being a part of Stream B and catching all of these athletes in action, telling their story in pursuit of being limitless. On behalf of Churros, on behalf of Trex and Staffa, my name is Leo, at your service. It has been an honor to be your desk host for this stream. We'll be seeing you guys when we see you. Good night.